Hello, guys. I'm Jaythestingray back here again with a good friend of mine, Lorne Dixon, the special guest tonight. How's it going, man?
It is going November, is how it's going. It's cold. We had snow on Halloween morning, and that puts my mood in all kinds of bad places. So let's get winter over with already.
Yeah, I guess we're just getting into it now, huh?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I realize that by March, you're kind of thawing out, and it's really not that long a season, but it feels endless to me.
So, did you do anything special for Halloween?
Not for the day. I usually don't. I've said this on other occasions, but I like the season a whole lot more than I like the day. Because I just have this kind of personality, whereas all I can think about is the fact that it's ending on the day. Like the next day, they're going to start, rolling up the curbs as far as decorations and all that. I will tell you one thing that was really cool on Halloween is driving down past my local library, which is this tiny little building that I grew up going to, and I wish I could say they have a lot of great books for kids into genre stuff, but they don't. But driving past it, they have this one sycamore tree on the corner of their property, and it was loaded with toilet paper. White toilet paper, blown in the wind, looking ghostly and mischiefy and beautiful. And it's been a couple of years since I've seen that much effort put into Mischief Night, so that made me pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't even think it happened. I don't think trick-or-treating happened here. So we just kind of had a little party at our house, invited some folks over. It was fun, for what it was.
At what point did the cops get called?
None, thankfully.
Oh.
Yeah, but it was fun. It was got to watch my football team get completely stomped to the ground, so that was fun.
I don't have that problem. I'm never disappointed when my team.
Yeah.
Oh, because I don't have a team.
No. Right. But yeah, no, it was good times. We made the best of what we could. It just sucks for the kids that don't get to experience that stuff. And I saw some posts on like Twitter and stuff where some people did do trick or treating, but I didn't really want to even try like to have masks on and stuff. I'm so over all that stuff. So I'm ready to move on to the next step. Hopefully we'll be there soon.
Well, listen, everyone's tired. Everyone's exhausted. Everyone has heard too many voices in their head about what's going to keep them safe, what's not going to. And battle lines have been drawn about this. We're all tired. I think the best thing we can do right now is look forward to maybe on Thanksgiving taking the real spirit of what it means to us, not what it is historically or anything. Put all that aside, just what it means to us, which is bringing people together that you care about, sharing a meal, having some laughter, maybe not talking about anything divisive for once. This is the year to put all that aside and really just enjoy your people. I'm not a big Thanksgiving guy, but I'm a bigger Thanksgiving guy than I am Christmas guy. So let's make this one matter.
Yeah.
And then the deep freeze comes and we all are miserable. So let's do it one day of good.
Totally. So what was the film that you saw the other day that you really liked? The Empty Man?
The Empty Man.
Yeah. So how was that?
I was absolutely shocked by The Empty Man because it had been out a couple weeks. It has the most boring poster imaginable. I didn't see a trailer. What I saw is one of those like mini trailer things that shows up on Twitter. That's like half a second and you have to push the sound on, which I didn't do. It was just kind of images and it looked like a Candyman ripoff kind of thing. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm a sucker. I'll probably end up seeing that thing, but I'm not going to rush out to do it. And, but then I found myself at a theater and the closest showtime for something in genre was for Empty Man. And I said, well, you know what? It's an R-rated horror film. I know really virtually nothing about it. So let's just go. All I knew is that kids blew into a bottle and the bad guy appeared. That's what I thought the film was about.
Yeah.
And that's in the film. That's there barely in the first act. The movie is completely not that. And it's really frustrating because now having seen the film and being just blown away by what the film is, and I can't even really discuss like what it is because part of like the beauty of the film is that it shanghais you on this kind of trip that you're not expecting. But it really frustrated me because when I went home and I started like, Googling reviews. And they're like, oh, this is the most tepid, predictable. And I'm like, they didn't watch the movie. They watched the trailer because they don't know how to market this thing. They didn't watch the movie.
Yeah. I think people do that too.
Bloody obvious too. I mean, because it's like, if I told you, for instance, that it is not a supernatural slasher at all, you'd look at me and say, but the trailer, and I'd be like, I know. And again, in the first act, you think it kind of is, but it's not. And it's a very rare film because it's so brave in its ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And it's uncompromisingly bleak, which you know how I feel about that.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, but it's not like everyone dies at the end bleak. It's something different, which is even kind of more intriguing to me because it's easy to just set up high stakes and then just go to the darkest place you can by the end, right? Mm-hmm. This does something different. What I say is fans of Bernard Rose or later era David Lynch need to jump on this. That's what it reminds me of. And that's the Candyman connection, sort of, but it's not the Candyman thing. It's more like that storytelling technique, that lyricism, the ideas simmering right below the surface. Except in this case, they boil over. And the final act is something else. Again, it's more like a Lost Highway Mulholland Drive thing at that point, but it makes complete sense. It's nothing's being held back as far as plot detail, but it has that kind of big idea storytelling.
Cool, man. That sounds super interesting. Like, I'm on board for all of that. And also like when the trailer doesn't completely spoil the film. That seems to be a really common thing.
I think the problem is there's no good elevator pitch for this one.
Mm.
You know, you can't say in 2 lines what it's about. You just can't. I mean, you can talk about, oh, well, if you go to a bridge and you blow on a bottle. Okay. All right. But that's not what the movie's actually about at all. And again, in the second and third act, it has almost nothing to do with that concept. It uses that idea as a springboard to something much bigger, much more interesting, and much darker. And it earns its R, which is something I actually wanted to discuss with you. Is like, I feel like very recently, R-rated horror, which we always trumpet as, oh, if horror is PG-13, it's not going to be any good, or it has a higher barrier to cross. Which I don't completely agree with. I just think often is true. Doesn't mean it has to be that way, right? But in this case, how it handles its adult themes is totally worthy of the R. And that's not to say it's a bloodbath. It has gory scenes in it, but nothing you haven't seen before as far as the amount of blood spilling. But it's what it's doing with that violence that's just like, I mean, you just not. It puts you in an uncomfortable place with the violence, and I think that's really cool. And the single bout of nudity in the film is really, really not what you're expecting it to be. It's brave because it happens in a way that you wouldn't ever think. And I think that it's just a brave movie all around, and it deserves a lot more credit than the genre press is giving it at the moment, which is basically nothing.
I haven't heard one thing about it.
It's based on a graphic novel. I didn't even know that. So you'd think, I don't know, you'd think it'd have some press around it.
And so what's the deal with St. Maud? I know you're looking forward to that one.
It's my most anticipated film of the year. It's also a film that I think that A24 is really worried about squandering. I think they know they have something special. I could end up being wrong and it could be a horrible film, although all the press out of England back from Fantastic Fest a year ago to the release last week in England has been outrageously positive. But the film could still end up being just not my thing. But they pulled it off the release schedule. They delayed it, then they pulled it off the release schedule, and they still haven't redated it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same for pretty much every film this year. But I think they all have dates when they're coming out in the future. So, I don't know.
I just worry that this is exactly the type of film that the exhibitors aren't going to fight for. Because the A24 thing is they tend to be very well-respected films, and they tend to make their budgets back, but they don't really make money until the streaming. That's where they make their real cash. So I worry that the exhibitors are just not going to be that concerned with it the way they are about like Wonder Woman 84, which the theater I walked into to see this, the Empty Man, there was Wonder Woman stuff everywhere. I mean, everywhere. There was every poster, every digital poster frame was all filled with that stuff. And to me, it's like, that's the stuff you have to advertise the least is the Marvel DC stuff.
Right.
The stuff that matters doesn't get that kind of a push. So I worry that because there's not going to be that much interest from the exhibitors, they might just, find a way to pay out the producers that get paid on the front end of a release. And this thing will get dumped onto video here. And if that's the case, I'll be extremely, extremely unhappy because the theatrical experience is something that I still hold very, very dear.
Yeah, me too. Totally.
Yeah, I mean, if I ended up getting COVID because I went to the movie theater, I'd be like, I'm okay with that. Better than if I got to go into work or to the grocery store.
It's such an odd time that we're in right now. It's hard to predict anything. But yeah, I mean, A24 has got a great track record, and I would be, confident putting my money into whatever they put out at this point. I mean, I don't think there's any film they put out that I dislike,
Most people say It Comes at Night is the one that they tend to have reservations about. And I agree. It's not what it promises to be. And I think
bad marketing there, I think.
Well, not even just the marketing. Like the first 15 minutes seem to be setting something up that it doesn't really follow through on.
It was still a fine movie, though. I think I don't have a problem with it
by modern standards. Absolutely, absolutely. But I think that A24, I'd rather them swing for the fences and sometimes miss. That's fine. What I don't like is the slow drip of the predictable coming out again and again and again. That's just like, to me, I'm just done with that. I find myself at odds with a lot of the larger horror community. I mean, the people who watch me tend to understand where I'm coming from. They're still around. They're okay with it. But I just, something's got to change, man. Something's got to change. We got to stop with all this nostalgia driven stuff. It's just boring at this point.
I've been saying that for a while, yet I'm still guilty of watching some of that stuff.
Well, as am I.
But you remember when House of the Devil came out, and it really, I mean, that's when like everything was 80s throwback, and some of those were good, some were not, and it just kind of got old. Even though I do love that period of time, but like you said, it's just getting tired.
I think I'm loving it less and less because people are so fixated on it.
Mm.
I mean, I was the guy 2 years ago who was screaming that "Where's my Kindred Blu-ray?" Right? It's the one 80s film that just seems to not be able to get a path forward. That was a big 80s film. It was like a theatrical release. It was, it should really be a Vestron title. That's really where it belongs.
Mm-hmm.
But for whatever reason, we just can't seem to get it. It doesn't mean music rights. It just seems to be an elusive title. But I don't even care anymore about that. I mean, I'm more interested right now in obscurities from, the 30s through the 70s by far than I'd rather go into something which I really don't know much about or only saw it once in a reference book somewhere. That's much more exciting than revisiting stuff from when I was, 12, 13, 14, whatever. I understand why people love that stuff. I still want to say that I love it, but I'm getting real tired of talking about it. I'm getting tired of talking about not wanting to talk about it too.
Right.
But it seems like no matter what happens, I mean, if I walk into a conversation, either in real life or online, about May the Devil Take You Too, right? A great Indonesian film that hit Shudder this week. Truly great, deserves all kinds of attention. So please, everyone, go check it out. But it's not the point. The point is, within 10 minutes, someone will be asking, someone we'd already be talking about, or asking like how we feel about a later Halloween sequel. And that's where we are,
Yeah, I haven't heard a bad thing about May the Devil Take You Too. And you recommended that one to me like a month ago. I found it in my notes, and I was like, oh, or maybe 2 months ago. It's like, okay, now
Yeah,
it's coming out. So
it's remarkable. It's a remarkable. I mean, let me make it real clear. It's a fun time. That's a movie I'm not going to say has great meaning or great concepts behind it. It's just an outrageously kinetic experience that feels fresh. And yes, it's an Evil Dead / Night of the Demons type of thing, but it's also it has this style about it. It has these performances that are really cool. And of course, since it's Indonesian, you're talking about, the religious text is not Christian, it's Islamic. So you get a certain amount of distance, which I think makes things interesting.
So they're Muslim in Indonesia?
Mostly.
I don't think I realized that.
But it's different. The same way that Christianity in America is different than Christianity in Switzerland, for instance, which exists, by the way.
Yeah.
It's very different culturally and how it fits into the society, which is also interesting because, again, we think of Muslim societies, we tend to just think of the Middle East, which is unfortunate because Islam is actually the most popular religion on the planet. And you don't become the most popular with having a lot of different groups of people adopt you and fit the beliefs into their own society.
Pakistan, trying to figure out what would make up that population.
Well, you do have Pakistan, you do have Eastern and Northern India, you have
African countries,
all the Northern African rim. Yeah, absolutely. And then Middle East and now Europe. I mean,
right.
Most of Western Europe now has a really sizable Islamic population, which, I mean, listen, I happen to be an atheist, but I don't think that I don't think that any one religion necessarily is a positive or more negative effect than the next. I think there's bad people, bad players in all of them. And you could make an argument that one has more than the other. But to be honest with you, pernicious beliefs beget pernicious acts at some point. And fundamentalism of any stripe can be dangerous.
Exactly. And that's bound to happen. But so you're usually the one doing the interviewing on your channel. So I was kind of flip the script on you here and learn some more about Lorne. So let's just start with, so how did you get into the horror genre?
I've been waiting so long for someone to actually be the legit question that I start every one of my talks with. So I always tell the story about my mom and Psycho, but it actually goes back earlier than that. And I'll tell that story again if we need to. But I can remember very little from my first 5 years of being alive. I have, however, my earliest memory is falling down a pair of stairs at an apartment my parents were living at before they built the house. And it had a red Afghan carpet design on it. And I remember falling down those stairs. And I don't think I was actually hurt, but of course, as a 1-year-old or whatever I was, terrifying ordeal. But a weird thing happened to that memory. Even in my most early years, which is that I couldn't stop thinking about that memory. And I didn't discover till later that other people tend to block out their uncomfortable or unpopular memories, whereas I kept reliving it. And the context changed vastly for me, to the point whereas I can remember, because this apartment my parents had, we still revisited this place for a reason. And I used to remember being like at 5 years old, being scared of looking up those stairs. And I just have a visceral reaction to being there. And then by the time we no longer visited there, I was completely looking forward to just revisiting those stairs. Because there was something about having survived an ordeal at an extremely vulnerable time in your life that was powerful. And I think that by the time my mother turned on Psycho on that television and said, "You're really going to like this," and walked away from me at 5.5, 6 years old, whatever I was, I think that same process played out. Whereas like I was terrified it was on screen, but I was also deeply in love with the idea of surviving it in this kind of safe environment and knowing that at some point I could revisit it and feel differently. So I think horror has always been with me. From a literary standpoint, we were definitely a family that hit up the thrift shops and the although we didn't go to church, we hit up the church's used shops, and we hit yard sales. Not that we couldn't necessarily afford to go to a regular store and buy stuff, but we couldn't buy a lot of anything. So, this was a way to get a lot more into the house that we otherwise would have to figure out. And I can remember yard sales being the introduction to books. I remember The Glow, the Stanwood novel, and a copy of Stephen King's Night Shift. Both paperbacks, both beat to hell. Like, not something you would have hung on to, right? You'd read it and pass along because it was in such bad shape to begin with. Both of them were on a blanket on a lawn. I think they might have even been next to each other, though. Honestly, that might be my memory just making things convenient for me. But, I picked them up, and I think they were 10 cents each. And I said to my mom, "Can I get them?" And she's like, of course. Because, when your 8-year-old is asking for books, you're not going to say no. I mean, I don't think she thought I would read them, but she was fine buying me books, especially at that price. It was cheaper than the gumball machine at the grocery store, right? So that small army soldier that I would never play with versus books. But I did read them. I read both of them that summer, and that they were really, really mind blowing. And then a couple years later, I found a copy of Shadows 3, the Charles L. Grant anthology, in the same way at a yard sale, different yard sale, obviously. And it's going to sound weird, but you got to think about how kids think. I really thought these two books were the only books like this out there. I didn't realize that there was the possibility that there was a lot of people writing this stuff. That seemed like, I don't know, it was just not a thought that ever crossed my mind. I didn't even think that, Stanwood or King would write anything more. I thought these were just things that existed.
Right.
And I had them. And that was great. And then this copy of Shadows, because it had this skeleton on the cover, a typical 80s gaudy cover. Pick it up. I said, "Mom, can I have this?" And I just thought, I don't think I even opened it, And she was like, "Oh, of course." I go home and I turn it, and there's a table of contents page. But there's all these names for all these stories. And it was like, that was my first realization that there was a community out there of any sort, a community of writers. And that meant that if there was this many people doing it, that meant there was a lot more. And that finally was like that idea. So yeah, I think UHF channels on a black and white television set growing up, watching all the old monster movies. To this day, people think I'm nuts because, like, if a Godzilla film comes out, I'm there opening day. Because Godzilla was always there for me.
Mm-hmm.
Before Jason Voorhees was always there for me, Godzilla was always there for me. I could count on him. There wasn't a lot in my life that was always true of. So people say, "Why'd you like that last Godzilla film so much that you put it on your top 10 of the year?" Most people say, "It wasn't that great." That movie is exactly what I saw in my head when I was watching the films that came out, from the 60s and 70s Godzilla films, which I grew up on. So, does that answer the question?
Sure. So you think you started with books first?
I think books had a bigger impact on me, to be honest with you, because I could always pluck the book down from the shelf. Well, I think it was actually just on my dresser. I think both of them were just sitting there all the time. And I could reread it. I could reread Gray Matter, or I couldn't do that with movies. If they weren't on broadcast television, I didn't have access to them. So I think books were more impressive to me because I had access whenever I wanted. Had I grown up, had I been born 6 years later, the experience would have been different because VCRs would have been cheaper by the time and affordable. And then maybe I would have had a different experience. Although I wouldn't change how I grew up, because one of the things I think that needs to happen in the horror community is people need to diversify how they're consuming. They don't have to all read novels. I'm not saying that, but a short story here or there would probably do a lot of good for a lot of people. And they would open their idea up. They'd open up their world about what the genre actually has to offer. For myself, I should be experimenting a lot more with, audio dramas, which in Europe is huge in the genre. I should be experimenting more with comic books. I just that form I flirt with, but I can never seem to find the hook into. But I should find that hook. I should experiment with video games, but I worry about the time suck of video games.
Sure.
But I think everyone should probably just expand beyond watching, whatever Scream Factory Blu-ray they're going to throw in every week.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on one hand, it's putting that out so more people are getting to experience the films, but I don't know that they're exactly releasing the best stuff available, in my opinion, for the most part. But I totally lost my train of thought. But it does make sense that you doing what you do, being a horror author, makes sense that you started with books.
It started with books, and it started with my sister, actually. My sister was my playmate growing up because we didn't have a lot of kids on the block, and so every day my sister and I would play games, and it would be a lot of tree tag and a lot of Mother May I outside if it was warm weather, and if not, it was maybe board games. I hate board games, by the way. I loathe board games and card games. Because I grew up playing them all the time. Same reason I will never eat spaghetti again in my life. Because I grew up with spaghetti 3 times a week. But so there was a day when my sister decided, I think that she had actually lifted my copy of Night Shift is what had happened. And she'd read it in a couple days where it took me months. That's 3 years difference between my sister and I too. And she just sat, she put a piece of paper and a pencil in my hand and said, we're going to write short stories today. And we did, kind of. I think I got 2 paragraphs in. But my sister wrote this story about a girl coming home from a party and she could hear footsteps following her. Looking back now, it wasn't much of a story, but at that age, the idea that someone could actually create this stuff was incredibly powerful. It's in a way that, again, you talk about film, and it was unimaginable that I could make a film because realistically, I couldn't make a film, right? Remember, no VC, no camcorders to just throw on, and no actors available to you, and so, but you could write a story. It was possible, and I think that had a big effect on me. So, I mean, my sister never pursued anything terribly creative after that, but I am indebted to that day.
That's interesting you say that, because I think a lot of people have similar experiences with their siblings getting them into the genre. Both my brother and my sister got me into horror. Mainly my brother, because I was a little closer with him, just because this is my half brother, my half sister. My sister went to live with her father, and she's 8 years older, he's 10 years older, so he could sneak me into stuff. That's how he could buy me alcohol and he could sneak me into stuff. So he was a cool brother. But he's how I was able to see, Alien 3, one of our favorite things to discuss. He's how I was able to see that great film. So
good man.
But I've heard a lot of people say that their siblings were the reason why. So when you first started writing, what was your first book that you published?
In 2009, The Lifeless came out from Coscom Entertainment. Actually Snarl, which I consider a novella, came out 7 months before that. Same company, Coscom Entertainment out of Canada. But I'd called myself a writer since I was a kid.
Sure.
And the truth is I wasn't doing much writing. In the course of a year, I might produce a short story, and looking back, I wasn't learning anything from the writing process either, which was something I didn't even think about. I really didn't think about what should I be doing to get better at this, because it was something I was doing for fun, and you don't necessarily want to do work when you're having fun. And then in 2008, I found myself unemployed for the first time in my adult life. And what happened there was I had a lot of time, and I'm not a television guy, and I know that, and I'm not a video game guy. So it's after a while you run out of the normal stuff to do. And I sat myself down and said, I talk about writing all the time and I don't do a lot of it. So what if I take a real run at it? And you know what? If it doesn't work, then I just retire this idea of me being a writer. Just put it away, do something else, don't think about it anymore. But I wrote every day, which is what every writer that gives you advice tells you to do. And a weird thing happened. Inside 6 months, I was selling stories to pro markets. And at that point, I just realized that there could be something there. Though the marketplace was already changing massively, ebooks were already a thing. I knew that I'd waited too long in one respect, but then there was something back in those days called shock lines. It was a bulletin board for professional writers, and you didn't have to have any special gatekeeper to be involved. But very naturally, if you went in, you weren't serious, you kind of like abandoned it pretty quickly because it was all inside chatter that meant nothing to you if you were just a hobbyist. So, and there's nothing wrong with being a hobbyist, by the way. There's a lot of people who have a lot of fun, produce a lot of fun stuff. It's just different, right? But Matt Schwartz ran Shocklines. I should give a shout out to Matt if he ever sees this, because he's a great man. Anyway, Shocklines, sorry, not COVID. Shocklines was also a place where a lot of publishers would come because all the horror authors were there, and they would announce, "Oh, we're reading for short stories for this anthology. If you want to submit, here's the details. Here's a link back to our website, whatever." And one day, Coscom announced that they were reading novella and novel traditional monsters. That's what they wanted to see pitches for. And they were open for a month. And I don't write traditional monsters. It's not what I do. So I said, whatever. And I pretty much ignored it. There was a lot of these posts, by the way. It's not like this was something I was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. This was happened fairly regularly that people would post they were looking for things. And I was writing a novel, which was my first truly completed novel. And it was not a traditional monster thing. But then the day before they were closed for submissions, it was real late at night. I was a little punchy. I'm not drunk because I haven't drank since 1990, but I was a little punchy, and I looked at the listing and said, you know what? I'm going to send them an email. I'm just going to send them a pitch. What's the worst that'll happen? And my concept was no greater than, what if a trucker hit a werewolf, killed him, and the rest of the werewolf pack came after him? That was the whole thing.
Sounds cool to me.
That was sick. So because my thoughts were this: I don't have a word written of this thing, but from a pitch, all he's going to say is, yes, please send a project submission, which you need 3 chapters and an outline. If he really wants to see this, I can put that together in a week, send it off to him. Everything's groovy. So the response came the next day saying, I love the sound of this. I've followed some of your short stories in the past in different anthologies. Send the whole manuscript. And the shoe drops. And I say, okay, I'm going to lock myself in a room for 10 days. I'm not going to do anything but write. And I'm going to see if I can get a draft of this thing out. And I did that. And he bought it. And then he came back with notes such as, do you realize that you refer to this character as both Ross and Russ? Because it was written fast. A lot of the quality control of my later writing was not there in that very first draft. But I'm thankful it wasn't, because putting a novella through the process of editing, of real editing, was eye-opening. And it taught me a lot. I'd already learned a lot from writing every day for a year on short stories, but that was a great process. And A.P. Fuchs definitely was a great editor because he retained voice. He never stepped over that line, which is not true of every editor. Sometimes the editorializing gets so great that a little bit of the author's voice gets lost along the way, or in some cases a lot gets lost along the way, which I've unfortunately experienced as well. But Snarl came out and did way better than Coscom had predicted. And I think it was just that there wasn't a lot of werewolf stuff at the time, and there certainly wasn't a lot of modern action-oriented werewolf stuff. A lot of it tended to be more shadowy, like, oh, the town has a werewolf and it's killing one person every 3 nights, And this wasn't that at all. This was a rampage. This is a siege novel. And it did really well. And I got an email that said, This book is doing better than we expected. It's a great launch to the line. It'd be great if you sent something zombie. Because Brian Keene had released The Rising about 2 years earlier, and there had been an explosion in the small press of zombie titles. Kim Paffenrock had broken through. He was a small press guy who actually got into every Borders in the country with his zombie stuff. And so there's a market for it. And believe me, my first thought was, I don't write zombie stuff. I barely wrote werewolf stuff. What do I even have to say with zombie stuff? But then he called me. The editor called me on the phone, and he's like, I want a pitch from you, and I want it over the phone now, if you want to sell me this book. And I said, well, and I shit you not, okay? I had been, and it was incredibly rare, I had been flipping through channels earlier that day. And I was just blown away because the original Dawn of the Dead was on one channel and The Breakfast Club was on the next.
Okay.
So I literally said, what about Dawn of the Dead meets The Breakfast Club? He goes, explain yourself. And I'm like, kids in detention surrounded by their dead classmates. They board up the library. And he goes, if you can get it to me in the next 6 months, it's sold.
That's pretty cool, man.
So I wrote that, and that that book actually came as a 2-book deal. And the third book I had complete kind of autonomy on. I could do whatever I really wanted with it, as long as it was a traditional monster. I think he wanted vampire from me, and I can't do that. That's a step too far. So I wrote a World War II mummy novel. Which is Eternal Unrest. And that book is about, the concept was that during the Second World War, when England is being firebombed, they wanted to take all their antiquities out of their museums and ship them across to America where they'd be safe. And halfway across the Atlantic, one of those actually 3 of those antiquities decided to come back to life. Which I thought was a fun way of, I don't know. I thought it was a fun way of making the time period and doing a period piece really work and still be action oriented, because those books had to be fast. That was very important. So that was the Coscom years.
Very cool, man. So who would have thought that's what that's how Snarl was born?
Out of a bluff. Don't do that, by the way, kids. It's really not. It's not a good idea on a whole lot of levels, but it worked out for me.
It's interesting that you're not a traditional monster guy, because I know you like. I mean, traditional is like mummy, werewolf, vampire, Frankenstein. I'm guessing probably.
Yeah.
So I mean, but you like those films. So I mean, I'm kind of surprised that you're not. I mean, you just don't write about that generally.
Well, I think it's just a matter of those novels. I think it's very similar to what we were talking about up front. I think that enough of those novels exist.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
After the glut that came with Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire and Stephen King's Salem's Lot, throughout the 80s and early 90s, you couldn't walk into a bookstore without stepping on 7 dead vampires. Mm-hmm. And that continued right through to Twilight, really. Maybe in the late 90s, we kind of saw a dip for a while, but to me, there just wasn't, and there was no tradition of werewolf fiction until very recently. I know that's kind of bizarre, but it's true. There really was not a literary tradition. Backing that, there was folklore, but mummies, yeah, there was mummies. You have Arthur Conan Doyle, and you have some other stuff, but not a terrible lot either. So I tried to do the things that I thought were still kind of virgin territory. Werewolves, Gary Brandner and his Howling series, which are way different than the movies. None of them are as good as the first film, by the way, but all of them are better than any of the sequels. But there really wasn't a big tradition, so I was able to put myself in a mindset to do something with them. The Lifeless, the zombie novel, is probably the toughest, mm-hmm. and it is my least favorite of the first 3. Not because I don't think it's good, but because I just wasn't as I wasn't able to navigate into areas that I thought hadn't been explored as well. I decided to use terrorism as the source of the zombie outbreak, and the zombies are a little bit different. Their body temperature is rising as and eventually they explode and take out city blocks.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, Yeah, so I was trying to add something to the mythology. Whether that completely works, I don't know. Can I answer Timmy in the chat? Is that allowed?
I was going to bring these up if you want. Yeah, go ahead.
Timmy asks, "Am I a pantser or a plotter?" This has nothing to do with agriculture, by the way. So I am actually I'm a plotter, but I'm not an outliner. Pantsing is when you just write off, just basically whatever comes to mind, you write, and then you try and work it into to shape later. I think that's a horrible waste of time. I really do. My thing is, though, outlines I think are a bad tool. Not for me. Let's make it clear that every writer is different. But for me, I don't write a story till I know the story. And what I mean by that is I have to kind of know it inside out. I need to know how the chapters are aligned. I need to know about the word count per chapter. I also am a big proponent of beat theory, which is a way of controlling how the reader reads. It uses basically music theory in a literary sense. And I won't get too deep into that, but it would be impossible to pants and do that. But I think outlines become bad because it gives you a shortcut to not actually know your story. You can just keep referring to your notes. So I tend to think about my stories in the shower while I drive. Anytime I'm doing something that's relatively passive, that I don't need to use that active part of your brain. I'm usually thinking about how to work out the ideas, because even something like right now, earlier today, I'm writing a scene that took place in an airport, and it's a real airport, by the way. So I did all my research on the airport to make sure everything is scene accurate. But then you got to think like it's a matter of like there's stolen luggage and there's like security stations, and you have to think about how not only to tell the story, but how to make it have a certain resonance and feel like it matters. Because just saying he went here, he went there, that's mechanical. It doesn't. The reader just won't really be invested. So you have to find a way to do it. And I think of it as like little puzzles. But I don't write until I know, and I don't know how anyone else does anything else, to be honest with you. And people who just say that they sit down and write, I think are, I think that they're probably undercutting their own process, or just don't want to discuss it completely, because I just don't know how that would even work.
So you've got A and you've got C. You just got to figure out the B. You know what you're trying to say.
No. I don't write until I got A, B, and C.
Okay, I got you.
So, which is also the reason why, I'm currently working on a novel called Divide by Zero, but have started the process, even though I still have about 30,000 words still to write on this project. I'm already starting to devise the next thing and how that's going to work. And that's real hazy right now. But by the time I need it to be in sharp focus, it'll be in sharp focus. And it's not just, I don't do a lot of like the stuff that people talk about doing. And some people probably do, but I don't write character bios or anything like that. To me, that's just noise, to be honest with you. Just know your story. And that means know your characters and know your setting and do that research. And yes, you'll have to look up details while you write, no question about it, but know your story. That's been what has done well for me.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a phone call. That's really interesting. Learning more about your process. So you're basically just going over it constantly in your head.
Yeah, I mean the same scene, because the thing is, fiction doesn't work like reality. It just doesn't. You have to put it in a framework that makes sense inside a story. So just because you know what needs to happen in a scene doesn't mean you understand the scene yet. There's usually a little thing. There's usually a key to every scene. It can be just a character reflecting on something from earlier in the book, and that's how you're going to frame this scene. Or it could be just an event that kind of serves as a catalyst, and everyone's responding to that catalyst. But you have to figure out the reason for the scene to exist. Again, what I wrote today, it's this airport scene, but it's actually a memory, and it's a memory that fits in a gap that's earlier in the novel that you don't even really know is there. You know it's there. On one level, you realize that there's a gap in information. But since it's a secondary character, there's no focus on it, right? So the chapter begins and ends in the contemporary, but the rest is a flashback or a memory, more precisely. And then when it comes back, I hit with a shock because what happens in the contemporary is unexpected. But it allows us to use a lot of passive voice for a while, and allow the reader to get comfortable that yes, it's a tense scene, but you know he makes it out because he's remembering it. And then I hit you with like new danger right after, and that kind of thing is figuring out how a scene works and how people are going to read it. That's what gets me through the writing process, because writing sucks, by the way. Have I mentioned that writing sucks? I have a feeling that all artists of any stripe feel that their art sucks on some level.
Yeah.
Creating sucks. It just does.
Mm-hmm. You ever get like a mental block that just totally wipes you out?
I don't get writer's block, but what I get is stuck trying to figure out how to make something work.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, sometimes that key to the scene just doesn't appear. And you know it's there somewhere, and because there's really no boundaries. You can do anything, but to do something and make it work to your own standard. So I read, I read a lot of horror, and I'm fascinated by the current movement in the new Gothics. They need a name for the new movement because they don't really have one.
Right.
And just reading people. This year, whether it's Danielle Trissani or Stephen Graham Jones, or Sylvia Garcia, they're doing this amazing work that's so counterintuitive and so brazen and fresh. So I read those books and then I think back on those books and I'm like, well, if I had done it, I would never in a million years come up with this key to this scene. And it helps me a lot to see that other people are going about the process completely differently. I think that's really great. And that's the other thing, like we talked earlier, like I feel that film has gotten stale in America, at least. Man, there's all these books that are just waiting to be adapted that are just brilliant.
Yeah.
That if they did adapt them, people would be lining up and the horror genre would be as hot as it has ever been again. I really believe that. Stephen Jones Graham's novel, Only Good Indians, is about a hunting party of early 20s Indians who massacre a herd of elk. And then it flash forwards several years, and one of the elk in particular seems to be reincarnated as an elk-headed woman and is taking out the 4 hunters. And it's steeped in Native American tradition, although if you read the novel, you'll very quickly discover that the words Native American like never appear. Well, they might appear like twice and derisively both times, because Indians refer to themselves as Indians. But it all takes place on the reservation, and they call it the res. And it's so deep in that world and that mythology that this supernatural thing, we call it supernatural. They wouldn't. They kind of just live in a world that's kind of always supernatural in a way, but it's told from inside that voice, and it's a magnificent, magnificent story that I could never have written, and that makes me so happy. It's not talking about my own limitations. It's talking about, Jones is his own writer,
mm-hmm.
and it's beautiful, and it's its own thing, and it doesn't feel like it's aping on anyone else. It's just its own thing, and I don't see that happening in film. I don't see that same level of personalization of film, even to the level of the 80s auteurs, which I think that has its own limitations too. But
well, that's why I love, like A24, for example, because they're the ones putting that exact stuff out. I'm tired of the same thing over, and I like new things, new ideas, new concepts. That's what I'm all about. And, you say there's all of those novels that can be adapted. There's probably a lot that already have screenplays written that are just sitting in a pile somewhere, and they're like, no, Jason Blum's got this thing on, he's going to do this instead. It's like, come on, man, it's tired. But I guess not to the mainstream audience. It's not.
Yeah, and I don't think we're properly applying pressure to these production companies. there's two things. A, when something comes out that is original, we need to get out there and actually support it, which I say a million times. And I understand the trouble with doing it. I do. But on the other hand, it's like when they produce just the same shit over and over, we got to turn off that spigot. We got to turn off the money train on it.
In fabric.
Yeah, it actually it feels a lot like A Blade in the Dark or one of those early 80s giallos. I wouldn't say it feels like a 70s giallo, really. I liked it. Definitely.
I will definitely check that out when I can see it.
Oh, it's out. You can find it streaming, I'm sure.
Okay, cool. I have to add it to my list.
And by the way, I'm all about people discovering films through streaming. That's one of the reasons that I pick on like kind of the boutique labels at this point, is because I know for a fact that if you're spending $35 on a disc, that's time that could be spent watching 7 movies on a streaming service for the same price, and probably discovering something new and fresh and innovative. So I'm glad those movies get their releases. Don't get me wrong, but the price structure has to change, and our focus on them has to change if things are going to get better.
I just don't know. I mean, I've said this for a while. I don't think the studios know what people want. I don't think the people know what they want. It's just, that's why they're just throwing shit and seeing what sticks. And let's do another remake of this, or let's.
So let's do a little thought experiment here, because I like what you just said a lot, because I think it's right. So when did Night of the Living Dead come out?
It's 68.
68 or 69, depending on, right? When did the Texas Chainsaw Massacre come out?
74. Is that right?
How many years are between those two films?
5.
So you're telling me that the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was the cozy expected thing 5 years after Night of the Living Dead? Hell no, it wasn't. So what are we doing? What are we doing going back 30 years and retreading titles? There was a time when we were much bolder as a genre. And yes, I know a lot of you weren't born, and I get it. I'm not picking about you age, but I am saying that we got to get a lot smarter. And we can't, I think I'm not a fan necessarily of Jordan Peele's work, but I respect what he's doing, because at least he's dragging the genre in a direction, right? I now it's a direction that doesn't appeal to me as greatly as it does others, and that's cool. I think Us is a kind of film that looks great on paper. It looks right down my alley on paper. And you get to the actual movie, and I'm like, it kind of left me cold, to be honest with you.
I kind of felt the same way. I want to watch that film again, just because I didn't hate it. Don't get me wrong. I really liked the concept.
Right.
There's something that was missing there for me to really get into it.
It needed to be a little more dreamlike, I think, and less like a hard reality, if they were not going to address the obvious plot problems.
Yeah, that's a big problem. But I'm willing to, look past all of that if it's a good film in the long run. But
right, but when you watch A Company of Wolves, right, the great Neil Jordan film, you don't worry about logic, right? Because the movie tells you the headspace to use. So I think if Us had just changed the headspace it was asking us to use just a little bit, I think that it all would have played just fine. But that said, I'd rather us have Us than not.
Exactly.
Because at least it was an attempt to do something serious with the genre.
I would rather them try something different like that and fail than to just go make another, mindless slasher or whatever they would do. But yeah, I mean, I didn't really like Get Out. I think it's kind of overrated. But if that's what it takes to stimulate the genre, I'm all for it. I didn't hate it by any means, but
I'm all for getting horror from different backgrounds and perspectives. That's why I'm drawn to international horror, by the way. I do see tropes already like settling into place, calcifying in place, fossilizing in place with some of the American attempts to diversify like inorganically. And I think that's that's actually a negative hiding inside a positive. So it's kind of Trojan horsed. And I think that's potentially a bad thing. For instance, the Craft sequel that came out today, or a couple days ago, I guess.
Yeah.
So I'm not the audience for it. That's not an excuse, by the way. Any movie should be able to reach anyone, but I'm not the audience for it because I didn't like the original.
You're not a teen girl, so you can't speak on it.
Well, but see, the limitation of that is that I'm pushing people towards Indian and Indonesian cinema, right? And I'm neither of those things. So to me, a really great film should be able to get anyone on board, regardless. And I haven't seen the Craft sequel, by the way. But my point is, you've seen the debate online. We're fighting the wrong fight to try and diversify if you're not willing to truly diversify. And what I mean by that is, Sylvia Moreno Garcia. She has a brilliant story to tell. If they did Mexican Gothic as a film tomorrow, you guys would be blown away by it's a cross between Midsummer and early David Cronenberg. Are you sold?
Sounds like something I want to see. Absolutely.
Right. So, but that's coming from a truly diverse place. It's not just putting a bunch of actors or directors in place that happen to be of a certain ethnicity. It's actually finding a story from a different origin and a different viewpoint. That's what I support. That's the diversity the genre needs. Just making the serial killer Lithuanian isn't diversity.
Yeah, giving them some sort of fake accent.
Yeah.
I'd like to see how films like that do. Like what are their numbers like for Let the Devil Take You To? Like,
it's a whole different market, so we'll never find out.
Right, but I mean, I'm just interested to see like on Netflix when they drop a Indonesian or Indian film.
I have to think not much.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
The problem with films like that is, for the most part, American people are not going to watch subtitles.
That's
as simple as that.
That's very true. I think there is a secondary problem, which is that we're very comfortable watching a film like The Raid, right? Which is also from Indonesia. That's why I'm using it as an example. But we're comfortable with it because we associate kung fu action with Asian people. So there's a bout of it's not racism. It's more like a bias in our thought towards people. We box people in and what we think they're good at. Hard to call it racism when you're talking about what people are good at, but there's assumptions that really box people in, which is unfortunate. Whereas in general, before the Japanese J-horror explosion, for instance, most people had never seen a Japanese horror film. Most Americans were unaware it even existed.
That's really what introduced me to Japanese horror. I think that because it was the early stages of DVD, and I was actually had the opportunity to watch some of this stuff. So that's really what did it for me as well.
And I just feel like so there's that juxtaposition. Like now, the idea of a Japanese ghost movie is not going to shake anyone, and they'll probably take a chance on it. So I think if you looked at a Japanese ghost, I mean, Netflix, was it Netflix or Shudder? One of them produced a Grudge series this year. I mean, so that's gotten into the mainstream because we now accept the idea that it's what these people do. But Indonesia is such an exotic culture for America. Again, this is not picking on you, but the fact that you didn't have an idea that it was a predominantly Muslim nation, right?
Right. I mean, that's my own ignorance.
No, but why would you? That's the point. Like, we live in this bubble in our country because we're so separated by these oceans from all of our, the rest of the human race in general. We know a little bit about Canadians, which is basically like, people from Wisconsin, basically. And then we know a lot about Mexicans because, they're our neighbors and our societies are pretty integrated. Although we don't think about either of our neighbors properly, we at least have some cultural touchstones. I think, the subtitles are a big problem. Although I'll take subtitles over dubbing every day of the week because I hate that level of artifice that's created when I can tell that's not how these people would have sounded like to each other.
Yeah, it's like the running joke of the Godzilla subtitles. I mean, dubbing. moving with your. I mean, would you rather have the subtitles? No, because you're not going to read the damn subtitles. So that's the only way you can watch that film.
Well, now we have the option finally again, but we don't have to have George Takei doing all the voices of the original, all the Japanese characters in the original Godzilla, like we had for many, many decades.
But as far as foreign films, like I like learning about other cultures. I enjoy that, and I don't. I guess I'm kind of alone in that because these films don't do big numbers, right?
I mean, I know broken record, right? But it still bothers me quite a lot that a film like Game Over had no chance to get an American release, because there's nothing about that film that wouldn't resonate with Americans. There's nothing culturally off-putting at all. Right down to how the music is used, how the movie is situated. It's about video game culture, for Christ's sake. Every American kid can understand that movie.
Yeah, totally.
But because there's assumptions about language and about, again, Indians make horror films. Well, yeah, you know what? Right now they're making some of the best. So sit down and stop watching Bye Bye Man, because
yeah, that's
sorry. I pick on Bye Bye Man it's my go-to pick on.
Have you seen it?
No.
Yeah, me either.
It's the only exception, whereas I think it's okay to pick on a film without having seen it, because from the very first trailer I went, this is so obvious. We've seen this movie how many times?
Yeah, I've heard enough people that took the bullet. No, I'm not going to do it.
No.
Let's see. Trying to find some more questions in the chat here as we've been going along. Well, I know Orc asked, what's your favorite soda at one point?
I don't drink my favorite soda anymore, Orc, because they don't make it anymore. Yeah, RC10 was my absolute favorite soda. It was an amazing. I do prefer diet to regular soda. Regular soda now is just way too sweet and syrupy for me. I just can't do it. I did love it for many years, but now I can't go near it. But RC10 was a blaze of flavor. It was just amazing, and you could taste actual cola in it, which is my real thing. Like Coke and Pepsi don't have any cola flavor to them at all.
Are you sure they don't make it anymore?
RC10?
Yeah, because
outside of Israel,
my wife loves Dr. Pepper 10, and they just don't sell it in this state. Like, she had to get somebody to import the shit for her.
Well, that 10 line was amazing because they were using a sweetener mix. It was aspartame, monk fruit, and something else, and it was a very specific blend of sweeteners. Huh. And it was smooth. It didn't have any kind of a chemical aftertaste. It actually enhanced the original flavor of the sodas rather than give it an aftertaste.
It gave a much more detailed answer than I was expecting.
I am a soda guy.
Yeah, I'm the same way, man. A couple of years ago, I switched to diet. I've always drank diet on and off, but I've always preferred, I guess it's corn syrup really in most things, but it's just too sweet now. Like, just regular Coca-Cola was my go-to for most of my life, and Mountain Dew I liked a lot too. But now I'm Coke Zero and Mountain Dew Zero, or zero sugar.
Coke Zero is a pretty amazing product. I do wish it had more of a cola flavor.
Mm-hmm.
But it has none of the roughness that I associate with Diet Coke.
Yeah, Diet Coke is an odd flavor, but people that love Diet Coke, they love that flavor, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah. But I will say that Diet Pepsi, undrinkable. Give me some battery acid and or toothpaste, and I'll just drink toothpaste at that point. It's awful. Oh, Tim, I think we've discussed this. I have really good years about rating, and I have really bad years about rating. So if I were to say to you that I read 3 books a month, I'd be lying. Now this month we just passed, I read 5. But then there's months where I'll read 1. I tend to only read books I actually have an interest in reading, and an interest in reading at that time. So, I mean, I'm always buying books. I mean, literally on your stream the other day, I showed,
Oh yeah.
I just picked up the 2 Thomas Tyrone titles that I no longer have for some reason, which they're probably in a box somewhere, but they were cheap. And there's a British edition of the novel that Haunting of Julia is based on by Peter Straub.
Very cool.
Which it was back in print. It was $4 on Abe Books, so I couldn't say no. I'll revisit this definitely several times in life. But I also go through it. I don't keep books if I'm not going to reread them. I pass them along. I always believe strongly, and not just to a used bookstore or something like that. Not that that's an option right now anyway, because that's not happening with everything that's going on. But I just find other readers and I say, hey, have you ever read this? No. Well, do you think you ever would? Yeah, probably sometime. Yeah, well, here you go.
You know what? That's one thing you can't do with the Kindle edition,
Yeah, so I don't have a Kindle, and I'm not a fan of the concept. I like people being able to consume books however they want to consume books. And I don't mind the checks that I get for the royalties of ebooks, which can be very substantial. But I don't like the idea that it's being made into a different experience. That's a screen. We have enough screens in our lives. There's something primal about a book to me. Now, I understand, like, if some people do only audiobooks, and that's great, I suppose. I'd love to have a publisher who would roll the die on an audiobook for me, but it hasn't happened thus yet. But I'm a dead tree guy. Just give me my paper.
I haven't quite warmed up to it yet. I can do it, but it's just something about holding a book in my hand. I know it sounds so weird to say that, but I even had the old Kindle, like when they first came out, like it wasn't backlit, like you had to have a light. Like that's the one I had. Now it's just like on a tablet. I even tried to read comics like that, and it's just something about it I just can't get into, man.
Well, comics need to figure out how to make that work if they're going to survive.
I know.
I mean, books will survive in some form, but comic books that's a business I could never be a part of. I don't think I'd be comfortable writing knowing that an illustrator has to adapt immediately. There's something about that just is not my thing.
You know what, though? It's something that they can totally do, working from home, in this current climate. So, send it over to the, illustrator or whatever. And I saw, McFarlane. I forget his first name, but, Todd McFarlane, the Spawn guy. Mm-hmm. He was doing, showing some, how he does his artwork. And it's all digital. Like he's got, like, it looks like a big, it's like a laptop, but it's just flat, and he draws on it, and it's so cool seeing him do it because you would think it was ink, and I'm sure that's how they all do it now.
I have great respect for visual artists. I'd love to be a good visual artist. I paint a little, but no, I have great respect for what they do. It's just I think that how I think of narratives is different than what you need to. How do you have to think about narratives to do comic books? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should explore it, but I'm not going to, so it doesn't matter.
More questions from Tim.
Probably the Rathbone. I'm sorry, there's not much to say. Yeah. I could get so he's referring to that because the very last thing I did for Coscom Entertainment was when the Pride and Prejudice when Zombies had come out and been a big hit. The publisher said, "Do you want to make some money?" And I said, "Well, I like making money." He said, "Do a mashup for me. Take a piece of public domain fiction, turn it into a horror novel. Go, and I'll pay you." And at first I resisted because I said, I'm not going to be the guy that takes like Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness and has a chupacabra do it. That ain't me. Sorry, kids, no. But then a weird thing happened is I ran across Hound of the Baskervilles and I reread it, and I went, and it's a terrible novel. It's honestly awful. It's probably the worst Holmes story. But we all have the same warm fuzzies about it. And I think it's because we see a kind of gothic horror story hiding in it somewhere. It's not really there, but we kind of see it. So I just decided to tease out all those elements, and it has a completely new ending. And I killed off Mycroft. And I mean, it was fun, and I got paid to do it, but I don't include it on my bibliography.
Yeah, it's interesting because Hound of the Baskervilles is probably the most known Holmes story, isn't it?
Yep, and it sucks.
I mean, I've read it, but it's been years ago.
I mean, there's a bunch of stupid crap in it. I mean, one of the plot points is honestly that Holmes doesn't go on the case because he's finishing up a different case. And there's this big reveal 3/4 way. Oh, Holmes has been there all along. Well, of course he fucking has. It's a Sherlock Holmes novel. Come on. And Watson is just such a horrible character in that he's an idiot who's trying to figure out this case on his own. It's really not good. It's really not good. I give a better reason that Holmes wasn't there and why you'd conceive of him not being on this adventure for most of it. I'm not saying I improved it, but I improved it. Only because the original sucks.
I was trying to find some more questions in here. This thing's going so fast.
Is Orc just eating up the chat? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it's not just Orc. All right, here's one.
Favorite guitar brand
is it Yamaha?
Is Jackson. My Yamaha is my acoustic.
Okay.
And I'm making a mess of myself here with this. Sorry. Is my Jackson. It's a Monarch. I love her because she keeps tune and I don't have to constantly retune her. And she just does really cool stuff. That's this chord in the way. Here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Some doors.
Yeah. So, the headstock is what most people know from, and I get it on camera. That's the Jackson headstock. Incredible for holding tone. It's a heavier guitar, which you think for a smaller guy, which if you don't know, I'm 5'5". Most smaller guys like lighter guitars, which is why I started out with the Squire over there. I am a Fender guy in a lot of ways, but I love her. And at this point, I would buy another if anything happened to her. The electronics, however, I will say, Jackson, up your game because I've had to have it repaired twice.
Really?
Yeah. Well, this is the middle range guitar. This is not the top end because I'm not a guy who can spend $5,000 on a guitar. Okay. Sorry, kids, can't do it. So this is like the $800 model, and it's solid. It's not their entry level, which is $300, but unfortunately, I have an Epi, and then I have my acoustics, and I have my World War II era classical Suzuki over there, which doesn't play properly. It has all kinds of problems, and to repair it would not be cool, but it's a cool looking guitar. Mm-hmm. Actually, the Suzuki guitar, acoustic classical guitar, is actually kind of prized because it was used on a lot of classic film scores. When you hear a lot of guitar in a lot of the, especially 50s films, you're hearing a Suzuki because it has a very specific tone. Mine doesn't sound like that because it's all screwed up. But I'm sorry, I only answered the first question there, didn't I? Movie special edition company. You're talking about probably Vinegar Syndrome because I love the fact that they care when no one else does. And only pick 2 streaming services. Shudder, obviously. Probably Netflix because Netflix has a lot of Indian films if you search for them. Um,
I had a PV Stratocaster ripoff was my intro guitar. I can't play any. I'm not a musical guy, unfortunately. I wish I was, because I love music. I'm just not talented myself.
well, I'm not talented either. I'm a tough, self-taught like punk rock guy. I can play like Pistols tracks. That's about it.
I mean, that's a hell of a lot more than I can play.
But that like anything, I like doing what I can do. I like painting to the level that I can paint. Right? I don't fool myself and think I could ever like go on a stage and make money or open a piece in a gallery. I'm not that. I can sell books, right? I can write and I can to the level of selling. So I have that going for me. But it's even like the hockey masks. Like I was back in the glut when everyone was making hockey masks and painting hockey masks. I was doing it, and I think I did some cool things. I mean, I think my 9s look pretty good. But then I look at the fact that Piz can do any of them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, let's not fool ourselves here. I'm 5'5", Al.
Speaking of Piz,
how honored was I when Piz asked me a part of Region Freight? As I remember, I was thinking that. See, I didn't have so it was Sausage Factory in those days.
mm-hmm.
I didn't have a real history with Sausage Factory. I'd seen the episode, the fundraiser for the camp, because Jason Parker had given me heads up that I should watch. And but I didn't have some kind of long history, so it was not like a necessarily big thing. It was like, hey, you want to be on the show? And I was like, okay.
How did you and Piz out meet? Just out of curiosity.
That stream.
Really?
That stream, yeah. Jason let me know that he was going to be on the stream. I made some noise in the chat because I'm not shy. If you might have noticed that about me. And then a weird thing happened, whereas Piz and I communicated back and forth about some nonsense. I don't remember what. And then he actually asked me if I wanted to write a couple of reviews for his website.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you did that.
And I only did a few. And then he said, you should really come on the show. And I came on the show, and I didn't get kicked off immediately. So here I am.
What was your first show again?
My first show was
Star Wars or something, wasn't it? Or
excuse me?
Was it Star Wars or no? Halloween 2018.
It was I think Halloween 2018 was my second show.
Okay.
I think it was whatever the show before that was. But I remember doing that. I remember having to get the producer's cut down because I was away from home. I was put up by my employer at the time for 3 months down in Eggs Harbor, New Jersey, which is down by Atlantic City. And I didn't have I didn't have my DVDs. I had nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to overnight a copy to me. He was going to send me a copy so I could participate. I had this weird contraption running from computer to DVD into the television there because it was this whole weird system. But I really, the funny thing is, I don't mean this in a bad way, but it's more about the people than the show to me. It's about my fellow panelists who I've become very, very good friends with. It's about some of the people out there who watch the show and chat, who then eventually some of them came over to my own channel, and I've made some really great friends and met some really, really, really phenomenal people. So the show is one thing. I don't mind hearing myself talk, you may have noticed, but on the other hand, it's like I could live without it, right? I could live without all that. But at this point, the people is what keeps me really interested.
Real quick, this is what I was going to type it, Jess, but I'll just say it. Yeah, we've been talking about this for quite a while, and we're hoping through, as much as we hate having to do a Patreon, and we really do hate to have to do that, but that's the goal there, is to get a little bit of money together to where we can find a central location, all of us can meet up and do a live show together. I think that would be really, and I'd love to meet you guys in person. One day that will happen. One way or another. If I have to pay for it myself, I'll do it. But.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to meet Piz in person. I've been lucky enough to go on a road trip with Stone. but the majority of you guys are just a little bit out of my orbit. So
we're not that far, though. I mean, if we can meet in the middle somewhere, like, I mean, it's
it's doable. It's mostly doable. I mean, we'd have to figure out Raiho out.
That's and Cameron. They're the two outliers that are.
Well, but Cameron will be dead from the forest fires by then. So
are those out? Are those still going on?
Oh, it's gonna be 2030 before they're out.
Why is the news not covering the fires?
I can't imagine.
Other stuff going on. Okay.
There's something else going on, really. I think, though, here's my thing is, I think we can at some point partner up with a convention and do something. We need the show to get a little bit bigger than it is. That's definitely true. Mm-hmm. We need enough of a Patreon support because, believe me, the money is not just going into Piz's pocket as much as he, prefer that because he's more of a capitalist than I am, and I'm a capitalist. But no, the idea is really to bring you guys something incredible, and also it'd be a great experience for us. But we have big plans for what we could do with the show.
But I'm the same as you, man. I do it because I like spending time with you guys. I like, interacting with the viewers. Because we have a great fan base for that show, man. All you guys that are in here now, just know that we really appreciate everything you do.
And they're doing it, man. Like back, I don't know, about 9 months ago, I put a challenge out to these guys to start channels, start talking, get together, jump on feeds. I didn't push them any further than just putting the challenge out there, and there's a lot of activity. So I'm overjoyed because honestly, Jay and I, as much as we'd like to, can't shoulder it all. Not all the dreams.
No, Jamie, you did not kill the dream. You actually helped us expand into something else, which is what we've been wanting to do for a while. But that's enough about shilling the region free. That's what this all was for, was just to talk about region free. But
so I know there's one more for region free thing we have to go over though. Definitely. Okay. So Jay and I had a lot to do with the rebranding, but honestly, we had nothing to do with the name.
Yeah.
Which is the interesting thing. So I've grown to like the name quite a bit, but initially, like, there was so much. Wow, camera's not working. There we go. There was so much back and forth about names. Like, it was amazing how once we got a name in place, we were able to roll with it. But up to that point, it was like,
well, we were all just throwing stuff and nothing would stick. We couldn't decide on anything. Even when we could decide, it was already taken. That's the big problem these days, is finding something that's not already taken.
Yeah. But I just think it's fascinating. The two of us were like big proponents of raising the game. But at the end of the day, we had nothing to do with how the game raised.
We, on Instagram, someone has the name Region Free, but it's this, I think he's like an Asian guy and he hasn't posted in like 9 years. So come on, man. So I think we're Region Free YT on there.
We should contact them and try and buy him out.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that on like social medias, like Twitter and stuff. Be like, it's like a 15-year-old kid that hasn't done anything in like 8 years. Like, come on, man, let me buy it from you or something.
Yeah, but they'd come up with some ridiculous price.
So I was asking when your next community show is going to be.
Okay, so I suppose I'll discuss this. At this point, this month is kind of unplanned for me. I don't have a ton of guests lined up. In fact, at this point, I have a schedule that is pretty clear. There's a reason for that, which is that I intend to finish the novel this month, and that is taking a lot of my time and mental space. I put out a lot in October. There's a lot of material. And thank you if you watched it every time I uploaded it. But if you didn't, try and use that for this month, because I won't be really on the air nearly as much as you probably have been seeing me for the last 7 months or so. I did a solid 6 months of 3 shows a week most of those with a guest of some renown. That it's been exhausting, but it's also been really rewarding. I was able to have some great conversations with some personal heroes, with some great people from around the community. There's nothing I think that I'm more proud of than I could bring you guys a classic horror writer, followed by the director of a classic 80s, Charles Band produced film, followed by someone like Reanimate Her or Lady White Rabbit from around the edges of the YouTube horror community. And I think it was a really fun ride, and I want to do more, but I need to prioritize the novel, and I need a little bit of a break from that hard schedule.
You've been busy, man. You have.
Once I have a little bit of my deck cleared, we'll see what it looks like and probably get rolling again. Probably in a shorter time period than you'd imagine. But if I'm a little quiet for the next few weeks, know that it isn't that I don't love you guys. It's just I need to breathe at some point.
Well, what people don't realize, I mean, unless you make videos, you don't understand how much post-production goes into stuff like that. And it's really crazy how you can, I mean, you spend like days editing videos, right? So, I mean, it's,
Yeah. And the funny thing is I love creating on the video format. I love layering up videos and doing kind of creative, fun things. I like making music or repurposing royalty-free music in ways that are unexpected. I love all that. And I've learned a lot. It's cool, but it does take time.
Yeah.
And it is time that I could use, finishing the novel.
Sure.
So now I have, 30, maybe 35,000 words to go, which, listen, I write about 1,000 words a day. So in a month's time, I should be there. But to answer Al's proper question, we're going to get together several times this month. No question about it. I've learned, though, I don't have to announce them very far in advance for people to find me. And maybe that's even advantageous, to be honest with you, because I'd love to see a lot of your familiar faces. I'd love to see some new people jump on, too.
Yeah, I want to come on there. It seems like whenever you have those, I'm always busy doing something for some reason.
Well, that was the other thing, was like, because I was a Monday, Wednesday, Saturday type of guy. If the schedule just didn't match, it was like I was blocking people out. Whereas now, if I just jump up and go on, I might find some schedules opened up.
Cool.
So don't let the rumors of my death exaggerate your perception. I'm not going away. I just need a couple weeks just to finish this novel, and then hopefully sometime towards the end of next year, you'll be being harangued every week to go buy a novel. I won't do that.
So, Lorne, you do a lot of you do some Critical Pursuit, the trivia shows on your channel, which I'm a big fan of. I love trivia in general. And you're a big horror fan, and you say that that's really the only genre that you like, right?
It's not the only genre I like. It's the only genre I have any flesh in the game with.
Well, I've kind of combined the two of those, and I've got some strictly non-horror trivia questions for you here. That I've had this plan since I asked you to come on, honestly.
Are they sports questions? Because this will go embarrassing fast.
I wouldn't do that to you. Okay, here we go. In Calendar Girl, what charity were the Women's Institute raising money for? And you guys feel free to put in the chat here.
Given that I don't think I've ever seen Calendar Girl. Well, can you read the question again?
You're probably not going to get it, man. In Calendar Girl, what charity were the Women's Institute raising money for?
March of Dimes.
It's leukemia research.
I was close enough. I get that point.
I'm not going to keep score.
Okay.
I know Oracle will get this one. What U.S. city is Magic Mike set in?
I've never seen Magic Mike. I'm going to say Milwaukee.
Tampa, Florida.
Fuck Tampa.
That feels like a Tampa type place, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I can see guys shaking their banana hammocks in Tampa. Um, how many years after the first film was My Big Fat Greek Wedding 2 released?
17.
14. Close. What's up, Heartbreaker, in the chat here?
He's a mean heartbreaker with a bad history of breaking little hearts like the one in May.
Mm-hmm.
You got some Pat Benatar in your soul?
Yeah, he breaks my heart all the time. What newspaper does Kate Winslet's character work for in The Holiday?
The Star Tribune.
Daily Telegraph.
I was close enough, too. I get that point.
Sure. Oh, man. In My Girl, what profession is Veda's father?
He runs the squeegee at the local adult shop.
Funeral director.
I was close. That works too.
And nobody's putting any
They don't know either because they haven't seen these movies either.
What film is set around the Whistle Shop Cafe?
Deep Throat.
Fried Green Tomatoes. Bonus if you can.
Practically a remake.
Can you name anyone in that film?
Glenn Close.
Is she in that film? I
know. Seems like she should be.
Kathy Bates is in it, I think. I know that much. Okay. I put this one here.
I just want you to know that I do not own any traveling pants.
Or sisterhoods.
Wow.
Okay. I know you're going to get this one. That's why I put it in here. In Heathers, what color does Heather Chandler wear? Heathers is one of Lauren's favorite.
Red.
You got it. That was just a few I selected. And
Heathers is a horror film, by the way.
Is it? Dark comedy?
I got Fangoria to publish a letter bitching that they didn't cover it, so I consider that to be proof.
And I've got something here that you will actually get. This is from the Pass the Popcorn Thrills and Chills edition.
Uh-oh.
So on these, you can, for each film, you can select a story, a character, a quote, or a scene. So let me just shuffle these here so I'll get a random.
I just want to note the difference between this and Critical Pursuit is that everyone who appears on Critical Pursuit knows they're walking into a horror trivia and all claim to be fans of the genre.
That's all part of it, though. That's why this is fun. Okay. This is a 1980 thriller. What would you like? A story, character, quote, or a scene?
Story. From the year 1980 or the decade?
The year 1980.
Okay.
You said story?
Yeah.
A writer goes crazy from isolation while serving as a caretaker at a remote hotel.
The Shining.
There you go. So these are going to be easy for you. Let me try to find one that's okay. A 2007 horror film. Same story, character, quote, or scene.
Pick one.
Okay. A giant tentacle pulls a stock boy off a loading dock.
The Mist.
Yeah. Let me find one a little harder for you here. Okay. I'm not going to give you the year. This is a slasher film.
Rumpelstiltskin. I got burned once already.
All right, here's a quote. Never say who's there. Don't you watch scary movies? It's a death wish.
Scream.
Got it. If I gave you the year, it would have totally given it away. Okay.
If you'd picked a quote from the second or third Scream, I still would have said Scream, by the way.
They probably say that exact same thing in all of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. 1974 film. A blind man spills soup on an undead monster. I can give you some more clues. A young neurosurgeon follows in his grandfather's footsteps by reanimating the dead.
74?
I think you're overthinking it.
Curse of Frankenstein?
Young Frankenstein.
I would. Wow, I didn't think. Wow, this is embarrassing to say, but I didn't think Young Frankenstein was that old. Wow.
Are you a year guy? Like, do you remember the year that everything came out?
I think I used to be better at that. I think my brain is kind of like losing a lot of that stuff.
I can usually get it within 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Christian is like dead on. He's got like a
He's young
or something.
He's
That
young.
must be what it is, huh?
Absolutely.
Okay, 1987 film. A young man eating Chinese food hallucinates that his rice has turned into maggots.
Lost Boys.
That's right. And Christian's in the chat here. What's up, man?
Hey, Christian.
Just talking about your crazy dates.
I've only ever seen Lost Boys once.
Really?
Wasn't a fan.
How do you remember that? All right, it says 1986. A zombie dog causes a bus to crash, then infects all its occupants.
Night of the Creeps.
I knew these were all going to be too easy for you. Okay. Let's see. I'm not going to give you the year on this one either. Fuck. There's not anything I could even say that you wouldn't get this. A boy's best friend is his mother.
Psycho.
I wish I had one for Friday 5.
Unfortunately, I'd probably get it. I've seen that movie, like, it's definitely in the double digits, and I can't even justify that.
Yeah, this is all like, easy stuff.
Yeah, that's usually the problem with the trivia games that are for horror, because they're terrified. Like, it's the problem, like, when I put the show together, coming up with trivia questions, it's like everything's too hard because it's not too easy. There's no middle ground,
Let's see. I'm going to ask Heartbreaker some of these questions in a minute.
Cool. Bring Heartbreaker in. He can answer some of these questions.
Yeah.
His internet's not very good.
That's right. All right, here we go. Attention, boils and ghouls. It's time for Dr. Wolfenstein's Creature Feature Show.
House of a Thousand Corpses?
That's right.
Been a while, but it's a very Rob Zombie piece of dialogue. Have you heard the first song from his new album?
No, I haven't heard anything of it.
It's not great.
Honestly, I'm not a fan of Rob Zombie post White Zombie, his music.
I love White Zombie, but I like Hellbelly Deluxe, and I like the one after that too. The not the Music to Strip By remix, which is pretty awful, but the next actual real album, the one before Educated Horses, but after Hellbilly. I thought that was solid too. But yeah, I mean, it's been rough since.
And he was doing all those like weird techno remixes and stuff, which some of those are okay, but.
Well, I think the thing is, like, White Zombie was a metal band with samples. His solo stuff, his early solo stuff, was industrial rock records. He never made the transition to Americana rock like he wanted to. So now it's just kind of a weird hodgepodge of all of the above. And it doesn't really. I wish he'd just pick a direction and go with it and just believe in it.
Yeah.
But it feels like he hasn't quite done that. Mind you, I mean, listen, if I'm being completely honest, I think I would say I really like 4 Rob Zombie albums. If I include White Zombie and Rob Zombie is the same thing. That's more than most artists get, So you can't really pick on him too hard. I think that's more records than I honestly like all the way through of the Rolling Stones. if we're being honest.
You a Beatles fan?
I like the Beatles. I'm a Who guy from the big three. I'd pick the Who every day of the week.
I would absolutely pick the Who over the Beatles. I'm not a Beatles fan. I know that's like sacrilege to a lot of people. I just don't care for their music.
I like the last 3 years of the Beatles a lot. And then the early stuff I actually detest because it's all McCartney crap. The Love Me Do shit. It's just crap. And people go, well, it was 1962. Dude, look what the Yardbirds were doing. Don't give me this. That's all that was going on in rock and roll. That's bullshit.
Oh, give me the Yardbirds over any of that stuff.
Oh, absolutely, right? I mean, or any of the more garagey stuff. I mean, from the time period, it's just amazing. But I don't want to talk down the Beatles. I think like the late period is so amazing. I really do. I just don't like the early stuff. And the mid period, I'm not as, I don't know. I'm not as warm to. But give me Magical Mystery or Onward.
Christian's a fan of the new Zombie. I know a few other folks that are fans of the new stuff too.
I just thought it didn't work for me. It's too droney for him. Well, that's true of the new Manson track too, though. The new Manson track doesn't work for me either.
I haven't heard that either.
Oh well, Octane are playing it like around the clock.
Oh, trying to see. Kristen turned me on to a band. Fuck it. I'll find it later. It's my wife's country shit all in my thing here. Trying to look through.
Since I got the new car, like it came with Sirius, and I mean, it's funny because I don't consider myself to be too big into metal. Period. I was always a punk rock and industrial fan. Metal was kind of thing like I'd flirt with, but I could never buy the full thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's weird, like listening to Octane now. I think that metal might be in a good place right now because it's a little bit smarter than it's ever been, and it's the approach is a lot more varied. So like I can listen to Slipknot's new single, and I think it's really very good, which is better than I can ever say about Slipknot. To be honest with you, I think they might be in a better place. I love Falling in Reverse's single at the moment. I think that's an amazing track. And yeah, I know that guy looks incredibly punchable, but it's a great track. So I think rock and roll is in a good place, to be honest with you. Fuck popularity. I'm not worried about that at all. I'm worried about the art. If we get great records, I'm cool with it. Whatever.
And I use the Amazon Music Premium. I don't know how much that winds up to be per year, but it's like $5 a month. But if you buy a year, it's like a lot cheaper. But it's hard to find something that's not on there, which I think is kind of cool. Anything you want is pretty much available. So it's been really, really cool to be able to, listen to stuff I've always wanted to hear and never had the opportunity.
I'm sorry, Heartbreaker. Did I hurt your feelings? I criticized the Beatles and I like Falling in Reverse. Oh, I feel so bad. I'm not going to sleep properly at night.
Slipknot's not together anymore, right? Or they have someone else?
It's like it's partially Slipknot now, I think.
Because one guy died, right?
Yeah, I think they have all kinds of problems, but I think they have a rotating cast at this point. I don't know. I don't follow it that closely though. RMJ, I will say, Monty, that the Crow soundtrack is alternative, and that the Machines of Love and Grace steal that frickin' soundtrack.
Yeah, that's a great soundtrack. I even think the soundtrack to the second movie is really good.
Absolutely. Hole's cover of Gold Dust Women.
Yeah.
Holy hell. Like, hey, I'm going to just say this. I love Courtney Love. I do. I think she's the best lyricist in the business. Now, obviously, that's a cover of Fleetwood Mac, but man. Orc keeps up with his Slipknot. He knows the deal.
Yeah, Orc's a bit. He said he saw him like 4 times live. That's crazy. Yeah. If he's trying to capture his early 2000s sound, that's definitely better for me. I was a fan of Manson. Like, was it the kid had a gun in his lunchbox? I forget.
Portrait of American Family, the first album, is just brilliant.
Yeah.
It's a great album. And the thing about that album is you can hear the Reznor influence on it, but it doesn't overpower the record. by the time he makes Antichrist Superstar, that is a Nine Inch Nails record, and it's too much. I like early Manson, I do, and I think he did a lot of good for the genre of hard rock in general, because there was a real time after the initial Seattle explosion when alternatives started to get as safe as 70s arena rock. When you had bands like Seven Mary 3 and Deep Blue Something. Remember those cats? I mean, that was stuff your parents could listen to with you, just like, Journey in Kansas was in the late 70s. And that could have killed rock and roll all over. And so I think, like, we needed bands like Manson, we needed Pantera. We also needed Nine Inch Nails, and we needed, the bands that were really pushing the envelope still in ways that your parents were just not going to understand.
I think the grunge era really, that's what turned Pantera into Pantera. You go from Cowboys from Hell, which is what, 90?
Yeah.
To Vulgar Display of Power, which is what, like 92? And it's like they have a completely different sound in a good way.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the first 3 years of grunge. I think a lot of great records got made, but it lost its edge so quickly. And it's just, the reason people ran as hard as they could to hip hop was because it was different and your parents weren't going to be singing along. It had a cool factor to it.
Mm.
I'm just amazed that it lasted as long as it has had at the level of popularity, because music usually has about 7 years in a trend, and then it changes course. And the media just won't let that happen.
Yeah, I was a big fan of grunge, I think, just because of the age I was when it happened.
Well, listen, I mean, Bad Motorfinger is one of the best rock and roll records ever released, period. Nevermind can't be understated for the effect it had on the business. Even the first Bush record, which is Derivative, is a goddamn good record.
I like it, yeah.
So, I mean, I think there's a lot to be said for that time period. I also think it was the last time of music getting really popular that was really creative. I think we lost that to pop music. I think pop finally took over when hip hop had about 2 years where it was actually like legitimately hip hop, and then it just became pop. And pop has just ruled ever since. And that's not for the health of all the youth culture that has come since. In my humble opinion, which isn't very humble. Big crack rock, you need to go away if you're at all serious with that line about Creed. Because Creed are exactly what I'm talking about when your dad was singing along to the music with you.
I like Creed, though. I like Creed at the time, and I still kind of like some of their songs.
Can you take me higher?
Dude, I was in like halfway through college when that crap was coming out, and it was just like music to smoke weed and drink beer to, So, worked for me.
Well, I was selling music at that point, and
so you were on the front lines of that.
Oh my God, I heard that first Creed record because Bertelsmann Music Group, BMG, they were paying us to play the record in the store. So I heard that first album like every day 6 times for like 2 years. But it was always that weird, like, you see, I blame Pearl Jam for that. Because everyone wanted to sound like Pearl Jam for like a decade after Pearl Jam broke. So you had all that lumberjack vocaling. That's why I always just wanted Chris Cornell to go crazy and kill all those cats, because here's a guy who could actually sing.
Did you like lost the whatever band he went to after Soundgarden?
Audioslave?
Audioslave, yeah.
So I prefer his solo stuff to Audioslave because I think it was interesting seeing him do the singer-songwriter thing. I saw him a number of times live, just him and an acoustic guitar on stage. Always spent the extra money for good seats because he was amazing, an amazing charismatic person who could do all that hard rock stuff, but then he could just settle back and he could just hit you completely in all the emotional centers. He could hit the whole nerve system. You know, he was amazing. But no, Audioslave was a weird moment because he was having vocal problems throughout that period, and he was involuntarily having a lot of distortion on his low notes coming out of his voice, and it just wasn't the Chris Cornell from the Soundgarden era, you know. I think the songs are really strong, but I would love to have heard the Chris Cornell circa Bad Motorfinger or Super Unknown perform those songs. I think that would have been a great mix. I also don't like the fact that because he was working with the Rage Against the Machine guys that it became so transparently political, whereas Soundgarden had like undercurrents of politics at times, but it never was preachy. And I think Audioslave occasionally crossed that line for me.
That was Spoon Man was on Bad Motorfinger,
right? Spoon Man is on Super Unknown. It's the first track on Super Unknown.
Okay.
Bad Motorfinger is Jesus Christ Pose and Outshined and Face Pollution, which is Face Pollution is probably the most amazing thing Soundgarden ever recorded, simply because the range in the vocals and the fact that the really cool thing is that as Kim Tile's guitar keeps changing its tone, Chris is just changing his voice to modulate to the same level. Amazing.
What's up, Heartbreaker?
Yeah. How's it going, guys? Nice to see you. Jay, do you like my new beard?
Yeah.
It's very smooth.
You've been busy.
Yeah.
I can do that.
This is the beard I use for my Captain Spaulding makeup.
Oh, cool.
My mother put like white paint on it, so it looks like it's brown, but it has like white paint all over it, so it looks older than it actually is.
Yeah, it looks
and
like
with
mine.
my terrible hair right now, it looks exactly the same.
So did you put a bald cap on, or did you just
no?
Hair?
Yeah, did you see the picture of my logo? It just has my regular hair, and it looks garbage, but it's still pretty cool.
Hey, Breaker, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. Visited by Voices. I was asking Andrew, like, hey man, have you seen him around? And if he's seen you around, he's like, yo, dude, he's been uploading like once a day for like the past month. And I was like, oh, I unsubscribed from him. I don't know how he was.
Yeah, I'd like to tell you we missed you, but we didn't notice.
I don't care. I got my own little corner of the internet, and I want it to stay that way.
Cool.
What did you say about Lorne one time? He's just some old guy or something like that?
Okay, just wait. I don't understand how you can keep a beard like that, Jay.
I don't think mine feels as scratchy as that one probably does.
Well, you know, once you're able to actually grow a beard,
it's
a little different, too.
Well, you can blame my dad's genes on that one. He's got terrible genes for a beard, which is weird because his grandfather looks like Bill Moseley at the start of 3 from Hell.
All right, guys, you want to do some trivia?
Hell yeah! I want to fail miserably on live commentary.
I know Lorne will probably get all of these just because they're so on the nose. Sorry, I'm trying to.
I'll probably get them all. I mean, Lorne's better at this because he made like an entire game show where he has to make like terrible questions. So
that's a great show. And if there wasn't a Christian, I would have won it every time.
If it wasn't for my terrible internet, I would have won it as well.
All right, let's see. Okay.
Hey, Christian, I'm willing to throw this game if you want to put that bet down.
What's the bet? Jay, put the bet on the screen. Or you can put the comment on the screen. I know you can do it.
I'm trying to find it, though.
No, there's no. I was bluffing.
Oh, you son of a...
Okay, we got a 1997 film, Heartbreaker. Okay.
1997.
Four teens
Hate
find
19
themselves haunted
19
after a. Four teens find themselves haunted after a drunk driving accident.
Now that is, I Know What You Did Last Summer.
There you
I
go.
also hate
Awesome.
that year because that's the year my brother was born. I'm joking. I love my brother.
You're a great person.
I am a great person. I'm way better than you.
I agree with that.
All right, I've got a 1982 monster movie.
I don't
a chemical
like
accident.
movies. Jay, you.
A chemical accident
Continue, Jay.
turns a scientist into a plant creature.
Who's this for?
The Blob, The Thing.
Swamp Thing.
Swamp Thing.
Oh, damn it. I've only seen the new TV show, which is great, by the way. You should all watch it.
I'll take that under advisement and ignore it.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh, well, wouldn't be the first.
Okay. Yeah, 1987, Heartbreaker. A man cuts his hand on a nail and bleeds profusely, dripping his blood onto the floor.
Hellraiser. Not even a second thought.
Awesome, dude. Good job, dude.
It's just I don't even like that movie. Like it's one of those movies that's where like you have to like it or else everyone knows like what the fuck's wrong with you.
Oh, Inferno is the only way to go. The Hellraiser series.
Hellseeker, baby.
Hellraiser
Hellseeker.
Judgment. No, like the newest one from 2018 is amazing. I have the greatest review of that. Ask Andrew.
I actually have heard good things about that.
Or like,
I won't go near a Hellraiser film at this point.
Are they doing a female?
But dude, it's so good.
I could see a female.
No.
The original
Dude,
novella.
You need to watch my review of it.
Heavily insinuated to be female, so.
Who knows? Who cares? It's just a book.
Yep.
We got a special guest coming in.
Heartbreaker.
We did, I can't help
Christian?
myself. I fucking knew it.
I just want to be here to hear what you have to say.
All right, got another question here, Heartbreaker. 2005. Two young Americans travel to Slovakia in search of a woman, but end up getting kidnapped.
That would be Hitched, or like one of those like torture porn movies that has that guy get his like eyeball cut out.
You're an idiot.
Okay. 1981. The quote is, "I'm going to suck your brain dry."
Heartbreaker's mom talking to his dad.
Are you running, Christian? Like, you gotta be running, bro.
Christian's trolling the show, man.
Oh, dude, I fucking love it, dude. I came in, now it's Christian, dude. All we need is, like, the AL guy or whoever it is. I mean, we need, like, Andrew to come up here and just be silent. Because that's all Andrew does is be quiet. Well, anyway, I have no idea. Let's move on.
Oh, that was Scanners.
Sorry, I missed that.
Well, I don't like Scanners.
1982 horror film. House built on a burial ground causes problems for
Poltergeist.
the family who moves in. You're not even going to let him try.
No.
Spell it, Heartbreaker.
No. I don't even like Poltergeist, so I wouldn't even guessed it. Just because I don't like it that much.
I don't like the words I can't spell either.
There's too many syllables.
Shut the fuck up, Christian.
Fuck
I can spell.
I got my speak and spell right here. And if I have my other toy where it makes the animal sounds when the arrow points to him.
You guys are gonna give me a fucking heart attack.
Oh, then I'm definitely continuing. That's good entertainment.
Kill
right there.
yourself.
1988. Chris Sarandon as Detective Mike Norris.
Child's Play.
Don't know, don't care. The second one's better, and the third one's better. The fourth one is meh, and the fifth one is great. And the sixth one is good. I probably got those wrong, but I don't give a crap.
1986. A pregnant woman has a nightmare that she gives birth to a giant maggot.
The Fly.
Heartbreaker's mom.
My mom wasn't even 18 years old, you fucking creep. My mom wasn't even born then. Wait, was she born?
Do you know how that works?
That family tree is looking like a telephone pole there, Heartbreaker. You might want to bring some outside influences to the table at some point.
All right, I got a question just for Heartbreaker.
Up.
Just
My
for
family's
Heartbreaker.
better than yours.
Pranksters dump a bucket
what's
of
up?
pig's blood on a prom queen.
That would be Carrie, 1970. 1970. Don't know. Doesn't say on the back.
1970, 12.
You fuck. Doesn't even make
Heartbreaker uses
sense.
Heartbreaker exclusively uses the Mayan calendar, so there's limitations.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
Piranha 2.
You're gonna need a
The Spawning, Jim Cameron's best film.
Jaws. Jaws. I'm guessing.
Spell it.
I don't know. Jeys. Where's that Jews? I don't know. Forgot how
1951.
to spell it.
Soldiers are amazed when an
1951.
alien robot's laser beams destroy rifles and army tanks.
I don't even know of a movie that came out in 1951.
George Powell's War of the Worlds.
Christian's grandma probably gave birth to someone on that year, though.
Siblings
Okay, that
Barbara
was
and Johnny.
okay.
Excuse me?
Siblings Barbara
Siblings
and Johnny.
bother with Johnny.
Barbara and
That would
Johnny.
be
Night of the Living
Night
Dead.
of the Living Dead. Night of the Living Dead. I said it first.
Bullshit.
Yes, I did. I said it first. You heard it here, Jay. I was speaking the goddamn words before he even opened his fucking small mouth.
How do you know his mouth is small?
Because
Because
I could
I've
fit
seen
7 of his dicks in it.
This is Tokyo, once
Kill
a city of
yourself.
6 million people.
Tokyo what? Tokyo
This is
Drift. Fast and Furious 2, Tokyo Drift. I'm saying it right now. What's your guess?
Godzilla.
But that is the American
Godzilla, don't
version
care.
of Godzilla.
It is?
It isn't even a
It's
Godzilla.
from the opening. It's from the opening narration. I don't think it's in the Japanese version.
This is 1956.
The first Godzilla film to come to the U.S. was 1996. So if he's talking about like the 70s, it's got to be like one of those ones that's like in the Criterion
70s.
collection. He said like something 70s or something. Some
Heartbreaker.
70s in Tokyo.
Heartbreaker. When they let you out of the hospital, did they have a certain
They
size? you
never
had to
leave me out of the
reach
hospital.
as a preemie.
They haven't left me out of the hospital. I'm still in
Was
it.
it like the
Don't you
was
see?
it
I'm
like
still in this
the
fucking
trial
place.
rules had to be this big to be legal or anything like that?
Dude, I've never been in a hospital in my entire life, and I never will. I went to the hospital once to get my tonsils removed when I was 4.
Wait, so wait. You just said
And
you've
then after
never
that-
been in a hospital in your life, then recounted a story to us that we didn't care about of you going to the hospital.
Yes, I did. What you gonna do about it? Huh? What you gonna do about it? Nothing.
I'd say I would lose some of my self-imposed respect for you, but there's none of that.
Listen, I don't care. I don't give a damn about your respect. I don't respect you.
I don't give a damn about your respect. I'm Heartbreaker.
Don't worry, Heartbreaker. Eventually you'll meet a nice girl who's blind and deaf and doesn't really know you're in the same room, and you'll start a family. It'll happen for you.
Are you explaining your wife? Jay, continue.
You know, with a laugh like that, I gotta wonder what's been down that throat.
You know, the greatest thing is the height of his humor is, I'm not crying, you're crying.
It's actually pretty funny.
All right, Heartbreaker. In Heathers, what color does Heather Chandler wear?
I don't even know what the Heathers is.
And you never will.
Because I don't care.
All right, I think that's enough trivia for now. That was fun.
Aw, come on.
You want some more?
Ugh.
I can read some more.
I want some more, dude.
These are all.
I want to make this show as entertaining as possible, and I feel like I've done my job.
All right, this film stars a character named Billy Peltzer.
Veggie Tales, because I'm Heartbreaker.
Fuck off.
Is this on the
By the way, I got 2 VHSs. It's not Teletubbies, it's the fucking... where is it? I know I got this VHS tape here somewhere.
What's happening?
I don't know.
I'm looking for a VeggieTales tape so I can show you guys.
VeggieTales always made me hungry. Like, I wanted to just eat them.
Eat those Christian vegetables and
I
fruits.
never watched the show, but it did always make me want to, like, a hearty soup.
Damn it, I can't fucking find it.
I had some chicken tortilla soup today. It was very good.
Oh, it sounds good. I haven't had that in forever.
What's one horror movie the actor of Batman from the 1981 film starred in?
Michael Keaton?
Yep. I don't even know if there is one, so if anybody can actually give a name and it actually happened, I would give Thriller.
I mean, he's done
That's a
Thriller.
thriller movie, dude. Thriller isn't a horror movie, okay? It's a thriller.
Okay, by the way, the answer to your question was Gremlins.
Oh, sorry.
Tokyo Drift.
I wanted to give him enough time, but it's clear it's not going to happen.
This film stars a character named Patrick Bateman.
Patrick Bateman, that would be Ghostbusters.
Mm-hmm. Nailed it.
Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters has Patrick Bateman! Or American Psycho.
Heartbreaker. It's time to give your mom her phone back.
My mom isn't even here. I'm taking care of a house of 6 people while my mom and dad are off in Tennessee.
They couldn't take any more of you for a while, huh?
Screw you.
A young man fully restores a used 1958 Plymouth Fury and becomes obsessed with it.
Carrie.
That's wrong.
Or Christine.
He's not
I
familiar.
have the steelbook of it right fucking here.
He's not familiar with girls' names.
I have the steelbook of it right here. Whatever this thing is called, it's right here. I know I got this right. It's based off a Stephen King novel that I also own.
But I've never read.
I know I'm right.
A teenager in a wheelchair is killed with a chainsaw.
Any of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies. Come on, man. You got to be more specific. What is this character with a chainsaw? Is he crippled? Is he a woman? Is he a guy with like blonde hair, blue eyes? Like, come on, man. You got to be more specific with this shit.
More Pacific, indeed.
He's a blonde-haired moron with a headset with goofy hair, can't grow a beard, a stupid gray t-shirt.
It's pink,
Okay,
you fucking
okay.
moron.
I'd
Can't you
suggest if you're
look?
going to get more Pacific,
Can't you see it?
you go with
Pink.
Hawaii.
It's pink. It's pink, Christian, and looks fine as hell on me, bro. And
There's
also,
no way
I am dirty blonde.
Oh,
It's
you're
dirty
alright.
blonde, not actual blonde. I'm
This
as
film
clean
stars-
as you, Christian. Working
This
in a
film stars-
fucking graveyard, digging up graves.
This film stars Haley Joel Osment as Cole Sear.
Cole Sear.
I don't remember this on
Yeah.
Rugrats.
You know, I'm part of like the new generation. We didn't watch Rugrats. We watched Ben 10, and like I don't fucking know. I don't even remember what the
So-
fuck I watched. It was
Yeah,
like a
Did you
decade
watch?
ago.
I'm
So-
curious.
Jay, you and I grew up eating potato chips. Heartbreaker grew up with paint chips.
I grew up playing Call of Duty Zombies while screaming the F slur at my best friend. That's how I grew up. I didn't grow up watching TV because my parents didn't have a TV that actually had good TV channels on it.
You must be proud.
I am very proud. I grew up great, unlike
What
you.
What year were you born? Just out of curiosity.
I'm not doxing myself on live air.
Okay. I mean,
I think he's born around 2005.
are you younger than Christian? I'm assuming you are.
No, I'm older than him. I just look younger. I'm just better looking than him. That's why he looks older.
So what did you watch?
I'm not going to freaking give you any hints about my age. I gave some people my last name, but I just like people to know me as Heartbreaker or Colton. I don't like people knowing my last name or the date I was
What kind
born.
of
I only give that to
bullshit
people who I meet in real
Millennial
life.
name is Colton anyway. That's like serious douchebaggery parent stuff right there.
Colton is the greatest name of all time. That's why I have it.
You have a
And that's
sibling?
why you
It
have a
sounds like
girl's
the mi-
name.
It sounds like the middle name of a serial killer, but not like one of the good ones.
John Colton Grimes.
Exactly.
Well, you have a lot to say for having a name that sounds like a woman's.
Because you clearly can spell and have a sense of history.
Yeah, I know more about the United States history than you ever will.
Hey,
Because I've
Colton.
lived through most of it.
Colton.
What?
Does
You
your dad
want
give you?
Christian?
Let me talk. Shut up. Does your dad give you 2 presents for your birthday since he's both your dad and your uncle?
No? Why the fuck would you say that?
Uncle Daddy, is Santa gonna be here soon?
I knew Santa wasn't real when I was 5 years old.
I never believed in Santa.
I knew Santa wasn't real when I was 5 years old.
Spoiler alert.
For any kids watching,
Spoiler alert, I'm better than you.
This feels like
Santa
a
isn't real. Oh my god, it's such a fucking hot take. Oh my god, everybody, Santa isn't real. Holy shit. Kill me now.
I'd
morning
love
radio.
to.
I don't want to suffer anymore.
I don't want you to suffer anymore either.
Quit looking in the mirror, then.
Kill me, please. Continue, Jay!
Kurt Russell as stuntman Mike.
Hate that fucking
God.
movie.
I've only seen it the one time. I probably need to revisit.
No, don't do that.
Mm.
I mean,
The first
Skin
half is
pooch.
first half is better, but honestly, the fake trailers are better than the rest of the fucking movie.
I just want to see those Mary
Does he
Elizabeth
have a
Winstead-
curse mark? The hell?
It's Death Proof.
Yeah.
I just wanna
Oh,
see
yeah,
Mary,
I didn't care.
Mary Elizabeth Winstead's feet again.
Mm. You got a foot fetish, my guy?
No, I don't.
Good to know.
No, but I think we all have a Mary Elizabeth Winstead fetish. So
I
Who
definitely
the
have
hell
that.
is she? I don't even know who she is.
Scott Pilgrim versus the World. She was in one of the final Die
Oh,
Hard
that
movies.
bitch.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Hate her.
Fargo season 3.
that
Never
thing,
even seen the
that
show.
thing prequel.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the Thing people was actually good. Anybody who says it's bad is retarded.
It's bad.
The movie was great.
So if they
I mean,
just
we
would've-
already know you were a retarded
if they
Christian.
just would have stuck
So
with the
that is a
practical
much of a
effects that they
surprise.
actually filmed, I think the film would be beloved. To be honest.
I'd like to see the what they they put CGI on top.
I
of
don't know, dude. Like, I actually like the CGI effects. It doesn't take me out of the film, It's just like
I don't know, dude. I've seen
it's like if-
37 movies, and I know everything about movies. So
I don't know. One day I peed straight in the air and tried to catch it in my mouth, and it was the smartest thing that ever came back out of my mouth in my life.
it looks more alien when it's CGI. Am I right?
You're wrong.
You want an alien to look out of this fucking world, and what's more out of this world than something that isn't fucking real?
I want an
Seriously.
alien to look not CGI.
You're trying to create an alien. You're trying to create.
No,
listen.
No,
You're
you
trying.
fucking listen. The whole point is that the alien is trying to adapt and be unmistakable from humans. So your logic doesn't even work. It should look very earthy, very fleshy. So practical makes more sense.
No, it doesn't, dude. Like, it's
Colton.
literally like half of the CGI scenes are like freaking the alien not even looking human.
Colton,
It's supposed to look alien.
Colton, you're so unlikable
What,
that
Christian?
Let's- Shut up. You are so unlikable.
I'm so unlikable. I have over 200 subs
Would
and
you
a
shut
religion
up?
that has over 500 members.
Mute him, Jay. Mute him. I gotta get this out. Listen to me. You are so unlikable that Tubi charges you to use their streaming service.
I don't even use Tubi because they're such a crap website. Carry on. Man, I thought you would come up with a better this than that.
You want to know what? Tubi actually has a great print of Spawn of the Slithus. It's better than the release version.
Yeah,
So,
and YouTube has a great print of pirated movies.
That was a great point you just made there, in a kind of not pointy way.
Explain to me how YouTube has prints, you ignorant son of a bitch.
I said pirated movies, you fucking idiot.
Hey,
But he
rewind the
didn't.
tape. Rewind the tape, Jay.
He didn't.
Yes, I did. Those are the words that I heard. Jay, tell him I'm correct.
No idea, man.
Cool.
Man on a snowmobile uses a machine gun to slow down a group of approaching zombies. 2009.
And then
horror.
like nuts, like that's like zombie, like Nazi zombie, like bullshit movie.
You're on
500.
You're on the right track.
I know because my buddy loves that film, and I had to watch it with him 5 times before he would finally allow me to leave.
5 times and you don't remember the title?
You don't have friends.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Don't you remember the guy in the back of my videos? That is
Oh.
my best friend.
Oh, the guy that
Okay,
was,
my best friend James,
is he
and I
down-
also got my buddy Andrew.
Wait.
which is more-
Are they there with you right now?
Yeah,
Can
they're
we talk-
in the other room right over there.
Can we talk
probably
to
asleep.
either of them instead?
No, because I am the one, the only heartbreaker, and you'll be talking to me until the day I die, and all of you will know about my funeral. I've already planned out my death and my funeral, bro. I'm planning on being here another
that's
70
something we have
goddamn
in common
years.
because I've also thought about your death and your funeral.
Not your funeral as much, but
When I die, everyone's gonna know about it. And before I die, I'll be pissing on your grave, Lauren.
This
Taking a selfie
video,
while doing it.
I am going to be cremated, so that's going to be tough for you.
yeah, I feel like this section is gonna be cut and put on like a CNN story one day.
Definitely.
Oh, dude, it's never gonna be happening. Dude, like, the mainstream media doesn't give a shit about you two. You can get away with so much on this website, dude. It's terrible. One of the reasons why I want to move, but Andrews tells me if you move to another platform, I'm not going to follow you, so you got to stay on YouTube.
Wah, my friend got the kids' cuisine with the bigger chicken tenders. Wah.
They only had the girl's toy in my Happy Meal. They couldn't come up with the transformer that only moved its legs.
I'm so glad I'm making this show entertaining. My presence alone is making this show more entertaining than any other live stream Jay has ever made. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen.
The viewer count wouldn't agree, but sure.
Listen, dude, it's fucking hilarious. Like, viewers don't matter, okay? Because they'll always come back.
Sure. Woman crawls through a medicine cabinet and finds herself in a killer's lair. 1992 horror film.
Colton's future girlfriend.
No, she's my future ex-wife.
Either way, I think if we're talking Virginia Madsen, we're pretty okay with both those things.
I'd be all right with it.
Yeah.
Listen, man, future ex-wives are like way better than ex-girlfriends, dude. Because at least then you get something out of the ex-wife.
You
What?
clearly have no
Why,
idea what you're talking about.
I think he misunderstands how that works.
I knew Christian would call me out on that shit. Listen, man, all I have to do is say that she abused me, bro. Come on. She's abusive, man. All I need to do is fake some evidence, and then everything will be good.
Yeah, then the judge is going to say, I see no foul play here.
That's because the jury always goes for the woman instead of the man. It's very sexist. That's why I'm a true new wave feminist. You know, we always respect the man and women's opinion.
That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I am a feminist, though, bro. Come on. Women and men should be equal in every single possible way.
Christian, give him a moment. He'll say something dumber. Don't worry.
I probably will. Give me a minute to think of something. Okay, so guys, I do not vote because voting is shit. Okay, so listen to my brain opinion. Okay, if we do not vote, there will be no president, which means there will be no government, which means everything will be great. If we had no government, life would be so much easier. So that's why I will never vote until the day I die.
I'm actually okay with thinking that.
Is that something dumber? Because I said that to my economics teacher, and he was like, "You're the dumbest person I think I've ever say that." even my granny was like, "You idiot! Don't think that."
Why do I think the chat is just orc now?
Because Orc is the only one who cares about me.
Oh, orc doesn't give a shit about you. Don't fool yourself.
Oh, I know. Fuck Orc. Oink, oink.
Colton, this is Andrew. You're embarrassing me right now.
Dude, you really sounded a lot like him.
That's good.
Dude, the only thing you need to do for Andrew is just to talk slowly and not talk a lot. And there you go. You got him.
Well,
down to
he
a
does
T.
that. He does that so you can fucking understand what he says.
Dude, I literally talk to this fool daily, dude. He's a very fast talker, dude. Unless you're like one of his like buddies, he'll talk to you like super fast, dude. I know, because he's complained to me multiple times that when he does his job, people don't understand him because he talks so fast. It's stupid.
Oh, that is stupid, isn't it? You would know all about that.
Yeah, because I'm the dumbest motherfucker alive. No shame. I'm dumb and I'm proud of it. Fuck math. You're here as a witness to my future crimes. So listen, Jay, I need to ask you something. Will you join my religion, Almighty Music, where we pray to music?
Of course.
Hell yeah! Got a 6th member. Woo! Dude, school is super easy to get people in on my religion, dude. Because the benefits is, like, you have to put a headset on all the time. So you can always listen to the spirituality of music, which is what it's all about. And we watch horror movies sometimes, too. On my grandfather owns a ranch with like a bunch of land, and I'm planning on building a church in the center of it. so that way we can have a meeting place for my religion.
The ATF cannot come quickly enough to your door.
Part of me feels like you're totally serious.
I am. I've created the religion. The thing is, Texas is the easiest state to actually get a religion legalized.
You just told us where you live.
And the thing is, I don't give a fuck. Texas is a big fucking place.
That's true.
If somebody can find me in Texas, man, I don't give a fuck. It's not like I'm staying here all my life. Probably. I don't know. But yeah, I am starting a religion, so I'm so happy.
Aren't you
Christians
happy you decided
coming
to do this stream tonight?
I'm kind of surprised at how it's turned out. Yeah.
in. I hope it's a good surprise.
Sure.
But what the hell is this? Hell, that's the worst kick I've ever seen.
I sent the link to you, Al. Hope you got it. Hope I got your email.
Dude, Al needs to come on this stream, bro. Al is like the greatest fucking human being of all time, dude. He's way better than Christian and Lauren combined. So, guys, I have this idea. Okay, Al's coming in, so let's wait for him to come on to the show.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, man.
Sayol Konstantino, Sayol Konstantino, Samsai, Kondayo, Kondaye, Konsi. How's it going, man?
It's actually pretty good. What's up, Heartbreaker?
I know the Soviet national anthem more than I know the United States anthem.
How did you know it was Russian?
Which is kind of
first
sad.
place? How did
Because
you know it
I've
was
listened
Russian?
to it and sung it. I didn't know you were Russian. I just assumed from the hat.
I am Russian, though. I was just born in America.
That used to be your username,
Hell yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah. They gave it away. I have so many. I changed my name so many times. It's like, I don't know. But so what's up, Heartbreaker? What's going on?
Dude. Stress the fuck out. Don't know how I'm going to survive
What are you
tomorrow,
stressed
but
about,
living
dude?
today.
You're stressed because you got four
I got
girls.
something come. Gosh.
What do you got? A baby on the way?
About. No. I'm failing one of my classes and I'm being threatened to fail another.
So, dude, it's not a big deal. Lauren will clear you.
I don't need Lauren's help. Listen, my parents went out of the state. My parents went out of the state for like a week, so I have to stay here cooking. I have to make sure everything's on time and good. I have to cook all the dinners. Plus, I got a fuck ton of work.
And by dinner, he means meth, which is the family business. If you don't keep that stuff stirred properly, you're going to blow out the side of the bathroom wall.
Listen. My family are moonshiners. We're not meth addicts. You fuck.
Oh, hey, send me some moonshine. I want to try your moonshine.
Colton.
Listen. It's not illegal to make moon. Listen, Christian, Andrew, whoever the fuck your name is, listen to me.
Colton.
It's not illegal to make moonshine. It's illegal to trade and sell it. It's not illegal to make it.
Colton.
What do you want, Andrew?
Listen,
I would have not known that.
Colton, you're making me very uncomfortable. Can you please stop?
Then leave the fucking stream. I don't give a shit about your comfortability. I'm the only heartbreaker. Get fucked.
Oh man. I wish Orc would jump on. Orc, why are you leaving me hanging, man? Come on, dude.
But yeah, it's just my life's very stressful. The only
if you need
time
someone
I'm
to talk
truly
to,
happy
Jay's
is
right
like
here,
when I
man.
wrote
Talk
the
to Jay. Dude, if you need someone to talk, you can always talk to me or Jay or Lauren.
I don't need to talk to nobody.
Listen,
I can
man.
deal with my problems on my own.
Listen, man. Everybody gets stressed out. You gotta gotta overcome it, man. You know, you gotta watch a horror movie and just be like, "Who's?"
I can't even watch a horror movie. I can't even watch it. Yo, guys. So
Why
look,
can't-
look at this. Now listen. Shut the hell up. How do I do this?
Dude, go fuck yourself.
Bro, come on. You get a better argument, bro. Come on. Okay, so how do I get it to where it's facing that away?
Grab a microscope.
Look at that.
What is he trying to do?
We'll see. Look at that. That's a giant 15-year-old TV. Like, look at this, guys. It's got a built-in VR and DVD player. It's HD. Look at that shit.
Hey, Jay.
Uh-huh.
What?
Hey, Jay.
I
Be sure to
worked
send me
2 whole days to get that fucking thing.
Hey, Jay.
Why aren't you guys impressed?
Hey,
Yeah,
Fuck
it
you
looks-
all, dude.
looks cool, man.
Hey,
It looks
Jay.
cool.
Hey, Jay.
Oh.
Hey, dude,
What do
be
you-
sure to send me. Excuse me. Be sure to send me the unlisted link to this video tomorrow.
Well, this has been fun.
Oh, dude, it's been more than fun, dude.
This is
This
all-
stream
All right.
literally made
Or-
my goddamn day, dude.
Orc, if you're listening, I'm tapping out. I need you to take my spot.
See you, man.
Bye, Andrew.
Come on, Orc, jump on, man. Orc, I need you here, brother.
Peter
Get Orc on
Weller
here, man.
as Exterminator William Lee.
So, Al, I have a question.
Yo,
What was this about me and
Sure.
Orc fighting? What was that about, dude? I've never even heard this guy's name, and you're going on about, oh, why are you guys fighting? Like, what the hell is this about, dude? I'm a lover, not a fighter, as you can tell.
you're an Orc fighting. I maybe said something along the lines of Orc versus Heartbreaker as a joke, but not like seriously. Like, you know, you took it out of context.
Darn it.
Colt. You know, or and besides, you
Dude,
wouldn't
it
want
would've
to
been
fight
much
Orc.
fun.
Orc's 6'3", 300 pounds.
So he's fat? Okay, that'll be an even easier challenge.
Orc works out, actually, I think he told me. You know.
Well, what people tell you and what is the truth are 2 very different
Oh my
things.
God, there
Let
he
me
is.
tell you.
Well, Heartbreaker, talk to him yourself. There he is, the man. Orc, the one and only.
Man, the myth, the legend.
But he's not coming on for some reason. I don't know. Maybe he's playing shy, I guess.
What's up, boy? How you doing?
In the Izzy! In
How you doing,
the
man?
Izzy!
Oh, man.
Russia!
How's it going?
Putin!
Yeah.
Hell,
What's your bent?
Heartbreaker?
You know, Orc?
Meet Orc? Orc, meet Heartbreaker.
it's wasted potential.
What's my what?
How's it
You're
going,
big?
man? One of the only Heartbreaker here, greatest person to ever walk on this planet, and has his own religion.
Oh! Oh!
Probably 315. It went down 20 pounds. Yeah.
Heartbreaker was trying to say you don't really work out right before you came on here.
No, Orc does lift weights. He gave me his routine. He lifts weights 3 days a week. He does bench, tries, and biceps.
Traps, you know?
Trap,
Hammer
trap.
muscle.
Yeah.
Orc, show him the guns, dude. Show him the guns, bro. Show him the
Dude,
guns,
man,
man.
you got bigger arms than me. I'm scared.
Show him the guns, brother. Show him the guns, man.
I'm scared.
And pythons,
What-
man.
Good on
Let
him.
me edit my name. Hang on. Where did Christian go? Or Andrew, or whatever his name is.
it was Christian, I think.
He's like, I can't take Heartbreaker now in the same chat. This is too much.
Not even,
Oh, here we
So-
go.
not even looking at
He
this.
bolted.
There we go.
Look, Lawrence having a nervous breakdown. Oh!
There we go.
Definitely
A little
been choked out before.
No,
Shut it down.
that's
Yeah.
alright. I'm trying.
I was scared when I got choked out, dude. It was the most scariest event of my goddamn life. I never want to get choked out again. Fucking hated it, dude.
I got choked
Guy
out
had
by my
very
friend
funny
once.
hands.
We were wrestling.
Christian is a little bitch and ran away because he couldn't handle me.
He's probably going to watch a movie or something.
He was a little bitch.
Don't call him a bitch, man. He's a nice guy.
He can't take us both on, Al. Fist bump. Corona-free fist bump, dude. Come on. Trust me, dude. I don't got corona.
Boom.
I swear to God.
Boom. Boom. Fist bump. Hey, come on, man. What are you doing? Fist bumping you. Boom. There we go.
Holy fuck. This game's going off the rails.
No, it's weird because like working out now, it's like you want someone to spot you whether you're doing deadlifts or squats, which I don't do, or bench, and then like, but they'll breathe on you.
Holy shit. Lauren just put on a Suspiria vibe. I like it. The dark and redness reminds me of Suspiria.
I like that you like Jackson guitars, man.
Heartbreaking. Did you see Suspiria 2018?
Zombie wallpaper. There we go.
Tonight we're having some Mountain Dew Zero.
I said, hands up. Good in the VIP.
That's
I
good
got my
stuff.
camera right here with me. D&D.
Mountain Dew Zero is good stuff.
That's currently my favorite.
Heartbreaker, I have some good advice for you. Watch as many movies as you can before you have to go back to school when COVID ends.
Hoorah, motherfucker.
I'm not saying that as like an asshole comment. It's just like because more movies get added because I was born in '88 and you were born.
I'm not dying. You're dying.
17 years later. You know? so I'm kind of an old boy. I turned 32 this month. So, but I'm not from South
Hey, you're
Korea.
a young guy, man. I'm 37, dude. You're a young guy.
You're 37? Damn,
Yeah.
you look like 20.
Jay,
Holy
we don't want to
shit.
go into
Well, I
this.
know, yeah. I look young. Even when I have a beard and I switch it up, everybody always tells me I look younger. So if I want to go out and try to meet girls, I could tell them I'm 20, 21. They'll believe me. You know?
If I don't,
So,
Wait. I want to stop everything. Just right there. So, what do you think the advantages of telling a girl you're 21 really are?
well, if I'm trying to meet like someone that's like 18 or older, like a younger girl, you know, most young girls might not want to date someone that's 37. So I just lie about my age, you know.
I feel like you shouldn't
Does this-
document this right now,
Does
Al.
this come up often
What do you mean? Like,
that you want to impress the 18-year-old girl by saying you're 21? Does this,
When I'm trolling
no,
the college
because
forest,
some like 18 to 21-year-old girls, you know, sometimes like if you tell them you're like 37, they might be like, "Oh, you're too old for me," you know. But if you tell them you're younger,
they're probably right. I mean, that's the thing,
who
right?
cares, dude? Dude, listen. As long as they're over 18, I don't care.
I'm just saying that, Al, you know, 18 is the age of consent in Pennsylvania, but 16 in Jersey.
I think it's 16
Hey, man.
here, too.
As long as I'm within the law, doesn't matter to me, dude. You know.
I think it's important to have a lot in common.
I had a girlfriend once for 2 years.
The
when she
thing
was
is with
married,
me,
and she was actually cheating on me, but she wasn't. She was
But-
45, but she looked great. She looked
Yeah.
absolutely great, you know. So, I mean,
unlike you.
listen. Well, yeah. Well, but as long as
Okay. Now listen for 1 second, okay? Listen. The thing
Blood
with me
red
about
sky.
the law thing is like the law isn't always moral. So you should always go with what's moral and the law. So
dude, there's 18-year-olds.
that's one of the
doing porn
reasons
videos.
why we need to fight unjust laws.
There's 18-year-olds doing porn videos. If
I know.
So
Still happy
having
about your
sex
choices,
with-
Jay?
I
having sex
know
with
I know one of them.
having sex with 80-year-old men. So
There you go.
hell.
They tell me they're 18 anyway.
How is this video not demonetized? Like, holy shit,
It's not
Jay.
monetized to begin with. So
Like, if this video doesn't get taken down, then nothing should get taken down, dude. Like, holy shit.
No, I won't get taken down.
This is the
I
most
watch
fun
live stream.
stream I've been a part of. I love it.
I don't
Yeah,
actually
this is
play
a
games
fun
or watch
stream.
movies anymore. I just
Oh,
watch
that's
live
right.
streams
Jay
on
doesn't have
Twitch
enough
and YouTube.
subs.
I just watch live streams on YouTube and Twitch.
Jay, we need to get you more
Yeah.
subs, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay has
Listen, Jay. I know a really good website you could go to.
Called subforsub.com.
Listen, YouTube, that was a fucking
The
joke.
man's married. He
Fucking
doesn't need a
joke,
website.
YouTube. It's a joke, YouTube.
Or
Yes.
Orc's crying. Orc, stop crying, man. The hell.
So, Orc, did you watch the shit show against Alabama the other night?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm really just watching IRL streams. I watch people go out and do stupid shit and spread COVID. So that's basically doesn't matter if they're liberal or conservative.
Holy
It's
crap!
just-
You know what I
yeah.
just noticed?
What's up? What'd you
I
just
am
notice?
like 15 seconds into the future for you guys.
Really? Or is it stream delay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So, Heartbreaker, what I think you should do is log off and then just completely log off and then go back in, and Jay will send you a new link. And at that point, you should be perfectly in sync.
Man. I don't think he heard you, Lauren.
You heard? I'm not dying, you're dying. I like that name.
Lauren always thinks he's dying for some reason. I don't know.
Because I'm dying.
No, you're not, Lauren.
That's what I want to
Hey, I'm
do.
afraid.
I want
I
that
have
to
the
be
fear
my
of
job
death.
one day. Just yelling at random people in the street.
What, you're dying?
I could be accomplished. I mean,
We'll set it up. We'll send Orc down. He'll, with a chainsaw and some scissors, pliers.
you could say like, this is not monetarily viable.
It's a stream delay, probably.
I'm hearing everybody fine. Is anybody having problems with a stream?
Heartbreaker's having issues. Different than the usual urinary ones. The
man.
midnight emissions issues.
He's got a urinary tract infection.
Oh, yeah. He uses
UTI.
the same tubes for way too many things. What are you going to do? There's not a
He froze.
there's not a safe stock
man.
in his house.
Thank you, God, for ocean spray.
What are you drinking? Ocean Spray Ruby Red? I got some upstairs. Ocean Spray Ruby Red grapefruit
Yeah, it
juice.
helps the pomegranate, dude.
Yes, sir.
So, Al,
Damn,
we're going to get
Harper,
some
bro.
cheesesteaks. That's what
Yeah,
we're
dude,
gonna do.
whenever you come down, man, I might bring Lauren some cheesesteaks next year. If he wants them.
Oh,
I
man.
don't know. Lauren can get himself. He's in driving distance. He doesn't need to go.
Where are you located, Al? Just a general.
I'm in northeast Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm
I'm in
probably like an hour.
fucking Philly. The
I'm probably
fucking
like an hour
Eagles.
from Lauren. You know,
You're a little more than
Dude,
that.
you know what?
But you're not that far.
Fuck the Eagles, dude. Honestly,
I
you know,
got
because
nothing
let me tell you
left but my bar, the car, and the Philadelphia Eagles.
something. The team's a joke. I mean, I watched them yesterday, but they're not playing Eagles football, and they got lucky, and the defense won the game, if you ask me. So I don't know. I'm kind of getting like away from sports. I'm just tired of it, dude. You know, So, oh, I tooted. Oh, Tootsie's back.
Tootsie Roll.
So, so Jay, you fully realize that you can change everyone's name, right, by just clicking on their icon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just letting you know.
Mm-hmm.
To call those homeless people hard. To call those homeless.
Sounds like a Bruce Springsteen song.
They call those homeless people
Heartbreaker.
heartbreaker.
I think you're muted, Heartbreaker.
Oh, don't
Unmute yourself.
It was
goddammit.
so beautiful for so long.
Unmute yourself.
Don't
I can't.
unmute yourself.
Oh,
me, I
okay,
can't
never
do
mind. Lauren's gonna hang himself. Oh man, Lauren's like, how much more can I take of this? Can't. There goes. Oh, he's back.
Oh, man.
He's back.
I thought he was flexing.
I think
He's
he's
got
going into
husky work.
anaphylactic shock.
I think he's got a husky work. You might have some competition there, buddy.
Yeah, I am too. Check it out. Wait.
Look at that. He's flexing for you. Or he's flexing for you. What the hell? Look at him.
Bless you, Lauren.
I doubt it, but thank you.
Gesundheit.
No.
Kazoom
Good
type.
now.
I used to do that in school to scare kids.
Well, you just
Flex on?
scared Lauren to death. Oh, Coleman.
Ain't nothing to it but to do it.
Coleman.
That was heavy.
Ain't nothing but.
That was heavy. Jay. That's all of that talking about me.
Oh, yeah.
That was heavy.
He's doing Cole, what are you doing, dude?
He's doing the Colt 45 shuffle.
He's not talking. He's on
You
the Heartbreaker shuffle.
drinking anything?
Oh, I'm pissed
Oh,
to
VJ?
come on here so I can sing Limp Bizkit.
No,
Keep
I'm
rolling.
sober right now, man.
Come on.
I am completely sober at the moment.
Sober November.
But this would be a fun time. This would be a fun time to be drunk. I'll tell you that much, man. We got a hell of a stream going here. I mean,
that what
Jesus
this
Christ, we got freaking Heartbreaker, me, Orc. We got the Three Stooges. Good stream, man.
You know what? I'm going to just post the damn link in the comment section. So
There we go.
Man.
Community
Anybody else
chat. This is community chat. That's what I like to hear. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is now a community horror chat. Jump on, and you can talk to Lauren.
I can't speak. Freaking thing is crapping on me.
It's metal. Devil's got your tongue.
smells like rotten eggs, bro.
Fuck.
Heartbreaker's a fart.
I'm sorry, guys. I'll talk to you all later.
I'll see you, man.
Don't apologize for leaving.
Oh man, come on, damn.
Oh,
That's
oh man.
Yeah, he's fun. Post the link,
I
Jay.
logged out for
Let's
this.
get some people
What
on
the
here. Get some people on here. Get some people on here.
Yeah, anybody who wants to come on, just click the link. You're welcome.
This is like
Don't be
chat
shy.
roulette. Higher stakes.
Everybody's safe. Heartbreaker's left. Lauren's like, yes. No, he's cool. I like him. He's funny as shit, man.
I was laughing hysterically. Iron Man.
Very cool.
Whoa, Jimi Hendrix, come down. Hey, you.
There's a guy that does live streams where he plays the guitar, and he's like really, really good, but he has a Hello Kitty guitar that he plays a lot of the times just to fuck with people. He's like, I just learned a new song, and he acts like he's a noob or whatever.
And he's just sweeping. He's just sweeping up and down.
Yeah.
So I'm doing cool stuff like play World War I war anthems. Yeah.
That's still pretty cool. I played Twinkle Twinkle, man.
Do you?
Yep. Well, no, I played back in the day. If I got back into, I would just play Metallica tabs. They're really easy, like 1 and Master of Puppets. Not that hard.
My charger.
A regular Freddy Krueger.
I don't know what that is.
He puts his car on his neck. Damn. And he was in John Wick. Holy shit. This kid's going places.
I wish he'd go places.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh man.
That's gonna be a fun Thanksgiving. Christian Hannah Horror should record that. The table. Pass the gravy. Fuck you.
Sorry, I'm just a little lost for words after all that.
Yeah, it was a comedy show, Jay. It's true.
What have you guys been up to, man? You do anything fun for Halloween?
I at work for Halloween I didn't work. Just drinking, watching. I revisited some films. It's about it, really, man. You know, nobody was having any get-togethers, and you know, most of my friends are married or have wives or kids, so I don't see them too often. You know, so I just pretty much had a solo drinking horror fest. You know, that's it. Watched Halloween 1, 2, 3, Alone in the Dark, 1982.
Oh yeah.
That's about it, man. And now I got Friday the 13th coming up. If I'm not working, then hopefully somebody will be having a live stream where I'll just revisit the films. Not all the films, probably just one through 4, and I might even skip over 3. I don't know. I like 3, but I've seen it so many times. You know, so. And then 4 more weeks, man. 4 more weeks. We got Christmas coming up. We got Christmas horror. You know, so that's going to be fun. I love, you know, the Christmas time, and hopefully, you know, I hope it snows, man. It just sets the tone, because Christmas, I always got either somebody's having some kind of Christmas party, or whether it's family or friends. You go there, and you know, I usually bring a horror movie, and you know, we get drunk and watch it. And it just sets the tone, man. Especially if you're watching Black Christmas, you know, and you're drinking, and it's snow outside. It just sets the tone. It sets the mood, sets the atmosphere. You know, just makes it more fun. You know, so.
Yeah, man. Sounds good to me.
Jennifer Flowers, whatever that means. So, how about you, Jay? What'd you do?
Just we did have kind of this little party. Invited a few folks.
Cool, man. Cool.
And yeah, just kind of hung out. You know, carved some pumpkins. When the younger kids went home, we watched a few horror films.
See, the thing I like about next Halloween is going to be awesome, but like this Halloween, like obviously, you know, everything's limited, but I think people are still in the spirit, man. You know, I've seen so many YouTube videos and a lot of stuff that was trending on YouTube from like a lot of like popular YouTubers, you know, have like, you know, as soon as they post something, they're #1 trending. You know, they were doing like some Halloween decorations and stuff like that. So, you know, and they all love horror movies, you know, because they're being interviewed, and they're like, "So do you guys actually like horror movies?" They're like, "Oh yeah, we love horror movies." You know, so I don't think the horror. I mean, I know the situation with the movie theaters right now, it's kind of messed up, but you know, slowly as it starts to open up, I don't think horror is going to go anywhere, man. And I think the theaters, maybe they might take an impact. Certain ones might close, but AMC, I think, will be fine. I can't really speak for Regal, you know, but I mean, dude, like I'm excited for Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Hopefully they get it right. Like I said, I got to see the trailer to know which way it's going to go, because if it's anything like Texas Chainsaw 3D, then I'm just going to be so pissed off, dude. Because like I said, and I told Lauren this, when the Texas Chainsaw 3D poster came out, I was like, man, this poster looks freaking terrifying. It looks great. And then the trailer is released, and I'm like, all right, here we go. I clicked play, and I'm like, what? But as when you watch the 2003 trailer, that's a terrifying trailer. That's like, whoa, okay, what you're kind of getting into. And then even as soon as the movie started, it was just, 2003 was a very horrifying, terrifying film, man. So hopefully this one, I don't know if this one's going to beat it, man. It depends on, if they get the tone right, if they get the feel right, the look. But if it's too Hollywood, too cheesy, like another, so I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to get too excited over one poster, but, it was, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of hope.
And then Scream 5, supposedly, I don't want to give any spoilers. I'm not going to, but I read something online that I don't want to say anything now. I don't know, like, I don't know. No, I don't want to, spoil anything. Dude, all you need to do is like YouTube contact and they'll get you on trending. It's all about the people,
So all I have to do is contact YouTube and they'll get me trending?
Not true, Heartbreaker. Unless you're like,
I'll try it.
Charlie D'Amelio. God, I'm so sick of seeing them. But or that Mr. Beast guy, I can't fucking stand him, dude. Like, I guess that's the YouTube community, the YouTube world. I'm not surprised. It just makes me sick, But back to horror, because I don't want to waste my breath. By the way, before I go into some trouble, all this is a joke between friends. I don't actually care much. You all are friends except for Lauren. Fuck him. Hey, Harper, come on, man. Don't give Lauren a break. He's actually.
He doesn't. He doesn't need to give me a break. I'm perfectly comfortable in my own skin.
I think he's mad because you didn't interview him, Lauren. Who said something? Trust me.
Yeah, man. I'll contact the president of Google.
He's been on this decade. He's been on this decade since he was. I mean, on this platform.
Piz will
since
handle
he
it.
was
We'll
5.
give Piz will handle everything.
He was using a computer when he was 5. Damn, he must be a beast hacker. That's some like Russian basement shit. Holy shit. Damn. that's epic.
But yeah, I think the next 2 years are going to be good for horror. Once these theaters slowly, I'm actually going to see Poltergeist Wednesday with my friend. We're going to go to AMC up in Bensalem. It's about 20 minutes away, so that should be cool. I haven't seen the original Poltergeist in a while, so I'm excited to see that.
I'm just gonna wait because it's gonna be a second wave of this shit, and then there was 200K that passed away the first time. They were predicting at least 500K in total, so 300K more. I'm not hoping for it, obviously, but it's going to be, once summer actually gets here, it's going to be interesting to see what Cinemark is doing. And then United Artists and Regal are the same, and then AMC. Those are the big three, pretty much.
And Orc, that's the thing. I have a United Artists like 2 blocks away from me. I have a United Artist, and it's still closed down, man. But like if I want to see something in IMAX or IMAX 3D, then I have to go either downtown or drive 20 minutes, which is fine because the AMC has IMAX, but United Artists, they don't. The one near me doesn't have it yet. But I feel bad, man. I seen that was the first theater that I seen my second horror movie. The first one they closed down. It was like 2 miles from me. It was called Orleans. This was in 1993. I seen Jason Goes to Hell. And then in 95, I seen The Curse of Michael Myers at the Grand Plaza movie theater. So at the United Artists one. So, that was cool. And so I hope they don't close down. And then 3 years ago, they redid their whole seats, the whole inside. Trust me, dude, I know a lot of shit.
Yeah,
a lot of shit on Lauren. Give us the shit on Lauren, but,
from 2009 to 2011, I saw pretty much every movie that was like horror or action that came out at like United Artists or Regal. They were right
Yeah.
across
Yeah.
in Coors, Colorado. There where the brewery is for obviously the beer. There's two that are right by each other.
Yeah.
They're literally like right across. There's like a huge
Yeah.
shopping center. Yeah. So
Right.
but
Yeah.
it would
Yeah.
be
Yeah. I totally understand, man. I totally understand. Like, I would hate to see, the AMC theaters, and I don't know. It's just at this point, guys. Who knows what tomorrow's gonna bring? And these fucking riders finally stopped. So it's just, dude, 2020. Like, what else could happen? Like, seriously, what else could happen in 2020?
in about
Dude,
in
they
about
really fell down a shithole.
in about 25 hours Eastern, people could start mass rioting. That could happen.
Oh, we made it 3 hours and 34 seconds, Lauren.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know, you guys. I can vote. Honestly, I don't know.
I'm not getting into politics. I'm just saying that could be a possibility.
I
A lot of
personally,
things could be a possibility.
Well,
whoops.
I was gonna say him to repeat a lot of what he was saying because he was breaking up. But either way, whoever wins, it's gonna be
Kamala
really fucked
Harris.
up. So yeah. So
I
that's why I'm
mean,
like, better get everything done today. I'm like going to like Walmart and stuff. Just like,
but listen, at the end of the day, they're all pieces of shit in their own ways. Like, I mean, like, come on. Like, okay, Trump did this, Trump's this. Joe Biden's got dirt on him too. Dude, nobody's like. I mean, every fucking president or every come on. And like people are, I don't know. I don't want to talk politics. Back to horror. So, yeah, we got Friday 13th coming up, Black
Hello, man.
Christmas.
Hello,
And,
Cameron.
oh, baby Cameron in the house. What's
So
up, man?
let me get the complete schedule and then say hi to
Hang on.
Cameron real quick.
Sorry.
So
I
another
think
TCM, two more
In
Halloweens.
2021, we got another TCM, and then in 2022, Scream 5, January.
There's going to be two more
2022.
Halloweens, and then there's going to be Candyman the remake, right?
Do you think in 100
Yeah.
years they're still going to be making the same movies, sequels to the 80s movies, Lauren?
I will be so happy to be dead if that's the case. It's not going to be funny.
The moment you die, the next day, Hellfest 2 will be announced.
It'll probably take 100 years, so that's probably makes some sense.
Yeah.
Why haven't they made a sequel to Hellfest since it was so successful? I mean, not financially, but it had a cult following.
Yeah, I think they will make one.
I'm sure
It'll be
it'll
a Shudder exclusive.
The problem,
I'm sure they'll get there.
the problem is that it was a studio pick. That's the problem.
It'll be one of those movies like Michael Dougherty's Trick or Treat, that just like there's always rumors of a sequel and it never happens.
But as awesome as that film is, it sat on the shelf for 3 years before they even just put it out on DVD.
Well, that's the Bryan Singer factor, I think, that had something to do with that.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
It was really
As long as the movie makes money, as long as any horror franchise makes money, obviously, they're going to keep making it. So I won't be surprised. Another 5 years, they have another.
It was like usually people talk about it being one of the first victims of the fact that the studios have dating so far out too. So there was
we can't go against Saw 4, right?
But it's all already mapped out for like the next.
Yeah, don't even bring up
every
Saw.
weekend. So what happened is like there was some shifting, and it lost its initial place, and then for like 2.5 years they couldn't figure out where to do it. They were talking about releasing it not in the Halloween season at one point. I mean, it was. That film got screwed hard.
How many Halloween sequels did we have to suffer through that come out in August? I mean, what the hell were they thinking?
2 terrible ones. One involved the horse, and people liked them. Some people, and I don't know why.
No, there was a bunch of the Dimension ones prior to Rob Zombies that were coming out in August as well. I think Resurrection did, and
And
A few other
H2O came out in August. It came out on my birthday.
Wow, that's
That
awesome.
was my first big horror experience.
And then Resurrection actually came out the last weekend of August, I believe. Right? It was late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just got this. I haven't watched. I've never seen a single Critters movie in my
Oh,
entire
they
life.
were so good. First
You're
time.
a treat.
Huh? Oh yeah,
You're a treat.
my Scream Factory ones that I ordered finally came in after like 5 weeks from their Shocktober. Took them took over a month to get here.
Jack, aka Leo from Titanic, being a 7.
That's part 3.
Yeah, that's my least favorite of the bunch. Although the last two are really tough to fix which one is worse because they have different problems, but they're both bad. The first two are great.
Budget, I think, is the biggest problem with those last two.
Especially the fourth film because it was really ambitious in what it wanted to do and had no money to do any of it.
Because like I always got when I was a kid, there was Critters and Ghoulies and Munchies and obviously Gremlins, but those were the 3 like knockoffs off of Gremlins. I've been waiting for them to release an unrated Ghoulies 2 because I heard like the R-rated cut at least is like amazing, but they only have a PG-13 version available. Same thing with like Krampus. Krampus apparently is an amazing R-rated movie that they cut to a PG-13 movie.
I like Ghoulies 2 a lot too.
Yeah.
You know what I hate? Terrifier. Terrifier sucked.
I agree. 100%.
Isn't there like 3 of them?
No, the second one is coming out.
I think. You know.
But
Just like
you know,
Tremors 8.
I still think though that I didn't enjoy.
I love Tremors.
I didn't enjoy Terrifier, but I'll say this: I appreciate that it's its own thing and it's not part 8 of anything.
Well, yeah, from that point of view, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Hang on, wait a second. I'm a Tremors fanboy. Wasn't that Tremors 7 that just got released?
Yes.
Yeah, no, already starting with me. You know.
Oh,
Listen,
oh my
number
God.
1,
Bert's going to be in a wheelchair soon.
I love the original.
Well, there's a podcast I listen to. I'm sure Al knows about it. 22 Shots, and and they
moods and horror.
They say that that Tremors is a contender for probably most consistent genre series in a while because almost every single one of them they said is like good. There's not like a really bad one.
There's the bad one. The one that goes the prequel.
Well, 4 is god awful. Oh my God.
I mean, after the first one, the rest is just kind of like Sharknado type of movies. If you ask me, I mean, that's just my opinion. You know, if you guys that's fine.
I would rather watch
the original Tremors, but
I would rather watch
after the
Child's
original,
Play 5 over and over rather than Tremors 4.
Oh,
Tremors
it's just
4.
like, you know, if you follow the Howling 1, great. 2, awesome. 3 sucked. 4 was good. 5 was good.
Whoa! Stop! Rewind the tape.
You like 3?
1 good, 2 awesome.
Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
No, 1 was my favorite. 2 was fun, good. I like 2.
No, that's the part I have a problem with.
Yeah. No, I misworded it. 3 was just completely stupid, but good soundtrack though. 4 I liked. 5 was actually really terrifying.
I heard that like 7 is like shot on a video camera in a country western bar and there's no werewolves in it, and that makes me excited.
There's like the last 10 minutes are different than the rest of the film.
They made it to 7? What year did it come out?
Dude,
they made it to 8, my friend, because they basically remade the first film.
What the fuck?
What was the one in the Freak Show or something? Was it called Carnival or Freak Show?
5, The Freaks.
That's where I gave up.
That's actually the best of the sequels. It doesn't get better than that.
5 is the castle one. Is when they go in the castle that's been deserted for 500
That one's not very good either.
No, that's...
You didn't like that one, Jay? Really?
That's a lame ass.
Man.
That's a lame ass.
Aren't they all like basically just movies that were made and then slapped with a Howling like title? Like they weren't even part of
different storylines, different kind of plots, but I mean, similar plots, but different storylines. Like
I can only imagine that this is the progress of Gary Brandner, right? His novel gets auctioned. He gets optioned. And Joe Dante makes a movie. He's like, it's completely different than my book, but okay. The second film comes out. He's like, fuck me. They're gonna think of that as mine. The third film comes out. He's like, I'm just getting drunk. I'm not watching them anymore. You figure about 7 comes out and he accidentally sees it on cable. And he goes, "Where do I keep the handgun? Where do I keep the handgun?" But the checks kept coming, so he didn't really care that much, but it had to hurt.
Howling 25, the new filing cabinet.
So Al, you like Howling 2 more than American Werewolf in Paris?
Yes, I do.
I
wouldn't do that. I think
Absolutely.
Paris has some.
I'm not a
huge
fan of
missteps,
American Werewolf in
but,
Paris, to be honest with you.
But there's
Just
stuff
like
I like about that film too.
Yeah, because the
just
director
like
made
I'm not a big fan of the 94. What is it? Bram Stoker's Dracula. Was that 94 one?
92.
92. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. You know, but to answer your question, Kim, yeah, absolutely. Even though I thought, with the castle, Howling 2 was a fun film. I mean, like
I'm hearing Sturba for the win.
Yeah.
I wasn't agreeing with you. I was just saying that's what I hear.
Well, I mean, I like it, but my favorite Howling is the original, and then Part 5, because I think it's completely terrifying. Like when they're in that castle, it's been deserted for 500 years, and then they come back, and then there's a werewolf running around. It's killing people, and then all these secret doors and passages, and they all like get invited for this dinner. And just the tone and feel of Howling 5 was really great. I mean, I don't know if where's it at? England? What was it set, Lorne? England or somewhere?
I'm not the historian of the Howling series. I'm afraid
you're not going to do an autopsy Howling series.
No.
Yeah, but just the cinematography. You guys can look it up. I mean, watch the trailer right now. Look it up. Howling 5. The cinematography, the atmosphere, the tone. It's really a terrifying film. Like it had me like, whoa, like
Jay, do you remember the night we looked up what Philippe Mora was doing? So this is after some live broadcast of some sort, and Jay and I are like, it's like 3:00 in the morning. We're looking up on IMDb what Philippe Mora, the director of Howling 2 and 3, has been doing, and there are all these like weird short films about historical figures killing Nazis, and
it's wild, man.
We were laughing so hard.
We went down a deep wormhole that night.
We went down a rabbit hole and we found a fox living down there.
The last 5 years of his life, Ken Russell was making home videos in his backyard with his actors, Oliver Reed and Sammy Davis and stuff like that. He never released those. I'd love to see what those look like.
Was the last thing he actually released Follow the Louse of his bullshit pornographic version of Poe? Was that the last thing he released?
I thought it was Whore, the Teresa Russell movie.
No, there's something after that.
Okay, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen that.
I love Whore, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, Al, have you seen those Ken Russell films? Lair of the White Worm, Gothic.
I haven't, Ken. No, I haven't.
Altered States. Don't get drunk and watch those. Okay?
No,
Altered States is wild, man.
Or Gothic. Why? Neither one of those you want to get drunk and watch.
Any of them.
Why? Why not? Why?
Just because he's just out there. I mean, he's like there's movies and there's Ken Russell. I don't even know how to explain it. I mean, Gothic is. I don't think it's a scary movie, but I'm scared to watch it.
The bed nymph scene.
No. I just mean I just mean there's no jump scares, but just the whole mood of it is this is weird, and you feel dirty.
It feels like an absinthe nightmare. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What about Listomania?
I don't think there's so many of them I haven't seen. I haven't seen Tommy. I haven't seen he just made some weird ass movies, man. I mean, The Devils is of course the one Lauren and I was talking about, but I mean that guy was out there, but in a good way.
Mostly in a good way. But Horror is one of those films that no one ever talks about.
Or Crimes of Passion with Kathleen Turner and Anthony Perkins.
Yeah, well that was a video store staple for me though. That.
Right, but Arrow put out the full on X-rated cut of it, which is great.
Yeah, I don't know if I need that.
I just love the fact that Kathleen Turner made that and Romancing the Stone in the same year. So
wow, she had a really odd transformation, didn't she? from like Beautiful Woman to like Beast.
Yeah, but if you look at War of the Roses, Serial Mom, I mean, she knew how to play dark comedy like no other.
Yeah, oh yeah, Serial Mom's great.
Serial Mom. Serial Mom was good. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
You know.
She's got those comedy
Especially the
chops too,
Texas
man.
Chainsaw playing in the background.
But then you look at something like
That's nostalgia.
Body Heat and other things. I mean, it's like she in her heyday, you know, for about 15 years, she can do no wrong in a lot of that stuff. But then once she started doing V.I. Warcharski and those kind of movies, it just
man,
it all went downhill.
I remember seeing the trailer for that movie in the theater and went go just being like, this is kind of the death of cinema right here. I'm kind of watching the death now.
Yeah,
when serious people are making crap that you know is crap to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, when she and Michael Douglas and Danny DeVito got in those white suits to do the music video for Jewel and Nile and started, remember that music video? Oh my God!
I'm not a big fan of that. Big fan of that one. I love War of the Roses though.
Yeah, there's only one thing I want them to cut out, and then I will unabashedly give it 5 stars. When she tells him she cooked the dog. They have a shot of the dog waking up in the backyard, and that was only added for the audience.
So you should have taken that out.
Yeah,
so,
you take that one shot out, and she killed that dog, which she did in the script.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's probably just that her character is not completely unlikable by the audience.
Yeah, but they both kill each other at the end.
Right. I mean, but...
See, I think that we have to be willing to go dark with movies. I mean, legit dark where that upsets the audience. We have to be okay with that. And all the films we love from the 70s and 60s did that.
Mm-hmm.
They'd go dark.
I mean, when she cooks and kills the dog, it's in the last 15 minutes of the movie. I mean, you're already committing to how dark this movie is. Yeah. I mean, when do you remember that movie, Lorne, The War of the Roses, where like he breaks into the house when she's having the dinner party and just goes in the kitchen and starts peeing on the fish and it's like, I mean, Danny DeVito. If you look at Throw Mama from the Train, War of the Roses, and Matilda. I mean, Matilda is like my favorite of his because it's so dark, but it's Roald Dahl, of course. But he like leans into it. So I mean, his depiction of the Trunchbull, the principal, is like one of the great like almost horror performances in a non-horror movie. I mean, she locks kids up in, you know, closets with spikes and things like that.
Oh man.
Yeah. I wish he'd direct more movies.
That got me thinking about opera for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe because
I
of the
remember
eye scene.
in Matilda, wasn't he like a car salesman who would roll back the speedometer? I remember watching that at like daycare.
They would like as soon as they would drive off the lot, it would like fall apart. It was awesome.
It's so great, and it's sort of like Carrie for little kids, you know.
Carrie for kids, yeah.
She glues his hat on.
Carrie, the animated series.
That would be amazing. Be amazing. Oh,
Stranger things have happened, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Well, we almost got a Carrie television series.
Yeah, they tried to do it. They tried to do it with the book too, and I don't know, that kind of.
How could that possibly work as a series?
It was going to be the Incredible Hulk as with Carrie.
No, oh man, that's terrible.
You get it on the Scream Factory Blu-ray. It comes with the Rage Carrie 2.
Oh really?
Yeah. The Angela Bettis version.
She's great in that too.
Yeah.
Angela Bettis is great, and she needs someone to guide her career so she can be more. Because seriously, she's going to go down as like a cult actress, and that's it.
Can we put Angela Bettis and Emily Perkins from Ginger Snaps in a movie together?
Hey man, that'd be great.
Emily Perkins.
Well, she's great in Ginger Snaps and it. And
so let me deep dive for a second and let's throw.
How about Olivia Hudson?
No, she had a career. We're talking about people who don't have careers. But Rainbow Harvest from the first Mirror, throw her in something because she was the good Winona Ryder.
Oh, okay. No.
That's a solid performance in a film that does not deserve it.
I'm really tired. What's the other girl in Ginger Snaps? The one in American Mary?
Catherine Isabel.
Throw her in that shit too. Yeah, there you go. They're such a good combo. The third one is kind of like it's got a Tremors 4 feel and it sucks, but I really like Ginger Snaps 1 and 2. They're both pretty solid.
I don't love the second film's like pacing issues, but I think
Yeah.
the first film is really solid.
Yeah, everyone likes the first one.
Yeah, me too, Jamie. It was good. Second one was good. I thought so.
I have
Well,
a lot
they're-
more respect for Carrie 2 than I expected to.
Yeah.
Well,
it's-
that's because Kat Shea directed it, who of course did Poison Ivy, which is I love Poison Ivy, the Drew Barrymore movie, not the sequels.
Oh, Cameron, let me tell you something. We started watching the HBO series on your late friend about the Golden State Killer.
Oh, okay.
And in the first episode, like I had subtitles on, and it says your name. It said Cameron. And I was like, oh shit, I know him. I know him.
I know my wife. My wife was watching in the bedroom. She texted me. She's like, "You're in this thing." I said, "Yes, I am." I won't watch it though. It's one of those things where it's like I was too close to that material. I cannot even objectively look at it. So,
Man! All right, can I send you an autograph? Or
Of what?
a paper to get like autographs? Send it back.
What are you
I
talking
got
about?
HBO Max, man. Come on.
You just want to vote with my name.
No, I don't want to vote with your name. I'm gonna send you like, I don't know. I'll be like one of those Twitch.
Orc,
What?
it'll come back half singed. You forget he's in Cali.
Yeah, guys,
My
I
goal-
think we should all say congratulations to Cam. He just dropped he's been working on a movie supposedly. I was at his
What?
live stream earlier.
He's been working on a
You got a
movie.
movie coming out?
What?
Yeah. The Twin Peaks or something like that.
Wait, you're joking.
I think I might have heard
Are
something.
you guys busting my chops? Because I
man.
never knew that.
Dude, I don't even know how
I
to
didn't
tell my
know that.
goddamn
Cam,
phone.
set him straight.
Yeah, I'm in like post production on it right now.
Oh wow!
Awesome. I was going to ask you how it was
Wow.
going.
I have just about a handful of things left to edit it, and then I'll have the rough cut done, and then the hard part starts where you
I
pace it
misunderstood
down.
earlier. I thought you finished it. That's what. it was.
Post production on a movie? What?
try doing that during a pandemic. I have no idea how I'm gonna do ADR with
That
people.
takes dedication.
Try doing that during a pandemic with a toddler.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's ridiculous. Anyway, but thanks Jay for letting me know you checked that out because that's cool.
Yeah, man.
I guess they showed it on 2020 the other day too.
What's up, Jess?
What's up, Jess?
Yes, Graham.
How's it going,
What's
guys?
up, brother?
Just
How's
wanted
it
to
hanging?
jump on and say hi. I was getting lonely in the chat. Going good. Thank
Yeah.
you, sir. How are you?
Good.
I'm great.
Good. Good to see y'all. It's an honor to be here with this panel.
Jamie, don't laugh. That's not funny.
Hey, you too, man.
Yeah.
You have a good Halloween, Jess?
We did. We did go trick-or-treating with my son.
Awesome.
Small town, though, so
Fuck
yeah, that helps. And we're outdoors. We had a good day. A lot of people had, like, tubes or that they'd send the candy down or have their
Really?
table out.
Like a potato gun, but they would just send down candy.
Sure.
Oh,
Because-
yeah.
because
like
the-
plastic
Because the
tube, just
COVID
slide it
couldn't
down,
handle
had
the
it at
water
an angle.
slide.
Nice.
It was a good time watching horror movies. We went to a haunted car wash.
Oh, cool.
Dope.
Yeah, he sent me the video of that. It looked fun. It looked really fun. The haunted car wash.
It was for what they could do in a car wash. So
I never
It was
even
pretty
heard of
cool.
anything like that. Like,
I think it's semi
Yeah, it
new.
was
At
fun,
least
Jay. It looked
this
fun.
place they did it last year, I guess, kind of a test run.
It's legit, man.
Whereabouts are you located?
Iowa.
can't wait. I mean, oh, yeah, okay.
I used to
I thought
actually.
you did.
I lived out in Los Angeles for about 15 years. So I think that's closer to your way. But
That's
yeah, I moved back.
that's too
to Iowa
long.
a couple years ago.
I lived there for 1 year and I
Yeah.
said I gotta get the hell out of here.
Really?
These
I like
people are insane.
I like being able to drive to LA like before lunchtime, but then I just want to get the hell out of that place.
Yeah.
I'm stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I get you.
No,
Oh,
I'm
man.
good for.
I
I'm
never
good for
got
about
used
3
to
days.
that.
3 days I'm good, and then I leave for a year. So
Oh, Corey's in it. Corey, hop
Kind of
on,
like
man.
Vegas.
S'mores indoors. Al the Witch, get your shirt. Support the guys.
I thought that podcast was named S'mores and Dwarfs when I first
No,
fucking
it's
heard.
that's
S'mores
a
indoors.
different
They
show
have a
on
a
shirt. I'm
different
on the
channel
shirt.
you watch.
I'm the
Yeah.
mascot.
That's why I asked him to say it slowly, like I was like acting like an old person. I was like, "It's called what?" He's like, "S'mores indoors." I was like, "Ah."
Hop on in, Cor. Yeah, me, Jess, and
From
Timmy, Barry
Kentucky.
Sims. We got our thing going, and everybody's kind of got their own thing going now. But it's cool when we get like everybody together in different streams.
Kobe.
But Al, you're so random when you show up on my videos. Like, I'll be talking about, I don't know, something, and you're like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" Like the complete opposite of whatever I'm talking about.
Yeah, I
That
tend
sounds
to
like
do that. I don't
someone
know.
we used to know.
My attention span's like I don't know, and then I just
No,
get
you're not
into
the only one
different
that does that.
conversations.
There's other people that watch all our videos that it's like I'm talking about, I don't know, Kit Kats, and somebody asks me about what I think about Mickey Mouse Clubhouse or something. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm guilty about that. Yeah.
No,
No.
you just ask like meme stuff, Orc.
What are you talking about?
Orc, stop drinking Mountain Dew. You're not gonna be able to fall asleep tonight, man.
He doesn't
It's only
sleep.
100 milligrams bottle.
He's gonna pull his face off. Look at him! Look at him! He's going fucking crazy. He's
Sorry.
doing that heartbreaker. Oh man.
Let's be clear. No one has ever done the Heartbreaker.
Yeah. Okay. I agree. Okay.
And
Yeah.
I don't think
Heartbreaker-
that's ever going to change.
He's a one of a kind type of guy, Lauren.
Hey Al, here this is something you should forget about Ken Russell. If you want to get drunk and watch a series of movies, I got a new Alejandro Jodorowsky box set.
Oh, that's going to hurt you.
Damn, Cameron, that's thick with 3 C's.
El Topo,
Big.
Holy Mountain. Oh yeah,
That's awesome, man.
you will. You will. This will redefine your reality for you.
Al,
Holy Mountain is
Al,
a journey, man.
did you ever want a movie just to stop cold and lactate on you? Because Holy Mountain does that.
Of course.
Holy Mountain does that.
Well, what's it about? Because I never heard of it. What is it
What
about?
is
I
Holy
couldn't tell
Mountain
you.
about?
Yeah.
The subversion of the social will.
The movie that you would gravitate towards of Jodorowsky would have been Santa Sangre because it's actually
Yes.
a Claudio Argento movie that he produced. So
It's called Holy Mountain.
no, look up Santa Sangre. That's the one you should see.
Actually, watch the Holy
Okay.
Mountain, man. It's a fucking journey.
I'll check it out.
You don't need
I'll look it
LSD, man. Watch the
Oh
Holy Mountain.
no! Holy Mountain is
You don't need those.
I
Holy
think
Mountain
Holy
will
Mountain.
fuck you up.
I think Holy Mountain was actually financed by John and Yoko Ono.
Really?
Cam, what's the director's name again? So I'll remember more by the director. than-
Jodorowsky. Just look up Jodorowsky. Just look up Jodorowsky.
Jodorowsky.
He's actually a comic book artist. I didn't know idea he was a comic book artist.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Is there a trailer for the movie that I can see?
Just go on YouTube,
YouTube
look
somewhere?
up. Just look up Jodorowsky. You'll see everything. El Topo,
Jodorowsky.
Holy Mountain,
Okay.
Hungry.
El Topo is really what kind of put him on the map.
His
and,
documentary about Jodorowsky's Dune is incredible.
I'll
Absolutely
check them
incredible.
out. I'll check out the trailers after the stream, or when I get off, I'll check them out.
I'm not sure you're going to
Maybe
find
they're free
traditional
on-
trailers. You're going to see like art reels more than anything.
I don't even know if a trailer would do it justice.
But if you
Well, that'd give
literally
me an
had a
idea
week,
of,
if
like,
you
what
had a
I'm in
weekend,
for.
if you had a weekend of Jodorowsky and Ken Russell movies, I will gladly do a stream with you like that following Monday.
Oh, me too.
Wow.
Who put that box set out?
It's a new one. Let me think.
Jess, is that a mechanical keyboard?
I don't know this company. It's like a new. I don't know, but this is. I mean, they've come out on Blu-ray before, but never in this. Never in this. This set, but it doesn't have his later films. It just has the early stuff.
So how about Al? How about you do Jodorowsky's Holy Mountain in a double feature with Young's Venkmeyer's Alice?
And because all good double features have a
Can
short
you guys
film
email
before.
me these films? Because all these names, I might not remember all these names.
So
Jay, can you email me this?
Alice is mostly
Yeah.
stop motion animation using real
Everything
dead
you're saying,
stuffed
Jay,
animals.
email me right now in my you have my email, just because I'm not gonna remember all these names.
So
these are films I never even heard of. Directors I never even heard of.
So Al, here's a couple of short films you need to see. Kenneth Anger's Scorpio Rising. and Superstar: The Karen Carpenter Story by Todd Haynes.
Todd Haynes.
What
Have
are
you
they
guys
about?
seen that?
What's so like?
Oh
Funny? What's
yeah.
so creepy?
So
I
Todd
had to
Haynes.
put it that like.
So
back
Todd
in the
Haynes,
VHS
Todd Haynes, Superstar, Karen Carpenter Story. It's the Karen Carpenter's biography,
dolls.
but all done with Barbie dolls. And Mattel threatened to sue them. So it's been an underground film for 40 years. Then there's Scorpio Rising, which is the first film to ever have pop music in it, and it's about satanic motorcycle gay men having sex in a church.
I don't want to see that.
You don't see anything, but it's all done to Blue Velvet and Leader of the Pack, and they all pee in their motorcycle helmets and they put them on their head and then they race and they crash into each other. It used to play in the basements of churches in the early 60s. You can find it on YouTube for free. And
Jay,
the director, Kenneth Anger.
I'll check them out.
Kenneth Anger is a known. He's a known occultist, right? Like Aleister Crowley, that kind of thing.
He was Church of the Morning Sun guy. Yeah. And of course, you may just if you're going down this self-destructive cinema route that we're suggesting. Find the original, not the released version of the long form video for 9 Inch Nails Broken. That will change your life. I think you found him.
Jay, email me that too.
Jay, you found him. You found my porn guy.
Oh shit!
It's been a while.
Whoa, he's back! Oh my god, it's
been a
since
couple months.
summertime. What the hell?
What the hell is that?
It's a guy
It's
watching
Lawrence
porn.
Stalker.
One of them.
He has a few.
It's just a
We
guy
still
that
haven't
watches.
figured out who it is. So
I'm just
He
saying.
used several of our names on one stream one time. Made it look like it
Yeah.
was me on there playing porn.
well, he never.
I'm not going here.
Yeah,
Jay,
one time it was
Jay.
you.
Jay, if you don't mind, I'm going to put Scorpio Rising in our group chat here, and if you don't mind, just our private chat. If you don't mind, just moving that over to our viewers, because I think they'd all like to see this tonight.
Holy shit, though.
Will do.
We gotta expand it.
Give everybody favorites.
No, I'm trying to expand your minds. You guys all have watched the same things. You guys need to see where these things came from.
I agree. Yeah. I kind of been watching the same shit over and over.
David Lynch, Martin Scorsese, they all credit Kenneth Anger as the birth of pop music and cinema. So
Let's throw Cruising onto that list as well.
oh hell yeah, that Arrow box set that comes with Mark Kermode's commentary with William Friedkin. It doesn't get much better than that. So.
So damn it, Orc left so he could come in here. Apparently,
That's sad.
yeah, because that's Christian said that's not me. I'm sleeping, man. Someone's pretending to be me.
So Lauren, what do you think of Seizure, the first Oliver Stone movie?
Oliver Stone film?
Yeah.
With Harvey. Harvey.
Yeah.
I think it's not very good, but it's very odd.
But can you look at that movie and see that Oliver Stone would go on to do what he did?
If I'm being honest, no.
Uh-uh. Of course, I can say the same thing about Savages, but that's another story.
That's true. So I just put a link in the chat for the trailer for Alice. So I think you gentlemen, at some point, if you have never seen Jan Svankmeyer's Alice, you need to say it.
See, look, this okay. Never mind. Y'all continue.
I'm going to copy right now and paste it, Lauren, and then I'll check it out after. And then Jay will email me everything
Cool.
else because you guys mentioned like 20 movies. 20 movies I never heard of even. So
You see, that's what life
After
is
the-
like
yeah,
beyond
after
freaking Scream and Texas Chainsaw Massacre sequels.
What I used to do back
and
in the day,
Suspiria.
we used to have giant parties at my house, and people would always stay too long, and they'd be a little too tipsy. So what I would do is I'd always put on the party scene from Pink Flamingos, where the guy where the guy literally mimes the song "Bird is the Word" with his butthole, and people would leave the house in droves. It was fantastic.
My goodness. Oh man.
It was
At
either
least you
that
had a
or the
plan.
nice.
It was either that
At
or
least
the
you had a
chickens.
plan.
It was the scene with the couple that had the threesome with the chicken. That usually makes them leave too.
That chicken doesn't make it, by the way.
No.
Spoilers, that chicken doesn't make it.
Oh, man.
Oh, Piz is here. You guys want to hear what Piz has to say?
I would love to know.
I'm guessing it's porn audio.
Bring him in.
No, I'm not going to. I can only do 6 anyway.
Oh, I can leave. It's fine.
No, this is not actually him. I'm just joking.
Oh, okay.
I would love to watch Al's reaction to any of the films we've just suggested.
And Al, honestly,
Well,
we're not giving you
can't
these
do it.
movies. We're not giving you these movies to like kind of screw with you. Like seriously, like these are movies you
Great
need to see
films.
as a film fan.
Yeah. Jay, did you email me them? The names?
Are you a
I wasn't
film
listening,
buff?
man. I'm sorry. I've got a few of them, but I don't have the full list.
No, just whatever you guys
Oh,
email me because like they mentioned so many names I'm not gonna remember. I did copy Lauren's Alice, so once I get off the stream, I'm gonna watch the trailer that Lauren posted in the chat, and I'll check it out. You know,
Trailer looked pretty interesting to me. I thought you said Alice, Sweet Alice at first.
Oh no,
But
no, no.
I had it without
No,
sound. I
That's
was like,
too
it's a girl
normal.
running.
Too normal. I mean, like,
Yeah.
like you want to
That's
recommend
too
things like
mainstream.
no, you
No,
want to
I'm just
recommend
kidding,
things
kidding.
like erotica, like things like that. You know,
No,
If
there
you-
are some films. There are some films you recommended.
Al, have you seen either of the Necromantic films?
never even
Dude,
heard of
you
it.
know what?
I really suggest Necromantic 2, but on a light meal beforehand. Nothing
You
heavy.
know,
those actually have legit Blu-ray releases.
you know what
Yeah.
Cameron
And
recommended.
they were
to
shot
me
on
that
Super
was-
8s. There you go.
You know what Cameron recommended to me that was really dope? It was Paper House. Have you seen that, Al?
Which
Did you
which
pick up
one?
that
Were?
Blu-ray? Cam,
No,
did you
no,
pick up
I
the
watched-
Blu-ray yet?
No, I just have it streaming.
It's so
because
good.
They got an HD version on Vudu right now, so I got it. It's like $3 for Halloween. So
Yeah.
Yeah, Paper House rocks.
Yeah.
It's really it's not a horror film, but it's not a fantasy film in the conventional sense either. It's hard to describe. It's a psychological thriller in the real sense, I guess.
yeah, I kind of chalk it up to like Michael Tolkien's The Rapture, where it's just like
It's got
It's not
some
a
really
horror
trippy
film.
parts, man. I was
Not a
like
horror
couch
film.
bound when I was watching that. Just like on a
Bernard
tablet.
Rose.
well, you look at it and you go, maybe Bernard Rose, maybe they should have offered him an Elm Street movie after that.
Exactly. You know what the screwed up thing is? I think Paper House and Bad Dreams are both better Elm Street sequels than any of the Elm Street sequels we got.
You can make an argument for it.
I need to
That
go watch
movie
Bad
had-
Dreams again.
Oh, Bad Dreams is so good.
Jennifer Rubin's in that too, isn't she?
She is.
And
She's the
Dean
lead.
Cameron from Summer School.
Oh,
He's got that classic hand scene.
Oh, that is awesome. The buck knife hand scene is just amazing.
Yeah.
And the use of the Sid Vicious version of My Way at that moment.
I totally
awesome.
forgot about that. I saw that. Let me think. I'm trying to think. I saw that. No, I saw it in the theater. My mom took me to see it because I was like, I have to see it because it had Chainsaw in it from Summer School. So I was like, I have to see Bad Dreams. And my mom was a little freaked out about the whole cult aspect of the film. And the two elderly people who throw themselves into the fan.
The old elderly. Well, they're middle age, I guess, but they're making out in the tube and then they throw themselves in the fan. It's like
Was this after or before Heaven's Gate?
Before.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
And
Bad Dreams is so good. It does not. I mean, it was clearly made to rip off Elm Street, but it actually, I think, surpassed all but the original film.
And the director went on to make The Craft,
which I don't like. So there you go.
Craft wasn't bad. It was a fun film.
Did you see Craft 2 yet?
I love to eat Craft.
I have
Delicious.
Craft Services? That's what the sequel should have been called. Craft Services.
Didn't know there was a Craft.
Delicious.
Craft dinner.
Macaroni and cheese. Yeah, Craft, man.
It just came out. Craft Legacy.
They should have. You know what? They should have crossed it over like a Versus film with the Witchcraft series.
Oh, that's a great series.
There's 18 of them, I think.
I enjoy quite a few of those films as a young man.
But only for about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You know what?
If that, buddy. If that.
I find it interesting that Witchboard has never been remade. That seems like ripe for a remake.
But what's the point?
No, I know. I love the first movie. I just saying, like, I'm surprised that no one's done it.
Jay and I were just talking about the Witchboard films. Last time I watched Witchboard, which I always have really good memories of, it didn't hold up for me. And certainly both the sequel and the almost sequel, Witch Trap, never were that good. So
Witch Trap's not good.
The last 5 minutes of Witchboard shit the bed. But I think the build up, the acting's not great, but the mood is there. It's just like, and the whole thing about Malfador and the kid, it is creepy. That's a creepy idea. Probably the strongest movie Kevin Tenney made. So, although I'm sure you guys like I don't even remember the one about Angela, whatever that is.
Night of the Demons.
Night of the Demons. I don't even remember that one.
Rewatch. It's time for a rewatch.
It is. The problem is
2 and 3. Throw 2 and 3 in there.
When October comes around, it's Halloween month. I never get around to watching horror movies, like ever. It's just one of those things. Oh wow! Al went from Fargo to American History X, just like that.
We need some more bald white guys in here, guys.
Yeah, Jess, what are you doing? You're ruining.
I'm getting there.
I'm actually growing my hair back.
Sorry, I have hair.
For what it's worth.
Jess is like, what do you mean?
Jess is like, I don't want your hair.
It's so screwy. I can grow hair everywhere but the top of my head. What is that about?
You pay?
Lorne had hair, and then 2 years later, he just went bald.
Yeah, dude.
Lorne had a magnificent mane.
I had amazing hair.
I seen that pic with him and CJ Graham because he had a.
Oh no, sir, no. I had hair.
He had a cool mullet, man. It was cool.
You could windmill that shit.
You need to email those pics.
It sucks, man. I don't know, dude. I used to.
Well,
my hairline used to be hair. Now it's fucking back here. So
need some Rogaine.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the damn Russian Jewish genetics.
Just what's your
you're
secret?
Born with hair and then you're fucking bald, or
honestly, it's a facade. I don't know. Genes. I actually have alopecia, so
Jess has the best hair in everybody.
I'll get these
fucking hair.
Spots, bald spots.
You're obviously
then it'll grow back, and then the next year I'll get another bald spot.
Oh wow!
Okay, you're American.
I lost all my hair.
I got one.
You're American, but what else are you? If you get what I'm saying.
What did this stream just become?
New York or
freaking
Jess?
Rogaine commercial here.
5 bald guys, 1 cup, and a guy with hair.
We've lost viewers.
Are you talking about Jess?
We've game viewers actually.
Well, ever since Heartbreaker left, yes.
Let's start doing some Bluetooth promos,
that kid's
guys.
funny, man. That kid's funny.
That's a good Mariah Carey song.
But Lauren, here's the thing. I remember he mentioned on Andrew's channel. I think this was like a week ago. I think he's mad at you because you were supposed to interview him and you never did.
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Well, he said something like that.
I gave him a task. I gave him a very simple task to perform if he wanted to be on the show, and he didn't perform it.
Okay, well, I guess that's
the task.
I'm just telling you what I heard. I guess that's the story. I don't know. I would. So that's probably
He seems like a very nice child, and
yeah. He's like 16,
I'm glad we
he's like
have
15 years
public
old.
busing in buses that aren't quite as long for people like him. But I don't need to necessarily put him on my
The
channel.
short bus. The short bus.
I didn't say that.
Oh boy,
That's a movie, Al, you should never watch. John Cameron Mitchell's Short Bus.
I was Cameron knows them.
You know what movie you
From
should
4th
definitely
grade to
watch?
5th grade, they put me on the short bus. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
You should watch Pumpkin if you want to see a film.
Oh no,
Oh, I love Pumpkin.
Christina Ricci dates a special person.
And forgets about him for 20 minutes of the movie on the beach.
That movie did not age well. I can tell you that. That would
Yes,
not
it
play
did.
well.
It's amazing.
That would not play well these days.
Which is why it's wonderful.
What's that?
When I met her, and I said, I got to tell you, I think Pumpkin is one of the most amazing things ever because it's so wrong. And she goes, I know, right? Because it's wrong.
You guys, did you ever see that Kevin Costner Joan Allen movie, The Upside of Anger? Jay, did you ever see that one? With all those hot girls playing her daughters. I'm sure you guys have never seen that movie. So let me spoil it. So this movie begins with this mom, and she's raising her daughters since they were little kids. And the idea was that their dad, went out and, probably met somebody and took off or whatever like that. So the mom becomes a raging alcoholic. She hooks up with Kevin Costner, who's a raging alcoholic, but like somehow they're happy. Anyway, the girls are growing up, and one's about to get married, and they find out at the end of the movie the dad never left. He actually like fell down their well and died, like in their backyard. And so he's just been rotting away in the backyard the whole time that she was falling in love with this other guy. And
Evan Rachel Wood, Alicia Witt, Kerry Russell, Erica Christensen. So that was all the daughters.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
I mean, what a great twist! Is like the dad was dying the whole movie.
Jay's like, to Q.
Well, that's the most screwed up thing about the orphanage, right?
Yeah. Oh, what does it say here? They're going to make a sequel to Orphan, but they're casting the same girl to play Esther, who's now 20 years old.
How? Yeah, how?
How?
That was such a good movie, man. The first time I watched it, I knew nothing going in.
Are they going to do a Dorf on Golf thing or something like that, where like they shrink her down?
It's just on her. She put shoes on her knees.
No.
They get Peter Jackson to build sets that are oversized.
Oh man!
Shoot it from very specific angles.
I mean, like she was great in that movie, but you waited too long.
I fucking love that movie, man.
I saw that twist coming so early that the movie.
Did you? I didn't see it coming.
It just didn't play for me.
It wasn't that you didn't see it coming. It's that once you knew that she was doing it, and then the kids couldn't talk. I was like, oh no, what's gonna happen? I loved it. It was so much fun.
I like her teeth in that movie too. It's fantastic.
That was a
oh
little
my
creepy
god,
to say.
they're like.
To be fair, Cam says that about every woman in every film, though.
No, I remember a friend of mine went to see it in the theater, and he goes, "I knew something was up." Where in the first 15 minutes, Peter Stormare throws his wife on the table and does her from behind. He goes, "I knew something was weird with this movie." Yeah, I'd like to see Esther meet up with Macaulay Culkin, the good son, and like have it like a square off.
Macaulay Culkin would do that now. Absolutely, he'd sign up for that now.
Oh yeah, well he's in Home Alone 5. They're making, I think, or 6 or whatever they're doing. He signed up to play.
I've never seen
a
Home Alone movies. I don't know.
Really, unseen 1 and 2?
No.
Well, in part 2, he's Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. Basically, he's like going out and hunting Joe Pesci and trying to kill him.
I think it's 3 that Scarlett Johansson's in. She's in one of those sequels.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I never saw that one, but
it's not good.
No. Once Sean Hughes left, I left.
3 was terrible, man. Yeah.
I don't know that I've seen 4.
I think it was
some amazing. Of them have some really cool scenes. Like obviously they have some really cool scenes with traps and stuff. But 2, like when he's watching the orchestra play and he's in the balcony, like that's a really cool shot. I love the stuff like that. And then Trump is in Donald, and he's in part 2.
Nope.
What?
He has been officially removed from all prints of the movie.
Wait, is that owned by that's a Fox movie though.
Not my Blu-ray.
It's Disney. It's Disney now.
He's on my Blu-ray.
He's on the Blu-ray, but he has been removed from all future screens. But someone did post it onto YouTube of Macaulay Culkin attacking Daniel Stern and Joe Pesci, but they put in CGI blood and gore in the film.
That's
so
cool.
they really get pummeled.
Yeah, it's the quarter crew. The ideas are usually lose a little bit better than the execution.
Why?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Did you guys ever see that RoboCop fan film where it's like a bunch of the filmmakers, they made parts of it and they put them all together to make the full length film, but there's one scene where RoboCop just all he does is shoot guys in the dick, like they just want to rape this woman so bad, and he just shoots them right in the dick, like bow bow bow, and their dicks are out, and he's bow bow blowing their dicks off. It's pretty awesome.
Let me tell you something. In 1987, when I was in the theater, I saw RoboCop double feature with House 2: The Second Story at my neighborhood movie theater. When he shoots the woman through the dress and hits the guy in the dick, it's one of the hallmark moments of my childhood, because like you're thinking, why is he pointing the gun at that woman's dress? I don't understand this. And then when you get the payoff, it's just like, I don't know. I think RoboCop is like a masterpiece. It's fantastic.
Oh, absolutely, it is.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean,
and the thing is, Starship Troopers could have been just as much. You see the movie in there that it could have been, but it just is that much off.
It's too soap opera-y.
I love that movie.
But I mean, Clarence Bodiger and that gang of his gang that, you know, take out Murphy and RoboCop, those are legit bad guys. Like, and it's got like 3 actors from Twin Peaks in it, so can't go wrong.
Is there any studio that's fucking up movies like Disney? Well, it's Disney and Fox because Disney obviously owns Fox, but that's doing that much like messing up with original prints or what was released in theaters or stuff like that, to streaming?
Well, to be fair, we pretend that like Lucas invented this concept, but I mean, there have been changes to films all along throughout all of film history. And even just recently, I mean, I just saw The Exorcist on the big screen again last week. And it was
version?
The version you've never seen, which I have very mixed feelings about. But the problem is, when the first film is a masterpiece, the original version is a masterpiece, it's hard to have mixed feelings about anything. I love seeing additional scenes, and they're all good scenes with one exception. But then the stuff that they added beyond that is a step too far.
Yep.
Also, the first Doctor sequence for visiting the Doctor is out of sequence. It's not where it was in the original screenplay. Friedkin moved it too early, so it doesn't make a lot of sense where it is. So that always bugged me too.
The psychiatrist with the morph, I hate that, and obviously the extra Captain Howdy stuff. But like, I do really like that closing ending of them walking down the street with the echo of the Iraq music in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Great. I like that.
Yeah, no, I love that we get all of Kinderman's scenes back. That's great. I like that we get all the dialogue from the party scene, which no one ever talks about, but it's all restored. The shot of, so when Kinderman leaves the first time, you have an extra moment with Mrs. McNeil at the door before Reagan starts freaking out and she runs back up. But I've always hated the spider crawl. I've always hated it. It's too big a dumb special effect too early in the film, and it doesn't look good compared to everything else in the movie. So again, I shouldn't have mixed feelings on what was once just a masterpiece.
As a storyteller, do you think it's better? I mean, maybe you could say it's better in the shorter version anyway, but the 2 priests on the staircase, is it better with them just sitting there exasperated, or do you think the dialogue scene is needed?
I think it plays better to the idea. Also, we also have Marin taking the medication in the bathroom, right? Mm-hmm. So I think it's better to the idea that Marin has made a decision that he's not going to put Karras through it. Like when he walks into that room, his intention is to finish that alone. of course, he doesn't win, right?
Mhm.
I think that plays better. I think, to be honest with you, most of the big problems I have are in the with that version are in the first half of the movie. I think from the halfway point, all the additional footage works pretty damn well. I don't know. There's also some this music added though too in the scene where Kinderman and Karras are talking after they get off the track. They go past a tennis court, and they've added music to the background of the scene. And in the original version, it's just them talking. There's no score whatsoever, and it's just weird to me that they would have bothered. It was really distracting.
I like how in the 2000 version, when the movie after the title comes up, it literally like starts in black and white with the sun of Iraq, and then it transitions to really oppressive heat. That's really cool.
Yeah. Well, also I like the Georgetown Open in the very beginning, because we go from her window in daylight over, like, things are normal. We get to see Reagan's normal life a little bit, and I think that's kind of cool. There's still things I mean, I know that not everyone agrees with me, but that film is definitely about childhood sexual abuse.
It's the age-old tale of good versus evil, and good prevails.
No, that's not at all.
We all
That's
know that.
not at all what happens. I know.
I'm joking. No, who was that said that the other night?
Piz
by
said
the way?
that.
Piz, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the movie tells you very early on, like, that this isn't going to end well when Marin reads the inscription, and it's evil against evil. It's the most important statement in the film. When Karras decides to sacrifice himself, he's committing a sin. That's why earlier in the film he talks about stealing as a sin. That scene where Father Dyer steals the president's alcohol and brings it to Karras, because Karras needs it more at that moment. He's doing something bad, but he's doing it for a good reason. At the end of the film, Karras takes the demon into himself and commits suicide. He does something horrifically bad to save the girl because she needed it worse. I mean, it's like there's some amazing storytelling in there, but people don't get it. It's like good doesn't win as much as evil loses.
Yeah,
it's a hell of a jump down those stairs, man.
Oh, I'll tell you.
The stunt man.
I've been to DC twice, and I haven't been to those stairs. Oh, it's my favorite movie. Oh, what am I doing?
I don't know.
I just wish they'd put the original version back to the screens.
Remember the picture I sent
I like
to you?
the original version the best.
Do you remember the picture I sent to you?
Which one?
Of the stairs, remember?
No.
Okay, I'll tell you more about it later.
Okay.
Well, on the original, I remember on the original DVD of The Exorcist, there's like a whole like special feature of Peter Blatty and Friedkin sitting at a table talking, and he's like, these things didn't need to be in the film, and William Peter Blatty convinces Friedkin in that conversation that like those scenes are needed, and then we got the new version. It's almost like it wasn't really a director's cut; it was more like the writer's cut.
Well, they had been talking past each other about the movie for years. And I think getting together for that conversation was actually the first time they'd actually really explained their positions to each other. We didn't get all that conversation. Obviously, it's cut to bits, but but the thing about Blatty is if Blatty had his way, the spinning heads would have been removed. The pea soup would have been removed. So you got to take both their visions as valid. I'm obviously more on the Blatty side of things because I think he was an amazing storyteller. But that first film needed a collaboration between the two of them. By the way, I still think that original DVD is the best way to watch that movie.
I don't the spider walk or crab walk down the stairs, whatever. I think it's stupid.
Yeah,
and not necessary. I think you could see why it was not in the original cut.
But see, William Friedkin does something that that Lucas and them don't do, which is both versions are provided on the Blu-rays, or they don't replace one with the other, which I like. To me, it's like no one would complain about any of the Star Wars changes if Lucas always had the original cuts available.
Totally.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even make sense because he could charge so much more for a complete version with the original and the new version on it, and people would pay it. So it doesn't even make sense. It's just ego. That's also the reason why no one's going to like this. But I mean, Exorcist 3, give me the theatrical cut every day of the week. I need Father Morning.
I think that's what happened is like, Exorcist 3 came out. They were just like on Scream Factory, like, oh, we could get to see this thing. And then once they saw it, it was like almost instantaneous. Like, no, theatrical cut's better. Like almost the whole horror crowd was just like, yeah, sometimes the studio knows what they're doing.
Oh yeah. I mean, I loved watching it and seeing something closer to Legion, but I also don't think it works as a film as well. And that film is brilliant. It's still hobbled slightly, but you know what? It's hobbled in a kind of beautiful way that I kind of love. And I think Exorcist 3 is damn near as good as the original film. I think the novel, I think, is better than the original novel.
Would you consider the Ninth Configuration like a thematic part of that series, or do you think it's something else?
I think you could make the argument for it. I like to see it. I'd like to think of it as something else because having read both versions of the novel, the Twinkle Twinkle Killer Kane and Ninth Configuration, because they are slightly different books. I think Blatty was always struggling not with his faith, but with reconciling his faith with the world he saw around him. That's why if he has a memoir about his mother called "I'll Tell You That I Remember You." And if you read that, that's basically Karis and his mom, but it's his real story.
And what people may not know is William Peter Blatty. I think he wrote one of the Pink Panther movies, right? Two of them before The Exorcist, and so he wasn't known as a horror writer.
Did a lot of comedic writing. He wrote for Stars and Stripes magazine for the military. He actually learned psychological warfare and wrote some propaganda, which you figure he probably used that, later on. Yeah.
Do you think The Exorcist, like, I always felt like it kind of typecast him, where it's like it was an easy sell if he wrote like a horror thing.
But he didn't do a lot of it.
Yeah.
The easy money would have followed by just every 2 years cranking out a horror novel. But he does Exorcist. Then after that, he writes some very different novels, which are basically just dramas. Then he eventually does Legion as a reaction to Exorcist 2. And then he does a like piss take on the whole subject with a book called Exorcist Nothing. Demons 5, Exorcist Nothing, which is a comedy about making an Exorcist movie. And then at the very end, he writes Demeter, which is legitimately a kind of a Lynchian horror novel. And it's pretty great. It's pretty great.
I almost wonder if he had done Legion as a movie in the 70s, almost the way Paul Schrader did Hardcore or something like that. Like he could have had Lee J. Cobb in it. And
I mean, I do love the performance we got from Scott, but and I used to think Scott was just better, period, in the role, but I've really, in recent years, really turned to Lee J. Cobb as my superior choice for Kinderman. There's just there's a little bit more humanity to the performance,
and he looks like a real person as opposed to a movie star.
Yeah, there's that, but it's moments where when he goes to talk to, why am I blanking on her first name? Chris McNeil. When he goes to visit Chris McNeil, and they're talking about the daughter more than they're talking about the case.
Right.
And it's amazing. His body language is playing it both ways. You can see the wheels moving, and it's like it's all under the surface. It's pretty amazing. Whereas Scott was very forceful in all of his decisions, and it still feels like the same character to me, which is amazing. But it feels like an older, much more bitter version of the character. So,
yeah, I remember George C. Scott saying that he would never work with Kubrick again because he was, when he did Doctor Strangelove, Kubrick recorded the rehearsals and didn't record the actual takes. So, that's why his performance is so over the top. But that's the way to do it.
I wish Blatty simply made more film.
Yeah.
I mean, he was obviously a visionary filmmaker masquerading as a novelist.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a shame. I think if it wasn't for The Exorcist, he would be such a small footnote. You know, he'd be like Robert Bloch or something like that. But I mean, the thing is, I remember when Exorcist 3 came out, it was like Exorcist 3. That title just deflated the idea of going to see the movie. If it had been called Legion, it wouldn't have. I think it would have been way better received.
If they simply hadn't made Exorcist 2 the heretic, that's the real issue. I mean, we can dance around it all day long, but if they'd made an Exorcist 2 that was not Legion, but it was a good film, just a good film, not a great film, it would have been fine. But I know a lot of people like to defend Exorcist 2 these days. Hey, Jamie, how are you? But it's legitimately a train wreck. It's a disaster film.
To be honest, I think that's why people like it, because it is a curiosity of what the hell happened. You know,
I keep going back to the film, hoping that someday I'll see in it what people see, the redeeming qualities, and I just have never been able to do it. But I would say of films I don't like, I probably have revisited it more than any other film, because I desperately want to figure it out. I desperately want to like the film. I can't bring myself to watch either of the prequels again. No. But I keep going back.
Those are so bad. Oh my god,
they're just boring. That's the big problem.
Do you typically like John Borman as a filmmaker?
Not particularly, but I respect. In general, I respect him.
Like Deliverance. Do you think Deliverance is a great film?
Great? No, I think it's a very good film. Great is not as. I think there's great stuff in Deliverance, but no.
What about? See, I think Excalibur is interesting. Like, I mean, no one had really done anything that big and dirty. Like, it was like almost like Holy Grail, like in the mud, you know, with Carmina Burana blasting and stuff like that. Orc's a big fan of Zardoz.
Oh gosh,
Zardoz.
I don't even fucking.
Rest in peace.
Sean Connery in a loincloth for half the movie.
Oh yeah. Feels bad, man. I liked him, and I actually first saw him in it may have been like something like Entrapment or something like that. But The Longest Day was the first movie was The Longest Day, I think.
You're the man now, dog.
Please tell me you've seen The Untouchables at least.
Yes.
I love The Untouchables.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that movie does not get the credit in De Palma's catalog it should.
No.
I first saw him in The Longest Day though, and then
although
was
The Rock.
You know what I would remove from, and this is going to shock the shit out of most people, but I would take De Niro out of the Untouchables.
I remember Ebert's review of it said that that you could totally tell his scenes are like standalone, shot away from everybody else, you know, inserted.
It's not just that though. It's like he's acting like he's in a different movie. Like legitimately, his style is just not in tune with the rest of the movie. The rest of the movie has this weird, kind of cozy old Hollywood feel to it, but it also feels like it's ready to stage these impossible De Palma scenes at any moment. It's always ready to drop.
But
was
Lauren,
that Finding Forrester?
When I was a kid and I rented The Untouchables and I popped it in, Jay will remember this. Watching The Untouchables for the first time, when that little girl explodes from picking up the bag in the bar, you're like, holy shit. Like, you know what I mean? And I thought that The Untouchables, because 87, that and RoboCop, I thought those were like two of the most violent movies I'd ever seen in my life. You know, I mean, because like Sean Connery, like, you know, picks up that dead guy, blows his head off. And I know it's, you know, based off the Odessa steps, but that train station scene is one of the greatest scenes I've ever seen in my life with the baby carriage going down.
Do you feel like, because I do you feel like Spielberg watched that sequence at the end of Untouchables and said, from now on, in every one of my films, I need impossible set pieces. We have to figure that out. So you get the Jurassic Park sequences and that kind of things, where you have so many parts in motion. Every time he makes an action film, he just tries to ape that scene.
Remember they did The Naked Gun? They made fun of it.
See, if The Naked Gun had real balls, they would have made a 4 spoofing that Norberg had gotten arrested for a double murder and that Frank Drebin had to. I mean, that would have been amazing. No, I think that De Palma, his set pieces are second to none. I mean, like when he nails it, you're just like, I mean, the stuff in Blowout with the fireworks going
Absolutely.
off.
Love it.
You know,
I love
That's
that
because
documentary so much.
the
man. Go ahead,
driller
Lorne.
scene in Body Double. I mean, like
because he got that these films, these scenes would have to be edited, and he already knew how they were going to be edited. He already knew.
Mhm.
And you can
I
tell.
love De Palma when he talks about Scarface. He's just like, I made this film about a guy coming over from Cuba and he just gets all this money and cocaine and just starts killing people and there's a massive drug dealer and then all these fucking rappers have this fucking
Yeah.
they talk about this movie and they have it playing in their videos and their rap videos and all this shit.
They
And-
only listen, the rappers got into it because New Jack City like embraced Scarface. That's what Nino Brown watches in New Jack City. And New Jack City was a beloved film
with Wesley Snipes, and I haven't seen that one in a long time.
It's so good.
Good.
But you know, I mean, Scarface, again, it may be a crime thriller, but it's got horrific set pieces straight out of all his other movies, Dressed to Kill and Body Double, and you know.
This can be a callback to earlier, but did you know that during Witchboard, Tony Katane was dating OJ?
That's hilarious.
During Witchboard?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
I'm glad I didn't chop her head off. I mean,
well, someone. It looks like someone
allegedly.
tried to now, because that plastic surgery does not do her any favors.
Yeah,
He has the big elongated Joker mouth now.
it's unfortunate.
Remember when he first started using Twitter?
Oh yeah.
He's like, I'm at home.
Listen, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that a multiple murderer is brilliant, but it was pretty funny.
What was his first tweet? His first tweet was like gaslighting. Something.
All of it is though.
What's brilliant
He intentionally throws words in that are obviously like dog whistles towards the crimes. I mean,
what's brilliant is he published a book called "If I Did It." If I was gonna kill her, I would have done it like this, not like that. I want to go in through the back.
No double jeopardy in America, baby.
New York Times
How ballsy is
bestseller.
that?
I'm telling you, within the next 15 years, he'll do a horror convention. I guarantee it.
What would he be promoting?
Sign my football.
Doesn't matter.
I have a Ford Bronco tire in the cover.
Because originally, the people don't know this, but before Schwarzenegger, he was going to be the Terminator. Jim
Really?
Cameron had approached him to be the Terminator.
I did not know that. I'm a big fan.
Can you imagine Eddie Furlong riding on the back of OJ's bicycle?
Well, it was Lou Ferrigno, and then it was OJ Simpson, and finally they settled for the
I thought it was
Hercules in New York guy.
Lance Henriksen too, originally.
Yeah, but I think that was more of a, hey, we got to offer it to my friend. I don't really want him in it now.
When you hear this shit, like about people who could have gotten roles in certain movies, it's insane. Like one of the biggest ones is The Matrix. That's nuts. Like how many people did they offer it to before Keanu Reeves?
I love the fact that Sean Connery turned down Lord of the Rings and The Matrix to star in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Wow. That's an epic fail. May you rest in peace, sir. Sir Connery.
I like how he plays a U-boat captain who has a Scottish accent.
Is that Red October or U571?
I'll say something very controversial. Crimson Tide is so much better than On for October. No one agrees with me. That's fine.
So funniest casting thing for me always is that when they began to make Die Hard, they had to legally offer the role to Frank Sinatra in his 80s.
Yeah,
Valencia oranges. That's the key. That doesn't bruise.
He played the role in The Detective, and he was contractually the contract read that they had to offer him the role.
Can you imagine him starring in a John McTiernan film with Argyle?
I'd like to see it, honestly. I'd like to see what they would do with that.
I think that's amazing. It's amazing that at no point did anyone think when the Die Hard films were rolling, let's make the prequel. Let's do The Detective.
Here's another
It never
thing.
came up.
Another casting thing. I'm sorry. Richard Crenna is Colonel Troutman in Rambo. I don't want Kirk Douglas in that movie in First Blood. When Richard Crenna comes in and confronts Brian Dennehy, it's like he's just the character.
Well, I always wonder, like, when a role is more memorable than the film. And I think that happens a lot. I mean, when we talk about something like Rocky, even, like, Stallone comes to your mind quicker than any plot point. It just does. And it's like, if anything had gone differently, if Stallone had his water heater break that month and he had to just sell it.
Water heater.
No, seriously. The car breaks down, needs to replace it, and all of his high ideals go out the window, and he sells it. Is the Rocky series iconic now? Maybe, right? But we don't know.
I just love how he had to give away his Mastiff, and then he got it back after Rocky 2. Or before Rocky 2.
What's so shocking to me is, like, you mentioned Rocky. On the new Blu-ray, you know, of course, they have all these home videos that Lloyd Kaufman shot because Lloyd Kaufman was on the set. That's shocking. But the thing that gets me is when you watch Rocky and you see Godfather 2 and you see like the idea that hanging out with Brian De Palma, Spielberg, John Allison, Stallone was Joe Spinell. He was everywhere hanging out with Coppola. And I mean, like, you would never think this guy from Maniac was best friends with all of these people. Hanging out with, I mean, he's hanging out with freaking Spielberg watching the Oscars for Jaws with John Milius. It's like, what happened? I mean, how did Joe Spinell, I know that he thinks that Maniac is like this great epic character portrayal, but like, I don't know. I mean, Lustig did a crazy job with it, but
William,
I think it kind of downgraded him quite a bit from all those guys, and so they didn't really work with him again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Well, he was a pretty wild dude, though. So I think there's a certain amount of studio liability involved too.
He's incredible too.
Those are two really good movies, man. Both of them, the original and the remake. Man, he went from hunting down orcs and shit and running away, and then he started. he did the remake of. Good.
Samuel.
I think that the problem with remakes aren't that there haven't been great ones. It's that the studios need to convince us they made them for a good reason first. They got to get the goodwill on our side. And like something like Maniac, because of their point of view decision, you could tell that they had an idea. That wasn't all they had, but you could tell they had an idea. So that it's like, or with Cronenberg with The Fly, with him going, wait, it's not just going to be, we're not going to switch out the head and an arm. We're going to have him transform. There's an idea, and it works. You know, I mean, I said this on a video recently, but I always consider the Blob remake to be a step below The Thing or the Fly, because it doesn't really reinvent the concept in any real way. It's fine on its own. Don't get me wrong, but it really doesn't add anything or modernize anything to any real degree.
The other day I was watching some stuff from Young Frankenstein, and I have to think, Lauren, that given your love for Universal Monsters, that movie has to have a special place in your heart because of how pure it is towards the source, at least from the 1930s films. Yeah,
well, I love it for what it is. I do have kind of mixed feelings about the scene with the hermit, because now people watch Bride of Frankenstein and actually laugh during the scene, and it's a sad scene. So I wish that we didn't have that kind of collateral damage, but I mean, it is definitely remarkable. And apparently that's 99% Gene Wilder, by the way, being like, I'm not going to be involved in anything that makes fun of the originals. We're going to celebrate them, because he gave a shit.
But that score is incredible.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No signs of slowing. Oh. That guy?
Yeah, that guy.
I think the problem is like Blazing Saddles and Young Frankenstein, it pigeonholed Mel Brooks into like, oh, what now are you gonna spoof? As opposed to like when he was doing The Producers and the 12 Chairs, like original movies. It's just like, okay, now you're gonna take on Hitchcock. Now you're gonna take on Star Wars.
Yeah,
now you're gonna take on Robin.
That's how we get Dracula Dead and Loving It.
That's a masterpiece. What are you talking
I clearly meant that as a compliment. I saw that thing in the theaters. I was like, I was crawling under the seat by the end of it. No,
That's all right. That's all right. My ex-girlfriend, we went to see Spy Hard playing double feature with Celtic Pride.
Oh God,
man.
you're still alive! Wow.
Yeah, it's okay. I took her to see Spice World. It's all good.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
well,
like Spice World. I will argue for Spice World every day of the week. Not the musical numbers, but everything else about that movie.
So, what was your favorite? Ginger?
Oh yeah,
Blondie?
of course.
Posh.
No,
I'm
I was
posh.
I was posh.
I'm posh all the way, brother.
What the fuck were all their
Baby,
Scary.
scary.
Jerry
Sporty.
Halliwell was my favorite Spice Girl.
The rhythm of
And
the
she was the
night.
bad girl.
The
When
night.
two becomes
Oh
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
When I saw Spice World, we were pretty inebriated, and this friend of mine had this huge coat, and he had like 12 beers in this coat, right? And the whole time he's drinking beers during the film, and when film, high art, he would roll the can down. It would roll under everyone's feet. Everyone would hear it, rolling all the way to the bottom. We were at the top every time he finished a beer. It was ridiculous.
That was 97. Oh my God.
So Lauren, the director of Spice World, he's credited with directing Faulty Towers.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I just like the fact that it kind of was making fun of its fan base for like 2 hours, and I think there's something wonderful about that.
I feel the same way about Josie and the Pussycats. That movie is just crazy. That's movie's making fun of everybody.
Oh yeah.
Product placement, everything. I mean, the fact that the boy band Du Jour, that they're singing the song "I Want to Be Your Backdoor Lover" with all the screaming girls.
That's not far from like Finger Bang, like the South Park.
That's a great name.
I remember when I saw, this isn't quite as good as the audition story, but when I saw the Kids in the Hall movie, Brain Candy, in a theater, I saw it in Princeton with an audience that was mostly like these very, very uptight liberal arts degree kids.
Princeton, New Jersey.
And the movie starts, and it's like, we make it from monkey cum, and they just left. The back row was just gone. They're like, we can't be known for this.
That movie is like impossible to find now.
That is a great fucking movie.
It's on DVD with Back to the Beach.
Oh God, that's a terrible movie.
Yeah, but like I remember when the opening night of Scary Movie, I went to see the first one. The audience had no idea what it was. They thought it was gonna be like Naked Gun type of thing, and it is.
That was a good summer, dude.
It's so dirty.
Scary Movie and The Patriot both came out.
It felt like a rock concert in there. People were laughing so hard. The whole auditorium was like shaking. It was insane. People had no idea what was coming.
That's still one of the best comedies I've ever seen. I don't care what anybody says. The first Scary Movie is amazing. The What's Up scene when they used to have the Budweiser commercials. What you doing, man? Watching the game, smoking some bud, or no, he's drinking some bud, and he's smoking, and he's got a big afro. Oh my God.
Speaking of that, Scary Movie 2, when they did the whole Exorcist spoof, it was playing at the movie theater I was working at, and we had a kind of a druggy 16-year-old who would just like run in there every time the movie started and wouldn't come out until they started singing "Shake Your Ass" or whatever like that, like at the piano bar. And I was like, what the hell? He's like, he was addicted to that scene. He couldn't help it. That whole Exorcist spoof at the beginning. Scary Movie 2 is one of the worst movies ever made, Orc.
No.
No?
That you can go later in that series for worse movies.
No, I'll take Scary Movie 3 and 4 over Scary Movie 2 any day.
No, man, come on. The banter between David Cross and Chris, whatever his name is.
I think 1 is amazingly funny, and I think 2 and 3 are pretty funny. 4 is watchable, and 5 is fucking shit. That's what I think of all 5.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
That's your
Why
legacy.
don't you give me a hand? Why don't you give me a standing ovation?
That's my good hand.
That's my strong hand.
That's my strong hand, yeah.
Yeah, but how do you do a Butler
Butler
scene with Tim Curry in the movie and not do a Rocky Horror spoof at all in Scary Movie 2? I mean, it's right there for you.
when
You
they
see,
do the Charlie's
thing about
Angels
those
thing.
movies the thing about those scary movies that I always detest is they started the ball rolling with all those parody movies that didn't have jokes. Like they did, don't get me wrong, but they gave birth to
Date
that
movie.
whole
and-
genre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jamie's got my back. Two, I love two so much. It's
All right.
dated because they do like they've got like the it was like when they're bouncing all the basketballs. That was like a Nike commercial or something way back then.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, it
nobody
was,
knows
yeah.
that. Nobody's gonna
Yeah.
know that now. But other than that,
I will
it's
rewatch
hilarious.
it. I will rewatch
He's in
it.
the
I have whole
wheelchair?
series.
It's like, yeah.
And the Sean Wayans just steals both of those first two movies, man. Him being like closeted gay guy, it's so
Yeah.
hilarious.
When they interview him in the first
Yes.
movie by the news crew, and they go, "Do you have any? Do you have any advice for all the women out there? Run, bitch, run!"
We all gonna die.
In the first one, the guy does like a glory hole, and he's like, "What is that? Tickle, tickle, tickle."
And then it's just the knife goes. It's like,
It's not a knife in that one. It's the knife and Scream. It's a penis.
oh yeah. That's right.
That was the movie that introduced us to Anna Faris.
Really? Oh yeah, you're right. The first one, yeah. She looks so different now. I don't even.
No, because when I met her with blonde hair, and I was like, "Who the hell is that? I
Yeah.
know that girl. Who is that girl?" And
Are
then I
you,
was
are you
like,
talking about Scream 2, right?
"No, I'm talking about when she was at Fangoria. She was walking around Fangoria. I'm like, how do I know this girl? Like, have I just seen her walking around?"
No. But what's the film that introduced you? Was that
Scary
the
movie.
second
Scary
one?
movie.
Yeah,
Scary,
first
no, Scary
one.
movie one. First
The
one.
first one. Yeah. I just remember her coming up to the mansion and knocking on the door with the guy's got the balls, and she's like, "That's the door."
Yeah.
Yeah.
She. I think she looks better with dark hair, man. Honestly.
Yeah. Because like she shows up in May, which is a movie that we've always talked about, but that was surprising.
Was she
That's all.
blonde in that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. May is such a good movie.
Yeah. But I haven't, you know what? I've never seen the kind of companion film Roman that they did.
Is that the one she directed?
Yeah, she directs with him in it.
Yeah, it's not bad, but I wouldn't say it's great. The Masters of Horror episode he did is really good.
Sick Girl is fantastic. But you got that like porno girl in there too with her.
Yeah, the one that quit doing porn. Yeah,
but she's a solid actress in that movie too. Like I thought that one. It's one of those things where it's like it's kind of like Twilight Zone, the movie, where it's like people went in to see Landis and Spielberg, but Dante and George Miller walk away with that movie.
absolutely.
Unlike Vic Morrow.
Bang.
You got nothing, Lauren?
Yeah, I've been over it a million times. I'll just say that thank you to Shudder for putting out that cursed movie series. Not for the first 3 episodes because they suck, but for the Twilight Zone episode, for people to finally understand my hatred.
In pure HD too. They full on show it. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, and they didn't even. I actually think they still soft pedaled it somewhat above the facts, but it's because they didn't go into everything, and they did barely mention Spielberg's name during it, but just disgusting. I mean, I would love to love the Twilight Zone movie. It's right in my center of my alley, right? And I was robbed of that because of this asshole. So,
Do you think they'll ever make another Twilight Zone movie?
yeah.
Yeah. Do you think?
I mean, it's too big of a property to not.
Will we ever get a full-on special edition Blu-ray of Poltergeist with a tell-all, like everything behind the scenes? Will they ever do that?
No, Spielberg is a weird cat about his productions. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but he's so controlling about the narratives on these films. He allows the Poltergeist rumors because they benefit him. But on his productions, it's like you don't get those stories. You don't get that back and forth. I just keep always going back. I think Hooper shot the film, and I think that he had nothing to do with the editing or the assembly of that film. Spielberg took it from that point and crafted the movie we know. But I think the actual directing was Hooper. I think there's enough evidence of that on screen.
I could make the argument that there are some Hooper-esque cuts in the third act that seem very Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like the speed of them and things like that.
I've got a hot take for you guys. I don't like Poltergeist anymore. I think it's boring.
What about Poltergeist 2 and 3?
I like 2 more than 1, that's for sure. 3, I don't really care for, but it's just a mess.
There's a guy I saw in Facebook the other day, which is like, I hate Poltergeist 1, but Poltergeist 2 is the shit. I'm like, what the hell?
Like, if you get rid of that family on the other side, like the floating through the other side business at the end of Poltergeist 2, I will agree with Jay wholeheartedly that I think it's the better film. I think that ending really hurts it for me.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing I really don't think has aged particularly well about the original Poltergeist is just that family structure seems really awkward and alien now. Like the fact that there's like the kids are a little too sheltered, even for like, I don't know. It was an idealized early 80s family to begin with, but now it feels really alien.
Oh, it's better than Amityville, though.
Amityville is just a weird film. I mean, I get why people still call it a classic, but it's really the last 20 minutes that everyone's thinking about.
I like Amityville. I mean, Amityville 2 is okay. I mean, it's like a so bad it's good type movie, but the first one I like a lot. It's not something I'm going to go watch all the time, but I think it's a fine film.
Oh, I still think it. Yeah, you're right. It is fine. I just don't think its reputation. But the film that always bothers me that has an outsized reputation for me is always going to be Rosemary's Baby. Holy God, I'm bored stiff of Rosemary's Baby. I'll never get the people who just adore it. I'll never understand. Hey, it's great they do. I'm not telling them what they should like, but wow.
So out of that trilogy, Repulsion, Rosemary's Baby, and The Tenant, which one do you think is the better one for you?
Repulsion.
I'll go with The Tenant.
I think Lauren would. The Tenant's pretty weird and cool.
Yeah, visually at least.
Yeah.
The Tenant wins. Repulsion has a lot of great stuff in it, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's really tough for me. That's not an easy question. The only thing that's easy about it is that Rosemary's Baby never entered the equation. It never got through the ropes of the battle.
I love Rosemary's Baby, but the thing about it is it plays it so. If it wasn't for that dream sequence, it's a pretty like normal movie until the last scene. It's like a regular movie.
You'd like to see it a little bit more like amped up, a little bit more like see Satan.
But the performances by all the elderly people are great. Like they're just they just seem like nosy people, and putting it in the Dakota, New York, is pretty fantastic.
So you expect Yoko Ono to come walking by any moment?
No, but I think that John Cassavetes is a interesting choice to play the husband.
Isn't that the story you're talking about? Didn't he see Mia Farrow, and that's when he turned around and went back and shot John Lennon? Isn't that right?
No, he went and got Stephen King's autograph earlier in the day, and then.
But I thought he was kind of backing out, and then he saw Mia Farrow, and he somehow connected it back to Rosemary's Baby, and somehow John Lennon threw there. I forget his weird logic, but seeing her, from what I understand, was why he changed his mind and went back and did it.
I have no idea. I didn't follow it that closely.
Unsolved mysteries. Dun, dun, dun.
I think drugs are to blame for all that shit. Period.
I remember talking with a guy who used to work a lot in like underground cinema and stuff, and he was an elderly guy back in the 90s, and he'd say, Cameron, every time you ask me like what happened to this director, the answer is always drugs. So
I think the other thing that's like troubling to me about like the films of that era that is that just because like we got to the 60s and things were allowed, things could happen on screen, they became legendary. And the problem is now we're so many decades of that kind of censorship not being in place that it's hard to see them as special anymore just because they were able to do things.
Case in point, Dennis Hopper's The Last Movie.
Al is just trying to bait me. I'm not interested.
What was Hopper's last movie?
Jibaited.
No, he made a movie called The Last Movie
I got you.
right after Easy Rider, which is now on Blu-ray, which is a really weird ass movie.
Is that the one he shot in Mexico?
Mm-hmm. No, in
It was
Peru.
all it was all coked out the whole time.
The whole movie is a coked out production. You know?
I'm fine with that. I think Dennis Hopper was awesome.
I mean, like, to go from Easy Rider and Apocalypse Now acting it to directing Colors. I mean, it's a hell of or even Out of the Blue, which is a really fucked up movie.
Yeah,
that was like the movie that introduced the punk scene to like America, pretty much.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. I only watched that because he directed it, but yeah, it's a good.
I mean,
film.
he got Jennifer Connelly to take her top off in The Hot Spot. Come on, so
that should go on his tombstone.
No, I think Hopper is I mean, I think he learned to kind of what's the word? Sleepwalk through performance for the last 20 years. But as a filmmaker, I don't know. It's like there's not many people like him. I mean, the fact that, like we were talking about Jodorowsky, he let Jodorowsky cut The Last Movie, and then he didn't like it, so he changed it around, and nobody knows what the hell that movie was supposed to be now. He just like completely destroyed it in post. But
I think Dennis Hopper is also just a transformative figure because he was legitimately part of the counterculture.
Mm-hmm.
And Hollywood really didn't know where to turn to address that, and he was there. He was ready to go.
And he was, I mean, he's in two out of the 3 James Dean movies. I mean, he's right there along James Dean. Like,
what do you think the average person thinks of when you say Dennis Hopper? What film do they think of?
Easy Rider.
Really?
I would have to think.
Like the average, like the average person, not the average.
You want to know the average person? Speed.
I mean, yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Because it's just
that's
like
too depressing. I can't think of life that way.
I mean, but the 4 he did: Blue Velvet, Hoosiers, River's Edge, and Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, all of those in 1 year. Come on,
that was all in 1 year. Wow,
yeah,
those are all great films too.
Yeah. But then you get to Space Truckers with Steer Court.
I haven't seen that one in many a moon.
I don't know. It's just that, but then he plays. I think he's fine in Land of the Dead, but I don't know. It was more of an interesting thing him being in a Romero film than his performance in a Romero film.
So he has the weird segue, but a segue nonetheless. So Peninsula, the sequel to Train to Busan, is basically what Day of the Dead would have been if Romero had been allowed to make the full budgeted Day of the Dead. Pretty precisely, because you can see Land of the Dead in it, but you can see Day of the Dead in it. It's pretty much the movie.
Here's a quick hot take. I honestly have always thought that Romero should have just bit the bullet and made the R-rated version of it with the big budget and done his full film rather than the cut down unrated version.
Well, Day of the Dead is a film I love a lot. Because again, I'm not a Dawn of the Dead guy at all. I love Night of the Living Dead. That's my favorite of the bunch. And then Day would be right behind it. But in all honesty, we have we think of these films very weirdly because Dawn of the Dead came out. It made some money because it was cheap and imported, and the Italian dollar went a long way in conversion. But it wasn't this huge financial success that would have paved anyone's career for the rest of their lives. Its reputation was very good, but you couldn't do it again. It was no longer the 70s. There was no place for the art house cinemas to take a chance on genre fare. We were Spielbergian things had already taken over Hollywood. So I agree with you. I think he should have made the more commercial version. But the problem was the MPA wouldn't have even allowed him a single headshot back then.
Yeah, but if it was like today, you could have just put out the R-rated cut and then put out the unrated on Blu-ray or streaming or whatever like that. And I don't know. It's just I think about because people think Romero now of his last few films, but if you look at, regardless of whatever you think, the audacity of doing Night Riders, Creep Show. I mean, like some of these are groundbreaking films, whether you think they're all successful or not. I mean, I think Knight Rider is way too long, but the fact that he tried to make a Renaissance fair movie with knights and stuff is kind of cool.
I think that Romero was one of those guys that he came out of that shift in the society, the counterculture, that opened up some doors, and he was able to make films that were challenging the mores of the time. And that's awesome. Doesn't mean he's 100. He batted 1,000. I don't like when people try and make apologies for this stuff. That's not quite as successful. Yeah, Knight Riders is a real too long, if we're being honest.
Mm-hmm.
And Monkey Shines doesn't quite work. I mean, Christian referred to it as a horror comedy this week, and you know what? I had my initial reaction was to go, no, and then I thought about it and I said, you know what? That's probably a healthy way to look at the movie, though.
What about Bruiser? That's like 2 hours too long.
Yeah, Bruiser is just a bald-faced like failure.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I love that we love these guys and what they accomplish, but we should not lie about their accomplishments, because it drags down the truly great stuff that they made to elevate the stuff that came later in their careers that wasn't great.
I could even make the argument that I think that Martin is probably one of his best films, you know, that nobody ever talks about.
Absolutely.
I've never been a huge Martin fan, and I don't know why.
But you got to admit that house invasion scene is pretty amazing when he's fighting the woman.
There's a whole lot that I should love in that movie. I just don't know why I've never connected with it, and I've probably seen it 20 times in my life. But I remember when Anchor Bay put out the VHS and the clamshell of it. I was like, okay, I'm gonna give it a chance again. I'm gonna get maybe cleaned up in widescreen, and I bought it, brought it home, put it in. I was like, no, kind of still feel exactly like I used to.
So what do you think? Take Night of the Living Dead out. What do you think is Romero's best film after Night of the Living Dead? I'm probably gonna go with Creepshow, because I think all five stories work. There's usually one bad one. I know you don't like the Stephen King one, but
yeah, well, only because I think King's performance is awful, to be honest.
I think he does too.
So. I think it's kind of got a charm to it, though.
It's short. That's what it's got going for it. It's the shortest of the bunch, I think.
But I mean, the fact that he got Ted Danson and Leslie Nielsen to like do actual dramatic performances is pretty great.
Well, Nielsen had a long history of that, but
but this was after an Airplane.
Yeah. So. I think it's tough because, again, I think when you get Romero, I think that there's a level of quality that's pretty consistent until things aren't consistent, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't. To me, nothing stands out like Night of the Living Dead. When you take Night of the Living Dead out, it's really hard for me because it's the superior work.
I know people bash Land of the Dead, but I think Land of the Dead is the last good of his zombie films. I think there's so, like, I love the idea of shooting the fireworks off in the sky and distracting them and moving through the city, and so that's cool.
That's in Peninsula as well.
Okay.
There's also a brilliant thing with an RC car and zombies.
I'm a found footage fan. I like Diary of the Dead. That's my favorite of the last three Dead films.
I would have been more like, I'm okay with Diary of the Dead, but I don't like the fact that it goes back to the first night, because then it completely is like going against Night of the Living Dead, which is not the same technology at all. So.
Yeah, I just like seeing, like it one of the 6 Dead films in found footage format. I'm a big fan of that style.
We will agree that Survival of the Dead is the worst, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree with that.
That's not debatable.
Yeah.
There's certain things that are not objective in film, and Survival of the Dead is one of those things.
All in favor.
But you see, that's again, why did we as fans allow failures to happen so that these guys lost the budget and the time to make good films? I look at John Carpenter the same way. I mean, a lot of people are a lot more kind to his 90s work than I am, and I get that. But considering what the man gave us in the 80s and 70s, why did we allow him to be put in a position where he couldn't make films at the level he wanted to make again?
I don't know. This is kind of off topic, but not really. I grew up with the 90s films that he made, like Vampires and Ghosts of Mars. I really, really enjoyed those. like Ghost of Mars, I can understand if you hate it, even though I think the infecting thing is kind of cool. Kind of relates to COVID nowadays, anyway. But like, I don't know, like James, what is it? James Woods and Vampires, dude. I love his way of acting. It's hilarious.
Vampires is a mess. It may be.
I love that
it may-
film, man.
At least Ghost of Mars has a tight narrative. It's just bad.
I got Vampires on an all-day ticket.
There would be a good film somewhere there, but it's squandered at every opportunity.
I got it on an all-day ticket, and I watched that shit from like basically sunrise till sunset. Oh man, it's great.
If the Thing had done well, he wouldn't have been sent back down to the minor leagues. I think he was doing major league work in the minor leagues. Like he had like shit budgets, but he was really trying to like make some really great films, but his budgets could not support his vision.
I mean, what if In the Mouth of Madness had been really successful? You know, it would have been different. You know,
I think it did make a little money.
It made a little bit of money, but I mean, I saw it as a midnight movie on the week of release, and there was like 4 of us in the theater.
But I was shocked,
and that's not. Go ahead.
I was shocked in college because like In the Mouth of Madness came out, and it literally seemed like a month and a half later, Village of the Damned came out. I was like, what the hell? He made 2 films.
Well, Village of the Damned's problem is it was the first bland Carpenter film. Up to that point, you can at least say that, well, if it didn't work, or it may work for me, it didn't work, but it was always exciting to watch a John Carpenter film. And Village of the Damned is just, especially compared to the original 2 films, it's boring and dull.
I agree with that. But backtracking, I know Jay's a big fan of what was the film you were just talking about? I'm like
Mouth of Madness.
And the Mouth of Madness. I know you're a big fan of that. You basically, I think like 4 years ago, you were like, you got to watch this movie, and that's when it got its release. And yeah, I love that movie along with it. But Village of the Damned does suck. The remake.
I don't think it's a bad movie. I just it's bland. Like you said, it doesn't feel like a John Carpenter film.
No, but I love his. I know it's from the original film, but I do like his staging of the kids like walking around, and the little girl I thought was really solid. The main one that shouts at Christopher Reeve all the time.
Christopher Reeve's last film too.
His last standing performance.
Oh yeah. I guess you're right. He was on Smallville a little bit.
Yeah.
Is that where they have like the brick wall and then she's like trying to
But again, all that's just the first film.
That's like basically Neuralink nowadays.
I honestly think Memoirs of a Visible Man just kind of took it out of him.
Yeah, totally. I mean, imagine if that had been really successful.
I just again, but it's not even. I didn't mean to make this about John Carpenter necessarily. We let all these classic directors down by not supporting their work when it was still good. I mean, Tobe Hooper was swinging for the fences, and maybe not successfully all the time. You could say that Invaders from Mars is just too weird for what it wanted to be, but while he was swinging for the fences with Life Force and Invaders from Mars, and we didn't show up. And I might not be meaning the people on this chat necessarily, but in general, those films were not as successful as they should have been.
I think
for me, I was too young, so I had to support James Wan. That's why he's the only master of horror, in my opinion. Currently, that's like Carpenter tier. But
I think Invaders from Mars got stuck in there with like Explorers, that Joe Dante film. It was like they were all kind of coming out with these like kid alien movies, and Hooper was just he was very individualistic. Let's just say he wasn't doing Explorers in inner space. And also I think that Chainsaw Massacre 2, releasing it unrated, while great for us horror fans, at the same time it kind of cemented him as not wanting to play with the big boys anymore, and Canon just kind of shut him out after that. So
weird too that Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 gets released unrated, but they still cut the movie, because that opening attack on the highway is not complete to this day.
Mm-hmm.
There's more shot. You can find video footage of the full shoot. It's weird. It's like Canon was like, "Oh, we're gonna release it unrated. We're gonna let you do whatever you want, but not everything you want."
No, and the whole father-daughter concept out. So
yeah, yep. I don't know. I just wish we'd supported that class of creators, because I think one of the reasons we haven't gotten a new class, really, at least domestically, is because there is no sense that we'll support someone through their entire career in the genre. James Wan, I have very mixed feelings about James Wan, but there's a reason that he wants to make Fast and Furious films, and
Yeah.
you know,
So that's the problem. As soon as they get a little bit of success, they move on from the genre.
I would argue that like he does Fast and Furious and then comes back and does Conjuring 2 and then
And I
Aquaman.
love Conjuring too, man.
He just kind of goes back and
I
forth.
do not like that film at all.
Dude, fuck the Nun, Conjuring 2. That's a good movie.
Okay,
though.
it's way better than The Nun, but I mean, what bar are we setting there?
Well, to me, I found it interesting that Patrick Wilson is directing Insidious 5 and not Conjuring 4. I thought I think that Conjuring seems to be much more high class.
I think both Conjuring movies are like, if we're rating on a scale of 10, are literally a point of like in different from each other. You could rate one 8.7, one 9.8, 7.6. I mean, I think they're that good.
better than 976 Evil.
Yes, of course, and 2, and however many they made.
You see, the second film just insults me, and that's why I can't deal with it.
Conjuring 1 and 2 and the first Insidious are 3 of the scariest movies I've seen. Like, legit.
I can respect that even if I don't agree with it. I just Conjuring 2 to me is just a big fall from the first film. A big
I'm surprised he hasn't made the Crooked Man movie yet.
Well, the whole Conjuring universe thing is kind of up in the air, kind of.
Put out a turd like La Llorona, yeah, it's going to be up in the air.
Well, sure. La Llorona, the Nun, which made lots of money in a January release where there's no competition, but
La Llorona was made as part of the series, and then it was shifted away from that series. It doesn't say The Conjuring Presents anymore.
Oh, it's not considered in the universe anymore?
Oh, it is, but it's not. It's weird. They really marketed it downstream because they knew they had a problem.
Hey, I know. Let's take a Hispanic
I know.
verse, and let's put a bunch of white people in there and make it all about white people.
I prefer The Curse of La Llorona, which was released in 1932, which is a far scarier film.
It's like 100 movies with that title, right?
Yeah, well, there are. But out of Mexico, there's.
Yeah,
I know of 6, but the 32 film is actually pretty goddamn good. But I would just say that it's the Conjuring universe's problem is that they're putting all their chips on Conjuring 3, all of them. They've hurt their brand in just about every way with the last 5 or 6 releases, which is an insane number of releases to have kind of fumbled.
I mean, Annabelle Comes Home is almost The Conjuring 3.
So. Yeah, and it has big problems, and it had a great opening weekend and it fell off quick because no one,
I thought it was okay. It's a lot better than some of these other films we're talking about.
Is he directing The Conjuring 3?
That's what I was about to ask.
He's not.
He's not directing anything.
What's he doing?
Maybe Aquaman 2.
Aquaman 2, that's what I was going to say. Big money.
At least he gave us Dead Silence because everyone knows about Saw.
And he also gave us the Death Sentence, the real version of what was it? Death.
I haven't seen
Steigen. By the same writer, but yeah.
Is Steigen good? However the hell you say that.
What is it?
Steigen. His first film from 2000.
James Wan.
Yeah.
Well,
I haven't seen it.
He made 2 direct-to-cable Jiggler type films early too. I think under a pseudonym of some sort, or maybe James Wan is the pseudonym. I don't know. Yeah,
this one's from 2000. It's called Steigen. It's Australian, July 23rd, 2000.
Okay, so Lauren, let me ask you who do you think's the most talented, not in creatively, not necessarily directorially, but creatively, James Wan or Lee Wan-el?
Oh man! But if you asked me that question before Invisible Man, Wan-el wins. Now I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Invisible Man again the other night. The third time I'd seen it. I don't know why you hate it so much.
Because its plot is nonsensical.
Of course, it's nonsensical. It's filled with plot holes.
It is. It looks beautiful, but it makes zero sense. So, also, I mean, listen. The thing is, I know everyone likes to say, "But the performance." But the problem is, the performance is pretty one note. It's really good in its one note, but
I agree with that.
It's one.
I agree with that. I mean, I just like how the entire film. It's like it's wanting you to look at a certain place in the frame that there's nothing there, so you're constantly looking around for. Oh, it could be right there, right now. You know, I think that's kind of a cool idea.
Sure, I mean, but to me, it has to be both. You know, and that's listen. I understand why people like it and give it the pass, but I mean, it's not only is it not in my top 10 horror films for the year, I don't think it would make the top 20.
But Lee Whannell has done something extraordinary that a lot of writers don't do. He wrote Saw, Insidious, and Invisible Man, 3 low-budget films that like became multi-$100 million movies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, the Insidious cost $900,000 to make, and it made $100 million. Like,
I'm happy when Escape from New York. I thought that was still Rodriguez. That's behind. How far behind I was.
He hasn't made that film.
No, it's in pre-production.
It's been in pre-production for like 15 years.
I think the big problem. I have with things like Invisible Man is just that it wants us to take it so seriously, and it wants us to think it's really smart. And I'm going to judge a film based on what it presents to us. You know, if you make the same film as a dumb, schlocky, direct-to-video film, I give it a lot more passes. But once you make it into kind of a prestige film, I'm going to judge it based on what you're giving me. But listen, it's been actually a pretty good year for horror movies. I know that sounds insane because, nothing comes out, but actually the lockdown actually really helped horror. A lot of smaller films got onto screens. Most this year was a number one film in the country was a horror film.
And it brought back the drive-ins too.
Lorne, I need a request for you on Letterboxd. Okay, here's Orc's request of epicness. I need you for the last 2 years, 2019 and 2020, to do a must-watch horror list on Letterboxd.
On Letterboxd? I haven't logged on to Letterboxd in like a month.
All right, we'll just log on to that shit. Make it.
I was enjoying it. And then I didn't enjoy it.
I like Letterboxd.
I need to know what to watch. Remember when I was like, you got to get pro, and it gives you every single stat.
I need to get pro again.
How many? It's so cool getting pro. It's like you pay it's probably like $4 a month or something, and it tells you how many like hours you watch of movies every year, what directors, how many like movies,
what countries, what you watch the most, what actor you watch the most of.
Yeah, actress. It's like, oh, okay.
Really into Alexandra Daddario. Okay.
Well, to be fair.
It was her explosive coming out party in True Detective Season 1 that cemented the deal.
Mine, it was like, you watched Die Hard 15 times this year. Right.
The funny thing is, I knew who she was before that.
Bereavements.
I had seen that, yeah.
Yeah.
And was the Texas Chainsaw out yet? Or
no.
Was that after? Okay.
No. Stephen Mina's Bereavements is like... it's not a great film, but she definitely leaves an impression.
They've changed the title. Now it's like Malevolent 2 or something like that. And then
Daddario and Ava Green are like gems. They're amazing. Beautiful women.
Lovely ladies.
That's why I think We Summon the Darkness was a lot of just surface level fun this year. Just Alexandra and Amy Forsythe running through the paces of what is a programmer, but it was I had a ball with it. And I don't make any illusions that it's a great film, but I had a ball with it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Everyone always talks about they want to see Natalie Portman come back in a sequel to Leon as Matilda. I say I'd like to see Jennifer Connelly reprise her role in Phenomena. In a big bad Not Dario Argento directing it.
Phenomena.
I want like a you know, a fanboy that's got a $20-30 million budget in Hollywood. Be like, what do you want to make? Phenomena 2?
But I want to call it Creepers 2 for America.
Yeah.
Career opportunities too.
Creepers Legacy.
Oh man. And somewhere out there, there's the agent for Iron Maiden is like, you'll license from us again.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Eddie.
I get her and Jessica Harper and Christina, what's her name, Marshalish from Opera, and put them all together. One world it. You make it the Argento universe.
I'm shocked that more of that hasn't happened though. Whereas characters that from popular films but not worthy of actual new chapters or remakes don't get borrowed and just mixed together by rights holders. I mean, it would make sense.
Here's an idea.
Oh Jesus, can you imagine though?
I'd watch it. You guys
So,
awesome.
so what is his whole deal about not releasing the director's cut of Midsummer? Like, without
not out yet?
No, you can get it for like $60 on Blu-ray from the company, from A24, but you can't get it on streaming. You can't. Why are they hiding this director's cut when apparently it's like the superior version of the movie?
I'm not going to be able to pay that much for it, but I would really like to see it.
I don't know.
I don't know. I think A24 are terrified that their directors, their in-house directors at this point, are just going to start making 5-hour films. That's what I think the real fear is.
I think there's probably a longer, better version of Hereditary out there.
It was on Amazon Prime at one point, the director's cut.
Oh, really?
And I didn't watch it. Damn it.
Have you seen Hereditary, York?
I have not. It's my noob.
That's a life-changing film right there. That's a good one.
You know, I haven't watched it. Blood pressure.
Hereditary is, I really believe, I know that the marketing was saying the most scary thing since The Exorcist, and I don't think that scary is the right word for it, but I do think it's one of the most important horror films in decades. So
when I saw the first Insidious, the sound was turned up a wee bit too high. A wee bit too high, right?
When the title came on, I was like, oh!
Yeah. And at the end, too. So the sound was a wee bit too high, right? So I go in, and I had a little bit of caffeine, and like literally I could feel my pulse like in my neck, just like do, like, and throughout the whole entire movie, from Tiptoe Through the Tulips, through when Darth Maul appears, and like the baby humid, like the whole. There's a few horror movies recently where they're like, they're basically spook house films, all of them for the most part. Not all of them, but the ones that are most James Wany, and I'm like, I hope this ends soon. I hope this ends soon. Please. And like, that's the movie that made me get a blood pressure medication, like, prescribed to me. First Insidious. Like when he fights the demon or whatever happens at the end, and then it comes up with the violence, and I'm like, fuck this. I was in the theater by myself, like, through myself. Yeah, but yeah, it was not. So that's why I haven't seen Hereditary, the director's cut.
Do you think Jennifer Connelly would come back and do
Never.
No.
Never.
She never talked about those movies.
Unless you have Marvel money, she's not making fluff at this point.
Oh, my back hurts. I need a breast reduction. Yeah, whatever, man. Come on. Suck it up.
Well, she was for a while because she showed up in Once Upon a Time in America, and then Phenomena, and then what's that weird one? It starts with an E. I bought it, but I haven't watched it.
Etome?
Yeah, I've never seen it, but she did 3 back-to-back Italian films.
It's kind of boring, but it kind of is wonderfully boring.
Like Scarlet Diva?
No, Scarlet Diva is just boring. Scarlet Diva is Asia Argento on screen naked, and you're still like yawning. There's something about that movie that I don't know.
For the first time I bought it on VHS at a Fangoria bootleg table. It had no subtitles, but I couldn't take my eyes off it. I'm like, she's stunning. So
it's quite a film.
It is quite a film. The movie opens with her getting doggy banged by a big black guy in a. That's the movie begins, and it only goes from there.
Ass to ass.
I remember when I met Dario Argento, like he was a really nice guy and that type of thing. But I said next time bring your daughter.
Wow.
And then I met her and she was lovely. She was lovely.
Awesome.
But I didn't get me too'd.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You think
I wish you would have.
those allegations you think are true?
Oh, she did sleep with the kid from that movie, but he was older. I mean, but she directed him when he was like 5. So,
And wasn't she was dating Anthony Bourdain when he killed himself? Wasn't she?
I believe
still
so,
together.
Yeah,
That's unfortunate.
I was shocked. I mean, I remember when she showed up in Triple X. I was like, "What the hell is Ozzy Argento doing in a real movie?" Where is she hanging out?
Real movie.
Well, I'm just talking about like she's used to doing Abel Ferrara movies, So.
Yeah.
I mean, Ozzy Argento in a remake of Miss 45 would be.
Oh.
Writes itself.
Yeah, it does.
Abel Ferrara's still around too. I don't know what the hell he's doing, but
I mean, if you could combine Stendhal Syndrome with Bad Lieutenant with Ozzy Argento doing Miss 45, it'd be amazing.
on that note, tune in tomorrow night. Cole and I will be doing Bad Lieutenant on the movie discussion Pocket Dimension.
The original?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you seen Port of Call New Orleans?
Yeah, I've seen Protocol. It's been a little while, but
What's the start time at?
The what?
Start time?
8 o'clock your time. 8 o'clock Eastern.
Okay. That'll be another tab I have open for the win.
Just so you know, Orc, the only streaming version available is the R-rated cut. So
of Hereditary,
I've got the Blu-ray. I think it's uncut.
I just need to see it.
Just doesn't have the song that they cut from the Laserdisc and VHS. The one that I can't. It steals from what is it? It has someone in the chat knows. It was like a rap song, but it stole like some music cues from like not the Who, but one of those bands from like the early 80s.
How many jump scares does it have? Because like I wear headphones because my soundbar. I don't have a soundbar on my TV.
No jump scares.
No, none. It's not a horror film.
No, not Bad Lieutenant. That has James Woods in it. No. I mean Harvey Keitel. I mean Hereditary.
It's not really a lot of jump scares in it. It's just genuine suspense.
Were you saying those both were on Prime, or one was Cameron?
I don't know. I just got Requiem for a Dream in 4K. And
No. You said one was on Prime.
No, I said that any streaming version of it is the R-rated cut. You need to see
the. Okay. Sorry.
You have to get the NC-17 cut of Bad Lieutenant.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a single jump scare in Hereditary. I really don't.
Can I just ask, why is Al so obsessed with Suspiria 2018?
No, I'm fine with it because I love that film. But I really like
I like Chloe Grace Moretz a lot.
She's not in it very much.
Oh, really?
You like Tilda Swinton because she's in it a good bit, playing multiple characters.
Is it a good movie?
I just love the fact that somebody had balls to make remember, Jay? Remember, I was when I first was on Sausage Factory. I said to you guys, dude, they just screened a 3-hour cut of a Suspiria remake, and Piz is like, they're never gonna release a 3-hour cut of. I said no, and then it comes out, it's like 3 hours long.
It's long, but it was my favorite film of 2018. I think.
I just wish the director would come out and do Inferno and Mother of Tears. I think his Mother of Tears would be better than what we got.
That's probably true.
I want to like Mother of Tears more than I do.
Besides the baby on the bridge sequence, it doesn't have a lot to offer.
No, the problem is that movie needed to be written by Dario Nicolodi. Yeah. It just you can't have the writers of the remake and Night of the Demons and Toolbox Murders writing Mother of Tears.
don't know.
I think you just needed to make it 20 years earlier. That's the thing.
With actually a color palette as opposed to straight to dimension films look.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. I just don't know why Dario Argento fell off so hard. Is it just budget? Is that primarily the reason why he can't make a good movie anymore?
No, I think he just stopped caring.
It was like right around the Card Player and stuff. I gave up, man. Like Card Players, I mean, it's unwatchable.
I think there's things to like in all those films, but there's not enough to like to actually sit down and watch them.
He also stopped being inventive with the camera, and that was part of his charm. Those batshit movies he was making in the 80s. You know?
He was just such a brilliant filmmaker, and it's just all of a sudden it wasn't anymore. I don't know. It's unfortunate.
Some people just get burned out, and they should do other things.
Yeah.
I think he thought I shouldn't say I shouldn't try and read his mind, but I think Stendhal broke his heart because I think he put everything into that movie, and it didn't play internationally like he thought it would, and the genre fans didn't support it the way he thought it would. So it kind of ended up being this orphaned film that has very few people that would champion it. And I think after that point, his amount of investment was always going to be less. And yeah, the budgets do matter, and more time than budget. These things are made fast. Single takes, you know, and you can tell.
Stendhal Syndrome is so good. It's so good. I knew it was a classic the moment I saw it. I was like, this looks like he really put his, like you said, his heart and soul into that movie.
If he just updated the CGI on the bullets through the doorknob, the bullet, you know the shot I'm talking about. That's the only thing that sticks out in my head as being like kind of baddish. The rest of the movie is great.
That score is by Ennio Morricone is fantastic.
Yeah.
Really? He scored that movie? Damn.
I just think that he put it all there, and the audience never showed up. And at that point, he was never going to put himself into a movie like that again. And he took a lot of chances with that movie. I mean, casting his daughter in a film that was clearly problematic to cast your daughter in, going for high themes. I mean,
but is it, Lorne? I mean, he decapitated his other daughter in Phenomena. You know, he had Ozzy naked in Trauma. I mean, he's been known for this.
Well, you just use the cuties argument. Man, they're European. They just do things differently over there.
I think that having your daughter raped on the murder carpet, on the murder mattress is probably a little worse. I would argue. I don't know. But I just think that, again, that's what we do to our horror directors. When they show they want to do it, we eventually abandon them because of a misstep or a perceived misstep. And then they either go away or work on crumbs and can't produce it anymore.
Trying to make sure this is the actual fizz out here.
You all are still going?
Oh, man.
Hey, what's up, noob?
Oh, my God. 5 hour stream. Are y'all trying to break a record?
Yep.
No, Jay gets kicked off at 6 hours on the free version.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna ride it out till 6, huh?
Man, Orc and I did a stream. It was like 15 hours long or something a few years ago.
I think it was for the record holders, MVPs.
Oh my God.
That was the Google Hangout days.
Yeah.
That was epic.
Yeah. Or it's like, are you dead yet? Make a Google Plus account, or like, no.
I was when we first got to see steak sauce for the first time. He had gotten like a Philly cheesesteak after he got off work from the strip club, and he just sat there and looked at it for like 3 hours while he was doing a stream with us.
That's when other people who were bald with face tattoos said they wanted to meet me, and I was like, I'm good.
I remember that. Yeah. Oh man, you guys are dedicated, man. I like it. What have y'all been talking about for 5 hours?
Everything.
Right now we're talking about not supporting horror directors during their prime, so they're stuck making like mediocre films for low budgets.
Well, some of those mediocre films are pretty darn good.
Oh.
Oh my god.
All right. On that note, have a good night, guys. Thanks for having me on today. Good to see you guys.
See you, man. Good luck. What's up?
I can't tell who's the real orc here. I can't tell. Which one's orc?
Or put a shirt on.
Wave it like a helicopter.
Yeah, we've had some troll that keeps coming in here, and all they do is play porno audio from pornos.
Yeah.
That's
Lauren, I think so. Lauren's friend has spilled over into your world now, huh?
Apparently, he said he was pissed out earlier. So.
Oh yeah.
And then he came and he said, "No, for real. This is Pizzo." Was his username.
That didn't convince you?
Oh man. No, I don't think that's going to get this demonetized. Some stuff Al said earlier. I mean, not demonetized, but totally removed. Some stuff Al said earlier might though.
Oh, okay. Al been drinking
No.
tonight?
Oh, Al's sober tonight.
Al's been a cool comrade.
He was talking about his love for the young ladies, and
for the young ladies. Or
Turns out Al's 25.
he would shave his beard off and say he's younger than he is.
Okay. I see.
Yeah, we're all gonna get Philly cheesesteaks, so you know. Yep.
Well, gentlemen.
You had my name. I just got that meme. I'm so fucking tired. I didn't even see. I was D&D pro and you're orc. Here, I'll be Al. Hang on. Piz, hang on. Hold that thought. Al. There we go. I'm Al.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Well, gentlemen, I admire your dedication. I just wanted to drop in and say hello.
I changed my name, Piz.
The real.
Change mine too. I'm revealing my true identity tonight.
Hold on. Let me cue up one of my mini adult films here. Get some audio going in the background.
It's just like slapping sounds. Like, come on, man.
Are you on the hub or X videos? Which one?
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Something like that. Oh goodness.
It's like a Static X intro album. I'm clapping.
Yeah. Y'all take care. I'll catch y'all later.
See you, Piz.
Later.
See you later, Piz. Take care.
On that note, I think I'll take us out of here. I know Lauren's probably about to pass out.
Oh, let's go 6 hours. Let's go 6 hours.
Because it's late where you are. Anyway, guys, thanks for sticking to it. And
45 more minutes.
Nearly 6 hour stream we got here. Like I said, tomorrow night you can catch me over on the movie discussion Pocket Dimension.
Jay gave up.
Wednesday night I should be back on Plateau TV with Eric, discussing more episodes of Lost. So if
He's
you're
still alive? Holy shit! Yeah.
Anyway, thanks guys. Have a good one. We'll see you next time.
Like my Instagram.